We'll get started here in a moment, so please take your seat. It feels so good to look out in the audience and see your faces, and I can feel the excitement and trepidation as I stand here before you. Today's going to be a day of lots of deep breathing, feeling our feet on the ground and touching in with ourselves as we move through these capstone presentations. It is tradition at Naropa University to begin and end our classes and meetings with a bow. The bow acknowledges and honors the qualities of warriorship, that brave path of gentleness and wakeful intelligence that we're all working to achieve. It also binds us together in a mindful moment of community before the start of the next adventure. So I'll invite you to join me in a bow. My name is Heather Baer. I use they, them pronouns. I'm an instructor in the Transpersonal Wilderness Therapy graduate program, and I have the distinct honor of being your master of ceremonies for today.
Did they call him up already?
Let us begin by acknowledging with respect that the land where we sit and stand today is the territory of the Arapaho people. Cheyenne, Utes, and other tribes also camped, hunted, traded, and prayed here. We honor Chief Left Hand Niwot, leader of the Arapaho band, leader of the last Arapaho band to spend their winters in the Boulder Valley. Many Arapaho people were massacred by the U.S. Cavalry at Sand Creek, Colorado in 1864. I get chills, that gets me. The survivors were forced out of Colorado to reservations in Wyoming and Oklahoma, where most Arapaho people still live today. Let us remember that Boulder Valley is the homeland of the Arapaho people and other displaced tribes. Native people of many indigenous nations live in Colorado today. This quote by Zenju Earthland Manuel speaks directly to our existence, presence, and perhaps why we might have found ourselves in the transpersonal field of healing. The soft breath of the ancestors touched my face with the sun this morning. I awakened in the sweetness left on my skin last night, the scent of pine and cedar from wood burned in the fire. And the pain is not the problem. It is the evidence of life that is older than redwood trees. I just found that quote to be pretty salient as I was just casually reading. So I thought I'd share that one with you. Let us celebrate and bear witness to emerging outward, the capstone presentations of the Transpersonal Wilderness Therapy class of 2023. The cohort has asked me to share this poem with you. I am where I belong, lie sky above and the earth below, underneath the sky and above the earth, grounded amidst a grove of aspens in an awe of Mount Blanca's shadow. Held by nature and souls, my tree, my trees. My heart can hold more each day, a circle of stars light the way. Shake me down to my granite bones, the love in my heart cannot be contained anymore. Driving inward, emerging outward, ever evolving, metamorphosizing, ever aware of self-criticizing, withheld wishes, on stars resolving, revealed to me what I forgot, Chunky baby is sunbathing. A sunrise over the mountains of our souls. We are where we belong. Together, the galaxies we form, interconnectedness is home. Help us remember to bless each grain of sand, this rock, this river, this yes. You're going to have to connect with the presenter to find out what the significance of that poem is. So please help yourself to refreshments throughout the day. The table will be restocked by your loving presenters. They have chosen and placed the food carefully for you. So it sounds like there's going to be a breakfast, kind of a midday snack, and then a little bit later, a more full, robust snack. So keep going back. If you do grab a plate or a cup, we ask that you might use those as you return. So there are signs posted with the conference schedule today. There's one just outside the front door. Unfortunately, we didn't have the one with the QR code, which will link you to our notes, the presenters' bios, and handouts. However, all of us have access to it, so if you want to touch base with a presenter today or myself, I can get you hooked into that. So they put a lot of work into their handouts, so we want to make sure that you get those. And although these students stand before you as presenters, we welcome audience participation. If you're moved by something, snap or clap. We desire a reciprocal relationship with each of you. We stand higher than you, but we don't want this to be a hierarchical situation today. So we love that audience participation. We will break for lunch at 12:15 and returning promptly at 1:15. And we would like to inform you that some presentations contain references to difficult subject matter. Please take care of yourselves today. So we have 5 minutes until 9:15 when I'll introduce our first presentation. So until then, grab some snacks, touch base with one of us to get that QR code, and get cozy. Thank you.
Hmm.
For the bios and the notes for today's presentations. It's a nifty little QR code right up here. It is cool. Yeah, the students have worked diligently to get this website up and running, and it's quite beautiful. So please make sure you capture the QR code, maybe even take a picture so you can pass it along to the next person who might need it. So taking a breath here before we begin the presentations. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so Charlie Stevenson is leading us off today with his presentation, Looking for Adventure, Working with Nature as a Co-Therapist Through Experiential Learning. Let's welcome Charlie.
All right, let's get this opened. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I would like to start by saying that it feels very rewarding to be here with you all today, and I'm excited to have this opportunity. And thank you all for coming, and thank you for those of us who are on Zoom. My name is Charlie Stevenson. I am a student in many different aspects, a son, a wanderer, adventurer, artist, and a wilderness therapist. So the title of my presentation today is Looking for Adventure, Working with Nature as a Co-Therapist Through Experiential Learning. Funny story, but that was actually the first and only line in my online dating profile the year I started this program. Well, the looking for adventure part, that is, not the rest. I think that might have thrown some people off. But you see, for me, nature and adventure have played such a large role in my life that I can't even begin to imagine who I would be without them. And at my very core, I feel the need to share these experiences with others. But when I really try to pin down where that need comes from, I often get lost and bogged down in my ideas around how to explain this to others. Well, today I hope I can remove some of that ambiguity around why exactly we love nature and adventure, why it can make us feel so happy and content, and why it is such an amazingly valuable therapeutic modality. Before I really start to dig into the material, I wanted to give an overview of my internship site and provide some context around why I chose this topic. Currently, I'm interning at the Mountain Center as a clinical member in their therapeutic adventure program. The Mountain Center is a nonprofit organization that's been operating out of Tesuque, New Mexico since 1979. Working at the Mountain Center and integrating the learning I've received from Naropa has helped me to tease apart some of the subtle and overt ways that nature can impact our clients. Regardless of the population, I have personally witnessed how transformative this kind of work can be for everyone, not just the people the DSM says are in need of mental health services. At the Mountain Center, we prioritize offering these experiences to people who otherwise would not be able to access them. Together, we go on high ropes courses, climbing days, hikes, backpack, plant succulents, and raft. And I can truly say that every day is always a unique adventure with beautiful people. So I wanted to begin by asking a question. Why do people seek out nature and adventure? This is something I've wondered about since I was 16 and always had a hard time defining. Similarly, I've noticed that others too struggle to verbally explain why they would willingly put themselves in situations that can be very challenging. Although these reasons can be hard to articulate, I feel that they exist just beneath our surface level of awareness. However, a frequent and reoccurring theme always seems to emerge from those of us who do enter these spaces. Many people often report that these kinds of experiences leave them feeling restored, content, and left with an overall sense of purpose. And what's even more interesting is that many of the insights that we can take away from our time in nature overlap with the lessons that we can learn in therapy, which begs yet another question. Why is it that nature brings out these insights, and when does recreation actually become therapy? I wanted to start to unravel these questions by first examining our innate connection to nature. We are inherently natural beings. We all come from the earth and are a part of nature. As humans, we evolved in a biocentric world. For thousands of years, we've had to engage and interact with all of the beings around us, the rocks, plants, weather systems, bugs, and animals. Deep within us, even now, there is an innate longing and love for these beings. This longing was defined in 1973 by Erich Fromm through the biophilia theory. This theory represents our co-evolution with natural spaces and the deep connection that exists between our psyche and the environment. However, today, many Western industrialized societies are experiencing a disconnect from the natural world that some psychologists even view as pathological, although you certainly won't find any diagnosis relating to this in the DSM. This disconnect goes unnoticed by many people in our society and societies like it, but at our core, we are comforted by nature, even though we may not always recognize it. I think Bill Plotkin puts it well by saying, "The essence of the human soul cannot be separated from the wildness of nature." So, when does recreation begin to enter the realm of therapy? When we choose to go outside, although therapeutic benefits may not be part of our initial intent, they can be and often are a byproduct. When a profound realization or shift in perspective takes place, and if we can integrate these understandings into our lives, one can experience growth that in many ways reflects the growth that can be found in a therapeutic setting. Aspects that might be considered therapeutic can be quite broad when looking at specific situations or individuals, but there are several aspects that I've noticed. And by no means is this a complete list, just some that have been most common in my experience. These aspects include things like somatic presencing through physical activity, which for some can feel incredibly grounding and centering. I've had many people come to me on programs and say things like, The people I've worked with have voiced how amazing it is to move their bodies in a new or long forgotten way. Another aspect is finding a healthy or rewarding sense of community engagement that being with a group in nature can help provide. Another powerful aspect I've witnessed is being able to have fun and play. Many people have either lost or were never able to experience a sense of playfulness when they were children, and being able to get outside and have fun can help to restore some of these incomplete developmental tasks or reconnect with one's inner child. Additionally, being able to temporarily separate from current problems, worries, or anxieties can be immensely relieving. I've had many clients come to me on programs and say things like, "I was able to let go of the worries I've had for years." Lastly, experiencing moments of awe while in nature can help people to make contact with a deeper sense of meaning in their life. These aspects represent the amazing work being done in many different therapeutic modalities, but can all be present when we enter outdoor spaces and even during recreational activity. I believe that this represents a more subconscious affinity for these activities and is a significant factor that leads people to nature and adventure. However, it should be noted that there is a difference between intentionally engaging in these types of activities for the sake of therapy versus engaging in an activity that just so happens to be therapeutic. Whereas in therapy, the goal might be to integrate understandings from these activities into our regular lives. That often isn't the case in recreation, although it can and does still occur. This difference is particularly outlined by insurance companies within their specific billing definitions around what they call activity therapy, as a treatment that restores or rehabilitates an individual's ability to function independently or promote wellness in various ways. Moving forward, I wanted to now examine the evidence-based documentation that supports the therapeutic aspects of nature and adventure. But let's start by looking specifically at nature. We are sensory beings, and many of these benefits come from how nature interacts with us through our senses. I'm not going to go too deep into the statistics for sake of time. Additionally, some of this information will be covered by my fellow presenters. But studies have shown that scents from nature can reduce our stress and anxiety levels by up to 53% by activating our parasympathetic nervous system, whereas sound can impact our autonomic nervous system by affecting our heart rate variability. And sight can help to restore cognitive functioning. Experiencing an activation of all of our senses in one specific moment encourages mindfulness at a subconscious level. Additionally, being in nature has been shown to promote pro-social behavior, improve levels of empathy, self-esteem, and even creativity. What's interesting is that there seems to be a dosage effect. The longer amount of time we spend in nature increases all of these effects as well as their lasting benefits. However, it should be noted that this is not the case for everyone. Some people actually become more stressed out in nature. Although those who show positive outcomes outnumber those who show negative outcomes by about 9 to 1. Now, looking at the more therapeutic aspects of adventure specifically, there are several pieces to consider. But again, it's worth noting that what could be considered adventurous looks different from person to person. But in the context of this presentation, I would like to consider the kind of activities that we ask our clients to participate in at the Mountain Center, like hiking, climbing, and camping. From this perspective, there are a few aspects that can be most readily noticeable. First, studies have shown that aside from improving physical health, physical activity has a significant effect on the brain and can increase mental acuity while decreasing the negative symptoms associated with cognitive aging. What's more is that these effects are increased when these activities are performed outside.
I just couldn't find the link earlier, so I gave up.
Additionally, the intentional exposure to stress can be very beneficial. At the Mountain Center, we operate from a challenge by choice perspective that gives individuals autonomy in their treatment by having the option to participate or not. Although we do encourage folks on our programs to challenge themselves, sometimes setting a boundary and saying no is the challenge for them. But regardless of one's participation in an activity, this gives clients the opportunity to examine their reactions to stressful situations. The last example I would like to address is the ability to effectively apply skills and knowledge to a given task. This can allow individuals to engage in problem solving in new ways by utilizing both their inner and outer skill sets. This can then be measured and observed through things like goal setting. Helping to set obtainable and realistic expectations can help people to feel a sense of accomplishment that can be incredibly empowering and motivating. When all of these aspects of nature and adventure are well integrated into a session, they can dramatically help people with a number of issues they may be experiencing back in their regular lives. So now the question is, how can we integrate this understanding into our work with clients in a nature-based practice? I wanted to start with experiential learning. So what is experiential learning? This form of processing is an ancient and indigenous learning model that cultures throughout the world have used for centuries. And the goal and process of this model is implied through the name itself. Essentially, we have an experience and learn from it. At the Mountain Center, we do this by utilizing 4 steps. Do it, what, so what, and now what. First is to do it. We engage in an experience. Second is what. What did we do? We process the experience thoughtfully and with awareness in a group discussion. Third is so what. What meaning can we pull from the experience? This is where metaphor and abstract thinking start to come into play. How can we take this experience and then metaphorically or literally relate it to our lives? And fourth is now what? How can we take these understandings and integrate them into our life through action? Experiential learning is incredibly immersive and engages many different aspects of our brain and body simultaneously. As therapists, we can deepen this experience by providing a space that can elicit thought-provoking insights. Our goal is to then help our clients integrate these insights back into their lives. So, how does nature fit into this? Nature isn't simply just the space in which a given activity occurs. Nature is a separate and contributing entity that interacts with our clients in the same way that a therapist does. The language that we use has a direct effect on how we view these spaces and can either other these beings or connect us with them. This is where we need to reframe our wording from using nature like just another tool to working with or alongside nature. To begin reframing this concept, we need to emphasize and provide education around the concept of I-thou versus I-it relationships. On the one hand, there's I-it. This is when we view nature as just this other thing over there. We view this other being as an object that we can project our will onto and use as we see fit, completely disregarding that this being is experiencing and interacting with us just as much as we experience and interact with it. On the other hand, there's I-thou. This is when we view nature as another being who views us back. In this relationship, we recognize that nature has a will and desire of its own. I-thou relationships are respectful, reciprocal, and understanding. I-it relationships are disrespectful, one-sided, and neglectful. In this way, we need to meet nature and the beings found in natural spaces where they are just as much as we meet our clients where they are too. But this means we might need to assess our own agendas. Similar to how we might expect to address specific issues with our clients in a session, we might expect nature to provide us with good weather or clear trails, but this isn't always the case. However, it doesn't mean that it's any less relevant. Everything exists within a deeper context, influencing the things around it. And when you bring somebody's attention to that, it can provide the opportunity for a more comprehensive awareness and understanding. Ultimately, nature emotionally interacts with our clients in the same way we do, but at a more ambiguous level. Once we recognize that nature is another being who exists in the therapeutic relationship, we can begin to work together. In this way, we can look to nature for different perspectives, assistance, or guidance, similar to how we might work with another co-therapist. The difference here is that listening to and understanding nature can be difficult, but be assured, nature still communicates with us. We just often aren't aware that we're being communicated with. Many times, nature speaks softly and quietly. We just need to help our clients to listen and to quiet down their own internal voices. But being able to listen ourselves is the first key step. I think this quote by Robin Wall Kimmerer reflects this sentiment beautifully by saying, "I come here to listen, to nestle in the curve of the roots in a soft hollow of pine needles, to lean my bones against the column of white pine, to turn off the voice in my head until I can hear the voices outside it." This is what we must assist our clients with to begin to find the deeper wisdom that exists in the natural spaces we enter. So after the groundwork around our relationship with nature has begun and we've opened ourselves to the idea of listening, the next step is how do we integrate this perspective in a way that helps our clients? Although there are many ways we can work with nature to address a client's presenting needs, here are a few that I've personally incorporated into my own work. During a session, clients may see aspects of their lives mirrored through similar aspects in nature. These observations are reflected to us because our patterns of behavior and interaction are mimicked at different levels in nature, like a living archetypal fractal of challenge, resilience, stagnation, or growth. This is why we can relate moments in our lives to moments in nature, like the new growth that occurs after a wildfire or stormy clouds on the horizon. The mirror that nature provides can help clients to observe their life from a new perspective that can be very beneficial. Similarly, nature can be subjected to our clients' tendencies of projection or transference. Because nature is another living being, there is the possibility that our clients may unintentionally project aspects of themselves or experiences from their relationships onto the world around them. Helping our clients to recognize when this is happening can be just as beneficial with nature as it can be in a standard office setting. Additionally, being in nature can help to build resilience. At the Mountain Center, we build this resilience by highlighting our clients' strengths and assets rather than their deficits as a way to make them feel empowered and uplifted. This helps people to navigate their growth edges more effectively and with a greater sense of confidence. Dealing with the not-so-pleasant aspects of nature or adventure can provide our clients with the tools to deal with the not-so-pleasant aspects of their realities. By working with nature in this way, we can help our clients to open to the lessons that can be found all around them. Stephen Harper puts this very well by saying, when we are truly willing to step into the looking glass of nature and contact wilderness, we uncover a wisdom much larger than our small, everyday selves. As I begin to wrap up my presentation, I wanted to give a quick case example to help illustrate how nature and adventure can impact our clients. This particular example comes from a client who I will call Alex. She came to work with us from a 90-day substance use recovery program. On a particularly windy day, we gave Alex and her group members the opportunity to participate in a high ropes activity called the Courage Pull, which is shown in the photo to the right. In this activity, clients have the option to climb to the top of a platform, jump into the air, and are supported by a belay team from the ground. Clients are often asked to name something that they're jumping away from and moving towards. Alex had been saying all day that she was really scared about the wind and how it would affect the day's activities. After making several attempts that were thwarted by the wind, eventually the wind calmed down and Alex hesitantly climbed to the top of the pole yet again. Here, she confidently shouted that she was jumping towards sobriety and love and away from drinking and toxic relationships. At that very moment, the wind came in so strong that it almost knocked her off the pole. And she became visibly scared, shaking, and dysregulated. But suddenly, she found her breath, calmed herself down, jumped, and was caught by her belay team. When she reached the ground, I congratulated her and asked what she had experienced at the top of the pole when the wind came in. She told me that the wind came in so hard, but I realized it was pushing me forward, saying, "You can do this," and I did. Although I've seen many moments like this at the Mountain Center, I think Alex's experience highlights what can happen when we quiet the voices in our head and open ourselves to the voices of nature. At that moment, on the top of the pole, Alex was able to step into the looking glass, as Stephen Harper said, and made contact with the deeper wisdom that exists not only in herself, but all around her as well. I would like to end my presentation by answering the question I posed at the beginning and, in my mind, tie together all of the information I've covered so far. I'd like to do this by addressing a famous moment in the world of rock climbing history. In the 1950s, after the world's first ascent of a climbing route called the Nose on El Capitan by a man named Warren Harding, an interviewer from CBS News asked him, "Why on God's green earth do you climb mountains?" I'm sure that many of us have been asked similar questions throughout our lives. I know I have. People have often asked me, why do you backpack, hike, climb, camp, ski, or why would you use nature and adventure in therapy? People so often seem perplexed as to our willingness to enter these forms of spaces as a way to find relief and happiness. But whether you hike, climb, camp, ski, or simply just be in nature, I think this question applies to all of us, particularly me and my cohort as wilderness therapists. To this question, the climber Warren Harding responded, "Because we're insane. Can't be any other reason." Although I can understand his response, I believe the answer is actually just the opposite. I believe that seeking adventure and nature actually restores our sanity. These acts connect us to a deeper, timeless sense of community, meaning, and belonging. They are a form of rehabilitation that enhances our well-being and can help people to feel at peace in their lives. When we enter natural spaces, we return home. A home that is lovingly unbiased. A home that is restorative. And a home that offers us a mirror into our own life, with all of its ups and downs, sunny days and rainy days. And it challenges us to embrace who we really are and who we are meant to be. When we sit with our clients outside in nature, or even in an office with a plant or a simple photograph, we are working alongside nature to provide an experience that can be incredibly healing for people who are in need. People who themselves are seeking to restore or maintain balance in their own lives. When we work with nature, we are never truly alone with our clients. We are encircled by the oldest therapist. We simply walk alongside our clients through their process while being held by the wisest and most understanding being, our Mother Earth. Thank you. So before I open it up for questions, I also just wanted to say thank you for everybody who's supported me through this adventure of grad school, my parents, my partner, my friends, my family, my cohort members, and my teachers, and also myself. So yeah, we can take questions if y'all want. Also, here are my references, but that is an ugly slide, so I will keep it on this. So.
What's the best adventure you've ever been on?
That's tough. I don't know. I'd say the most adventurous could probably be from this picture here, climbing Mount Rainier. Yeah, that was incredible. All right. Well, thank you all so much. And if any questions come to you, I'll be here throughout the day. Feel free to come over and poke me. So, but.
Our next presentation will begin at 9:50, so we have about 8 minutes. So again, stretch, move, it's going to be a long day. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in a moment. All right. So between presentations, we do have a portable mic. So if you have a question, that way everyone on Zoom and everyone in the room can hear that. We will get that to you if you just raise your hand during the Q&A pieces. Let's bring up our next presenter. Seth Tolbert will be presenting on Outside In, incorporating nature in the clinical setting. Let's welcome Seth.
All right, that was pretty seamless. Thank you, Heather, and thank you, Charlie, for getting us kicked off this morning. My name is Seth, as Heather's already mentioned, and the title of my presentation is Outside In, Incorporating Nature in the Clinical Setting. Now, since August, I have been interning as a clinical therapist at Boulder Emotional Wellness, which, fun fact, started by two Naropa Wilderness grad students themselves, Andy and Sarah Rose. Great people, wonderful site, highly encourage people to apply there. At my time there, I've worked with children as young as 11, adult individuals, and also with couples in the office, over Zoom, and lots of walk and talks as well. And during my time in this clinical setting, I kept wrestling with and trying to explore, how do I take all this wonderful knowledge and wisdom that I've been learning through this program these past 2.5 years and bring this into this new setting? And there's two real main themes that kind of percolated to the top for me that felt very important. And these two themes are wildness and relationship. And there's 4 themes that really, over my time, emerged that I think are intertwined with these that I'll go into later. But first, I'll start with wildness. American poet Gary Snyder once wrote that a person with a clear heart and an open mind can experience wilderness anywhere on earth. Now, I think that this is really transcending location. Wilderness is not a location, rather, I'd argue an energy. American psychologist and founder of humanistic psychology, Carl Rogers, wrote about this transitional point in his career where he had this memory of being a child, and in this childhood home, down in the basement, there was this box of these potatoes that were sitting there for a very long time without any water, without any soil, and with just a small little window several feet away. And that despite these extremely unfavorable conditions, these sprouts, the potatoes would continue to sprout into these long, ghostly white tendrils that would extend up to 2 to 3 feet long, reaching out for this window. And he was just struck by this energy, this force of life, this drive to be alive, just to be. And he realized that humans, we all have this same innate drive within us, this drive to be alive and to self-actualize. Now in nature, I feel that it's, at least for me, I witness death and accept death pretty easily in comparison to accepting death, my own mortality. I think for understandable reasons, I think we can all probably relate to this. And I also want to say that I don't think that death is a singular event that happens to us looming off in our future. I believe that this is actually something that we innately have within us, and this is an experience that we've had starting from our earliest days on this planet, and that understanding this part of our psyche can be extremely beneficial and deepening for ourselves. And I kind of skipped around here, but that's all right. So I decided to go ahead and, with this wildness that I believe Carl Rogers and Snyder are pointing to, with this energy of life and this drive to be, it's really this energy. And so I decided to just make my own definition of wildness. which is the unrestrained energy of ceaseless creation through cycles of life and death. Thank you. Now, Rogers is speaking very much to this drive to be alive, and I think that it's also very important to examine the flip side of this coin, and that is death. And I'm out of order now. All right. But, okay, so now we'll go to within past reality integration created by Ingeborg Bosch. There's three main components of this theory and this therapy, which is adult consciousness, child consciousness, and in between the two, this wall of denial. And before you turn to your neighbor and you go, oh, Andy Goldsworthy, I love that. It's not Andy Goldsworthy, to just save you that little bit. Martin Hill, he also has some wonderful other pieces of work. But I like this picture because I think it can concisely help us understand this theory. In adult consciousness, we understand that we are independent, that we don't rely on others for our needs to be fulfilled, that we have choice and agency, and we actually are able to really understand time in a realistic way. We're able to breathe, move freely. Child consciousness is imagine being underneath the water, where we are dependent on others for our needs, where we need something like a snorkel or a line to actually be able to breathe. We have a lack of perceived choice, and our sense of time is not yet developed. This is why we don't have memories before the age of 3, is because this part of our brain hasn't been able to develop so that we have explicit memories. And so this means that when we feel something and we don't have context for it, we feel like it's going to happen forever. And so when we aren't having our needs met, we feel that this feeling is going to last forever, and it's overwhelming, and we feel like we're going to die. And as a way to buffer ourselves from these overwhelming feelings, we develop this thing, a psychological immune system that I'll go ahead and ask you to use your imagination here, that the surface of the water here is actually this thick layer of ice, and this is what this wall of denial is comprised of. And it's made up of 5 main points, main things, defenses that we use, and that is fear. Primary defense, meaning there's something wrong with me. False hope, meaning if I do X, Y, and Z, then you will love me, then you will care for me. False power, there's nothing wrong with me, everything is wrong with you. And denial of needs, this shutting down of our own emotions and feeling that we actually don't need any help from anybody else. Because if we actually allow that in and it doesn't come, then we are let down. And as adults, the world has a way of mirroring and touching on these wounded parts of us that activate these defenses, and all of a sudden we feel like our needs are dependent on others. We don't have a lack of, or we don't have agency or choice, and I'm getting lost now. Anyways, that's all right. It's all part of it, right? I think that's actually all I have to say about that. So, this sense of death, just to really hone in on how much I believe that this is very much a part of our experience. During the 19th and 20th century, there were several accounts of alarming rates of infant mortality within orphanages. In one study in 1950, a well-known pediatrician went around to 10 different cities, and in 9 of these cities, every child below the age of 2 ended up dying from a condition known as marasmus, which is an atrophying of the body. And it wasn't until after World War II when they finally figured out what was happening here, and what was happening is these babies weren't being held. Turned out actually more wealthy families that could afford rockers and would put their babies in a rocker wouldn't actually hold them. There were higher rates of this marasmus versus poorer families that couldn't afford a rocker and would hold their babies instead. Now, I don't bring this up to be a bummer or downer, but quite the opposite. Several years ago, I heard a line from a poem or a song, I can't remember, but it was that the greatest proof of life is that we die. And I thought that this was incredibly poignant. And I don't have notes on that. Okay. So I think that being in touch with this part of our psyche, this experience that we innately have, there is a wisdom within this, and being in touch with this part of ourselves helps us to really be aware and conscious of just how alive we really are. And that as independent adults, these ways that we used to shield ourselves against these overwhelming feelings are no longer serving us, and in fact can really hinder us and harm us and those around us. Now, the second theme that I really want to bring in here is relationship. Within nature, I feel like it's pretty easy to observe how everything really is interconnected in these ecosystems. Nothing really exists in a vacuum. Yet as humans, we tend to, or we can, feel separate and disconnected, both from other people, from ourselves, and from our home. And I think we've all witnessed the devastating effects of being disconnected from our home. And I think it's incredibly important to bring in relationship, just because so many times healing must happen through relationship. In Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, the author talks about spending time with Lena, this elder of her people, and harvesting the sweetgrass. And during this chapter, Lena imparts these teachings that her people have learned over generations and generations of being in this reciprocal connection with the land. And these teachings are, if we use a plant respectfully, it will stay with us and flourish. If we ignore a plant, it will go away. And if we don't give it respect, it will leave us. Now, sweetgrass and grass in general, if it is harvested or grazed in a responsible way, and grazing animals know this, they never take more than half. And in this way, when we thin out the grass, it actually allows it to flourish more because now it has more room to flourish. And in the final words of this chapter, the author writes about how Lena and her people, through their first asking for permission to harvest the sweetgrass, listening, and then after harvesting, offering gratitude and tobacco to the plant. In this way, what they're really saying is, I need you. And the grass, by its being able to really grow even more, to flourish even more, is really saying back that I need you too. And I think that this is a really beautiful and wonderful, concise way of putting how to be in right relationship, really touching on what Charlie has shared with us with the I-thou relationship so beautifully. And I think that this relationship within the therapeutic setting is very appropriate and can be very beneficial for our clients. This I need you too. I know that might be a bit controversial, but I do believe this very deeply. I also think that we can use this knowledge and wisdom of how to be in right relationship to help our clients begin to be in right relationship within their own internal selves. Now, in internal family systems, thank you, created by Richard Schwartz, this sense of self is something that we are born with, and it's comprised, it's this constellation of all these subpersonalities that are with us when we are actually born. It's like this little internal tribe of these ecosystems of all these subpersonalities with their own desires, talents, drives. And as we grow up and we go through life, these parts of us take on different roles in order to try and take care of the system ourselves in response to the environment that they are in. And starting with exiles, let me back up. All of these parts really fall into three different categories. And the first category I like to talk about is exiles. These are the parts of us that have been wounded. And because often we're not actually taught how to handle our emotions as children. And so it's very normal for us to take these parts of us that are so painful and push them away, to relegate them to our basements, to our dungeons, to try and keep them as far away as possible so that we don't feel this pain. Managers, what they do is they try and keep these parts of us down in our basements, in our dungeons, and also to try and keep the world from coming in and touching these parts of us. And I mean, there's a multitude of different ways that we do this. We get very creative with this. And these parts of us often can be very judgmental, very viewing our wounded parts as things like pitiful and weak. Now, when the world inevitably does somehow find a way to touch our wounded parts, or these parts of us emerge, what can happen is we feel this firestorm of pain that feels overwhelming. And so this is where the firefighters come online. And their job is to basically get rid of the pain at any cost. And so they do this regardless of what it might do to our own physical health, as well as our relationships with others. Now, in the midst of all of this, we have what is called our capital S self, and this is who we are, really at our core. This is a part of us that is unwavering, that cannot be further divided. It is complete and whole. Depending on whatever religion you choose to use here, we all have a word for this: spirit, soul, Atman, Buddha mind, take your pick. These are all getting to this aspect of ourselves. And this is something that we always have access to, but it is sometimes hard to get access to this because it's being included by all these other parts. And so things like meditation can really help us to get in touch with this capital S self. And when we, have a great sit and we come out, we're like, man, we feel so clear and great. This is awesome. Schwartz likes to remind us that this is not the end point of healing, but this is actually where we begin to heal. And when we're in this space, we have all these, what are these C words, these qualities, part of ourself that are curious and calm and confident, connected, clear, creative, courageous, and compassionate. And from this place, this is where this I need you to relationship, I believe, can really happen. And this part of ourselves can be in this relationship with these other parts, letting them know, hey, I actually do really need you. You've done such a great job. And from this is where our wounded parts can really heal and that become unburdened, as well as our managers. Now, these parts of us that don't want to be bullies or are putting on these roles to try and keep us safe, now they are liberated to do other things that they are better actually equipped to do for themselves and for ourselves as a whole. So, as I mentioned before, there's 4 themes that during my short time as a therapist have really arisen that I think tie into these first 2 themes that I've addressed. And these are acceptance, curiosity, creativity, and meaning making. Now, starting with acceptance, Franciscan monk Richard Rohr once wrote that the job of being human is to accept that you are fully human and fully accepted. It's one of my favorite quotes ever. And who better to call upon for guidance with acceptance than our good friend Carl Rogers? Now, often he's quoted saying, not until I fully accept myself can I then begin to change. For many of us, fully accepting ourselves is quite the task. And so we need a little bit of some outside help. In his book, A Way of Being, he talks about likening watching a sunset to, or witnessing a sunset to witnessing his clients, and that he pontificates on if one of the reasons maybe that we enjoy our sunsets so much is because we can't actually control them. We don't sit there and say, oh, turn up the orange over there and maybe just like put a bit more purple over there. No, we can just like sit back and just accept that this is happening. And in this way, if we're able to be in relationship with people in the same respect, that it's more enjoyable for us. And also it has this extremely healing quality and transformational quality for the person being witnessed. In therapy, we're asking our clients to be extremely vulnerable with things that they may have never told anybody else. These are, we witness things that we hide from the rest of the world, and in this way, these are parts of us that need to be accepted in order to really begin to heal. Next is curiosity. There's so many books that can just be spouted off about curiosity. So much to say, but I just want to pick one thing here, and this is a little experiment that I've had for myself. Okay. So Kaplan developed this, what is called attention restoration theory. And feel free to read the slide if you want to. I'm just going to boil it down real quick and simple for you. So directed attention, that is having extended focus on a singular task or stimulus, leads to mental fatigue. Being out in nature restores our cognitive capabilities. And there's one thing in key ingredient in all of this, and this is a soft fascination that really nature lends itself very easily to its this aspect of effortless attention. So imagine being outside and just viewing clouds going across the sky, or watching waves crashing on the sand, or hearing the rustling of leaves. This effortless attention. Now, as an emerging therapist, I very much can tend to have very directed attention during therapy sessions. I can get wrapped up in what am I going to say next, or what intervention am I going to do, and because of this, while I'm focusing so much on this, I do get extremely mentally fatigued by the end of the day, and often I miss what my clients are really trying to say. And so I had this thought of, what if I transpose this concept onto the therapeutic, or the clinical setting? What this study found is that in addition to really restoring our cognitive abilities and ability to focus, it also helps to awaken our creativity and to allow for self-reflection. And so I think these are three very important things to have as a therapist while in therapy. So in this way, this, like I said, this is very much an experiment that I am engaging in. So far, I think this is actually really helping me to remain open and viewing just the therapy room and the client itself as this ecosystem where I can witness the words that they're saying, their body language, their countenance, the words that are underlying their words. What season of life are they actually in? What weather is really percolating inside of them? All of these aspects, and being able to kind of sit back a little bit and see what's grabbing my curiosity, and in this way remaining more open, checked in with myself, because this is very much a tool that we need as therapists, is understanding what's going on for me. Okay. Next is creativity. During our canyon section, we were asked to go out into nature and find an instance that spoke to us about resiliency in the context of trauma. And what I found was this juniper growing out of the side of this cliff, out of this wall, and growing in a way that only junipers can, in this very beautiful way. And there's one word that really came to mind for me, and that was creative. Resiliency is creative. Thank you. Maltese physician Edward de Bono wrote, "Creativity is one of the most important human resources of all. Without it, we would forever be repeating the same patterns." And I think this very much speaks to trauma, how our minds and bodies really get frozen in time. Bessel van der Kolk often talks about how an important role for us as therapists is to help our clients to explore their own creativity. And from what I've gathered, creativity is something that is very key to healing from trauma, and also a result of healing from trauma. In creativity also, in order for this to happen, we very much need to be in touch with our emotions and be able to process them in a regulated state. In his book, Body Keeps a Score, van der Kolk talks about limbic system therapy. Now, in short, our amygdala is our alarm system. And in post-traumatic responses, it becomes this faulty alarm system. Imagine a smoke detector in our house that if there's big flames that are threatening to take down our house, we need it to go off. Great, awesome, very useful. If somebody lights a candle in our house and it goes off, not so useful. Now when this happens, and also this is happening too often by stimulus that we aren't even conscious of. And there's so many different ways that our amygdala gets triggered. And when this happens, our dorsolateral prefrontal cortex comes online, or is kind of always online. But it's responsible for most of our conscious awareness, and it is really responsible for, it is really responsible for externally being aware. And so, am I safe? Am I safe? Am I safe? This part of our brain has no connection to our emotional brain, and so we aren't actually able to process the emotions the way that we need to be able to in order to heal from trauma. The way that we do this is we get the medial prefrontal cortex online, which does have a connect relationship to our emotional brain. And the way that we do this is through interoception. Now, interoception is basically the ability to know what is going on inside of me. What are the somatic senses that are happening for me? As Dan Siegel points out, name it to tame it. Meaning making. Let's keep moving on. Here's some real life examples of creativity in motion here. Okay. All right, yeah, give it up for Georgia, right? All right. All right, now finally, meaning making. Peter Levine writes, while trauma can be hell on earth, trauma resolved is a gift from the gods, a heroic journey that belongs to each of us. Mythologist and activist Caroline Casey writes, trauma is our dangerous, beautiful assignment. Now, trauma and the response to trauma and how we heal from trauma is very individual and to ourselves. And so our job as therapists is to help our clients to come to a meaning making of their trauma in a way that is adaptive and very true for them. Now, in this study, Steger and Park examine meaning making after trauma happens, and they break down two different meanings that we make. One is global meaning, which is our beliefs, goals, feelings, how we interpret the world and our life events. Things like religion really kind of fall into this category. Now there's situational meanings, which in short is when bad things happen, we try and make meaning of it. Steger and Park argue that trauma really happens when our situational meaning of an event really shatters or violates our global meaning making. And I apologize because it's probably extremely hard to read, but in short, when there is this discrepancy, we can see on this graph all the ways that meaning making can or cannot serve us. In short, we really need this meaning to be adaptive. If it is not adaptive, we might feel better in the short run, and then our stress levels go way up. If we actually find adaptive meaning, our stress levels go up, but then we're able to actually process what's going on, and then we can heal from it. Okay, now, this is a very universal way of explaining trauma and meaning making. And I wish that this was my idea, but this is not. This is from the words of writer Asia Suller. I have augmented it a little bit for my own purposes here, but anyways. So 4.5 billion years ago, this giant rock came and it hit Earth during its formation and instantly turning the planet molten. And while this happened, our Earth shifted on a 23.5 degree axis. All of this debris got spewed out into space, revolving around our Earth, and then congealing into what is now our moon. And they also believe that part of this rock was actually enveloped into the core of the Earth, and this is why we have such a large core for a planet of our size. Now, through a trauma lens, trauma is this rock that hits us. It knocks us off our axis. Now, with the Earth, this is actually what gives us our seasons and diversity on this planet. And this diversity is actually what has helped us to survive things like ice ages. So in this way, trauma, it knocks us off our axis and helps us to have a greater diversity and seasons of our emotions. And once we are able to heal from trauma, really experience the diversity of life in a deeper way, and prepare us for the inevitable challenges that life will hand us later on in life and be able to survive these things. When this debris, thank you, this debris goes off into space, this is like our exiles, like I was mentioning before, these parts of us that were so painfully hurt that we try and get them away from us. But the moon actually keeps us on our orbit, or axis of 23.5 degrees, and without it, we would be wobbling so much to the point that we couldn't sustain life on our planet. And so in this way, we really do have this relationship with our exiles that once you're able to honor these parts of us and be in a relationship with them, that they really truly can become this guiding light amidst our darkness that bring us back to our greatest strengths and our purpose here on this planet. And now finally, this part of our enlarged core. I think of this as like kind of the Grinch heart that expands at the end of the movie. Pema Chodron talks about how spirituality is often thought about as climbing this mountaintop and trying to get to the very top where we reach enlightenment. And we're free of all these pains and worries. But really, spirituality is this climbing down and crawling down and digging deep into the core of a mountain. And there we find our wounded heart. And from this place of this wounded heart, this is what connects us to life around us, to have empathy, to be able to be in right relationship, to need you, to have you need me, to have this I-thou relationship. And finally, buckle in, because this is a big old incredible idea I had. Just let's joke. Incorporate nature in your intake assessment. So I'm already having a whole litany of questions that I'm asking clients as they come in. And so I thought, why don't I just bring this in? And so far it's actually yielded a really great results, helping people to examine, maybe they do want to develop a greater relationship with nature. It also opens up there's an invitation to address things like climate grief, which I think is very important. And having it in the intake assessment in this way, I think, allows it to be an invitation that is not me laying my beliefs or morals onto you, but just allowing these things to be brought up organically. Okay, so finally, during this last minute, do I have a minute? Are we good? Okay. So I'm just going to ask for us to just settle for a little bit and get in touch with our own internal wildness. This unrestrained energy of ceaseless creation through cycles of life and death. And now borrowing quite heavily from the Hindu translation of Namaste, which is, the divine in me sees and honors the divine in you. Holding this, and if you're at home and you're alone on the screen, maybe relaying this to your own internal parts, these constellations and these subpersonalities within you. And if you're here in the audience and don't feel too uncomfortable, maybe turning to your fellow human and in some way letting them know that the wildness in me sees and honors the wildness in you. All right. Thank you all so much. Time for questions? Okay, we got time for questions. Let's go. I feel like this is a power move. Yeah. Yes. Hey, Mary.
I'm
you. Hi. Whoa. So somebody who's working in an inner city setting, aside from incorporating nature into your intake process, how else have you found that you can bring nature more into the therapeutic relationship while not being as close to nature as I think we would all like to be?
It's a great question. I have actually done excuse me, interventions such as just bringing in potted plants, and we can give the seed a meaning and then plant it, and now they have this to take home with them. Stuff like that. Bringing in even just like little totems. I have this basket actually made of sweetgrass that my mom and dad gave me. Thanks, Mom and Dad. That has different rocks and things like that. So those are just two kind of ways. I think even just like flowers can be great to bring in. They also hold a lot of, what would you call that? Words, right? We use them at funerals. We use them at weddings, so they can have a lot of meaning for us. And also just fragrance, like Charlie was talking about, how much scents can really invigorate ourselves.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Seth. Again, just taking a breath. I'd now like to welcome up Sydney Call and T. Thorpe. They will be presenting on connecting children to nature through the power of experiential, expressive, and play therapies.
Thanks, Heather. Okay, so yeah, as Heather said, we're talking about connecting children to nature through the power of experiential, expressive, and play therapies. And I'm Sydney.
I'm T. Yeah, so thank you all so much for being here today. Growing up in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, I developed a deep love and bond with the natural world, exploring outside with dogs, riding horses. This has really shaped who I am today. As an equine-partnered, nature-based therapist, I'm passionate about facilitating a meaningful connection and relationship to nature for the next generation of humans, those we call children. In an effort to foster ecological compassion and stewardship that I truly believe is critical for the health of our whole planetary ecosystem.
And I grew up in Idaho, hiking in the Tetons and the Sawtooths, and I've always loved playing in the mountains and alpine lakes. And I hope to always be a child at heart and to never stop playing also. Through my journey at Naropa, I have explored how nature and play intersect, and in my practicum and internship, I have been fortunate enough to play with my clients outside. Through my work with children, I have seen firsthand the power of fostering connections with nature through experiencing, expressing, and playing. So we wanted to quickly clarify who we're going to be talking about in our population. Because technically a child is a person, any person between birth and puberty. But for the purpose of our presentation, we're going to be talking on the ages 4 to 14 years old. So with this, we wanted to touch briefly on how nature has an impact on childhood development. And I'll be using Erikson as a framework for childhood development in relation to how fostering a relationship with nature can influence development in the age range that we're focusing on. So this is Erikson's stages of psychosocial development, and the ones that are highlighted are the ones that we're going to be focusing on. So first, starting with ages 3 to 5 years old. The psychosocial task here is initiative versus guilt. And I found a study that relates to this by Faber and Taylor. They found that children with a greener view outside of their house scored higher on impulse control and delay of gratification. Another researcher found natural ecosystems challenge cognitive and motor activity, and intuitively children use their environments for physical challenges and play, creative problems to be solved, and opportunities to expand their mental capacity. Moving on to ages 5 to 13 years old, the psychosocial task here being industry versus inferiority, and the developed virtue is competency. So in a study by Wells researching children in low-income families, they found that those living closer to natural environments had enhanced levels of cognition as well as improvements in attention. And another study showed children who had access to nature spaces during recess performed better on motor skills tests and had positive impacts on social, emotional, and cognitive development. And lastly, talking about ages 13 to 21 years old, the focus here is on identity versus confusion. Studies by Kaplan, Kahn, and Talbot showed children with increased time in nature actually had a stronger sense of self-worth, as well as higher self-esteem. And I wanted to bring in this quote from Richard Liu from Last Child in the Woods. He states, "Several studies suggest that thoughtful exposure to youngsters to nature can be a powerful form of therapy. And as one scientist puts it, we can now assume that just as children need good nutrition and adequate sleep, they may very well need contact with nature." And then I wanted to get into something that I have seen directly with my own clients, which is the impact on screen time and limited green time. So in our day and age of increased technology usage, we're seeing this leads to less connection with nature. And with this, we can't go without mentioning the implications associated with COVID lockdowns and time spent in nature. One study found that children aged 4 to 12 years old, their screen time post-pandemic increased by 1 hour and 45 minutes per day as compared to pre-pandemic screen time. Another statistic says that the average American child spends about 4 to 7 minutes a day playing outside and over 7 hours a day in front of a screen. Yeah. So Richard Liu coined this term nature deficit disorder, and he defines it as the human cost of alienation from nature, and among them, diminished use of the senses, which Seth and Charlie touched on, attention difficulties, and higher rates of physical and emotional illness. So I think we all know screens can be addicting. They light up a certain part of our brain, and we get a hit of dopamine every time we pick up our phones. So what this means for children is it could be setting them up for addictive behavioral patterns. And that being said, I also want to address the other negative impacts technology usage can have on a child. It was found that high levels of screen time is associated with depression, anxiety, stress, and poor self-regulation. On the other hand, green time is associated with positive mental health, cognitive functioning, and high academic achievement in children. So given these findings, the evidence suggests that green time could even be a powerful buffer for the negative effects of screen time. So T's gonna get into some more benefits of nature here.
Yeah, and we have an experiential. We've got these little jars. We're gonna start passing those out. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Mara.
Mark.
Just go ahead and take one and pass it along. So, as Sydney was discussing prior, we can see that there's numerous areas in which nature supports healthy childhood development, including some that I'd like to touch into a little bit more. So, brain and body support. Getting outside invites movement and exercise, which we know supports cognitive function, and ADHD symptoms. Nigel Dorr, the director of the Wildlife Trust, summarizes findings from a study conducted by the Institute of Education at UCL, done to assess the effect nature experience has on children, saying, research shows that children experience profound and diverse benefits through regular contact with nature. Contact with the wild improves children's well-being, motivation, and confidence. The data also highlights how children's experiences in and around the natural world led to better relationships with their teachers and classmates. Additional studies show the ways that children who have access to nature exhibit increased civic engagement, which we believe is key in fostering this ecological stewardship for future generations and facilitating an awareness of the interdependence between all life on the planet. Yeah, so there'll be a quiz on attention restoration theory later. The basis of modern scientific theory validating what ancestral and indigenous wisdom has purported all along as nature being crucial for overall systemic well-being of humans is named in biophilia, or literally the love of life, this innate and instinctive drive to affiliate with the living natural world, as well as art, attention restoration theory, which posits that the natural environment grants us an opportunity to engage with the world through soft fascination and effortless attention, allowing the brain to rest and restore, eliminating distracting and dysregulating stimuli in the built world. This concept is particularly interesting as means to support those with ADHD. In a 2011 study, researchers found that children performed better on a concentration task when visiting a wooded area rather than a town. And the children also reported generally more positive emotions with less behavioral issues in that natural environment. You're good. In addition to these physical, emotional, and social benefits we have discussed, nature also provides a safe space and secure attachment relationship, as well as a model of resiliency. Children can rely on the sun to rise in the morning and to be welcomed to their favorite park or natural space without judgment by nature. Nature offers children a model of post-traumatic growth. For example, we can see the bright green grass spring up from scorched black earth after a wildfire, exhibiting a natural resilience in nature, showing us that even after a challenging experience, like a wildfire, which actually has to happen to restore the environment, there's hope for restoration and growth on the other side. Children's human-nature connection is a complex embodied ability. This quote from a qualitative study published in Frontiers in Psychology in 2018 illustrates this innate and embodied connection to nature children possess. This study, titled A Framework to Assess Where and How Children Connect to Nature, examines significant nature situations, such as those involving creative expression or self-restoration, and what constitutes children's human-nature connection, like caring for and being one with nature, and how these relate over time. So, what does it look like on an everyday basis to build this relationship to nature? Some things that aren't necessarily therapeutic, but definitely can be applied within the therapeutic context. Unsupervised, safe time outside, nature free play. Allowing children time outside to explore and play in an unstructured way. Taking time to mindfully walk in nature, maybe inquiring before, during, or after, what stood out to you? What did you notice during the walk? What resonated? Creating a space for reflection and awareness. or a more structured form of nature play in the form of a scavenger hunt, allowing curiosity and exploration to inform that experience. Taking intentional trips to nature, whether camping or finding a nearby sit spot to come back to and form a relationship with. One of my personal favorites, spending time with and caring for animals. All allow children to relate to and bond with the natural world. And Sydney will pick up from there.
I just wanted to touch on some other activities, including gardening. So planting a garden, co-creating a garden, and tending and nurturing it through the seasons. And then something that is accessible for inside, which Seth actually mentioned too, is planting a seed and watching it grow inside before your eyes too. And then nature crafts. So something T and I did growing up a lot, had mud kitchens and made mud pies. And then one that you can do inside also is having a nature table where you interact with natural elements. And also something I use myself for regulation is using clay a lot. So love that one.
They're a putty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So getting into experiential, expressive, and play therapies, we wanted to mention that expressive and play therapy are inherently experiential, and so there's a lot of overlap and intersections also. So I wanted to give definitions of each, but keep that in mind as we keep talking. So experiential therapy allows children to use expressive tools, activities, and other methods to reenact and recreate specific situations from past and present situations of their life. Expressive therapy involves the use of creative arts to help children to communicate problems, process emotions, and develop solutions. And play therapy is a type of therapy that uses play, toys, and games to help children explore and safely experience the difficulties they are working through. And in our experience working with these therapies, we have noticed the inherent interconnection of nature with all of these modalities. And when using these, have been able to connect with nature as a co-therapist.
Yeah, thanks, Sid. In my experience, the power of each of these therapies lies in their ability to connect the client to their most natural, authentic selves. Experiential therapy can be adventure therapy, like Charlie described with his work at the Mountain Center. Expressive-based, like art, dance, movement, psychodrama, play, and or animal-assisted. So my internship has been with a Boulder County nonprofit that's grant-funded, Medicine Horse. Here, I saw my clients gain insight in numerous ways through experiential equine therapy. They would have an experience with the animals, whether horse, mini donkey, mini donkey, goat, or even a sheep that looks like Will Ferrell, I guess. His name is Ricky Bobby. And from there, process and reflect upon this experience, making their own meaning of it, taking this learning away with them in their bodies and into the world. The horses are wonderful co-therapists of experiential therapy. They live in the present moment and offer real-time feedback for clients in a completely non-judgmental way, allowing them to practice, process, and integrate insights over time. Or sometimes, in a magic aha moment, horses seem to have the power to grant. For example, pictured here is a breed of horse called a Norwegian fjord, who many kids and adults may recognize from the movie Frozen. I used to work with a fjord named Odin, and kids would come in the barn and say, "Frozen horse!" Very popular, very popular. So we can see in this picture, this horse is being groomed, one of many experiential equine therapy activities that connects clients to the present moment through sensory awareness. Horses are very soft. have smells as well. And also builds a relational skill set for the clients.
So I'm going to be touching on expressive therapy. Since the beginning of time, people have used expression as a form of therapy. People throughout time have used music, dancing, and art as a way to express their inner world and emotions. Expressive therapy can include drama, visual arts, creative writing or storytelling, play, dance, and music, just to name a few. And again, connection with nature can help to facilitate expressive therapy. Some examples of activities can include earth crafts, using clay or mud, painting rocks, using shells to hear the ocean, using sticks and pine cones to create music, or creating floral arrangements. So I wanted to do a little exercise with you all, and my invitation is for you all to check in with your emotional body. What do you feel right now? If you need to close your eyes or just turn inward, what emotions are present with you in this moment? Maybe taking a deep breath, noticing where you're feeling the emotion in your body, and taking it a step further. I invite you to explore what this emotion would be if it were a being in the natural world. I'll give you a moment. Now that you've identified your natural being, the invitation is to express a sound or a movement that your being needs to let free. And on 3, the invitation is to let it out. 1, 2, 3. That was awesome. Thank you. So now diving into play therapy. From the time we were born, we learn how to play, and it becomes a natural form of communication for a child. Play for all ages allows humans a way to express their thoughts and feelings freely. Since play is an innate way of experiencing, it can feel safer than other forms of expression. Also, the tools and techniques that children learn from play therapy can be used outside of the session as well, as a way of coping with big emotions. When people think of play, the intersection of nature is not too far-fetched. Some ways nature is a facilitator of play could be scavenger hunts, or scavenger hunts finding natural objects, tree climbing, or splashing in water, but many more. One association of play in connection with nature is using sand, which you all should have gotten a little tube of. Raise your hand if you didn't. Okay, good. Before we get into that, I wanted to touch briefly on a case study from my internship at Juniper Mountain Counseling in Bend, Oregon. I feel like this case study just highlights how experiential, expressive, and play have been effective in my work with my clients. So I'll be talking about my 12-year-old female identifying client using she, her pronouns. She initially came into therapy for anxiety, and she wanted to talk about her experience being bullied at school. And later on, I learned about her suicidal ideation as well. After getting to know her better, we started to explore the stuckness of her emotions. She identified her patterns of holding in anger specifically, and this was due to her experiences of explosive anger coming from her father. She told me, "I don't know how to feel anger, let alone get it out." I asked her if she'd be open to trying something and if she trusted me. She hesitantly agreed, and we went outside near an open field. I handed her a rock and gave her the prompt, just chuck it. She threw rock after rock, and I slowly saw the timid and quiet girl I knew transform before my eyes. I asked, "What does your voice need to do?" She said, "Yell." I said, "Do it." She did, and I witnessed her be louder than she had ever been before. I asked her, "What do your feet need to do?" She said she started stomping on the ground. Once she finished, I asked her to check in with her anger in that moment. She described what had once been a solid, black, heavy ball in her stomach as moving around and separating some now. Today, she still goes outside to throw rocks, stomp, and be loud, but really to be her full, expansive self in nature's safe and comforting container.
So, 8 out of 10 of my individual clients are 19 or younger, with the youngest being 6. And I've helped facilitate multiple groups for ages ranging from 6 to 16, with the most recent being a 6-week group that I co-facilitated with an audience member here today, actually. Thanks, Toby. For a group of teens between 13 and 15 who are experiencing anxiety, depression, or a decrease in their overall mental health. Here, we focused on building a relationship to the horses, each other, and themselves, ourselves, in order to address clinical goals of need and emotion, identification and awareness, self-efficacy, confidence building, what boundaries, rupture, and repair can look like in a healthy relationship. The teens named being able to better identify their emotions with increased interoception skills after practicing in our group, saying the group felt like a safe place each week to check in with themselves in an authentic way. So we've got a picture here on the left of one of my buddies at Madison Horse. So he's just taking a drink of water and you can just barely see his tongue is poking out. He's got even like a little drip of water on the tip of his tongue. And I've noticed him doing this several times, actually. It kind of seems like he likes to just hold his tongue out. But this picture really summarizes and illustrates this playful expression and authentic way of being and beauty, those bluebird sky, snow-capped Rocky Mountains in the back, that I feel really grateful to have experienced at Madison Horse. Yeah. Thank you. So now, got that jar of sand. We've been talking to you all about all these modalities. We wanted to offer another little experiential. So now's the time to experience, express, and play with this jar of sand. Okay, so we'll settle in a little bit. This is an invitation into the present moment. We have the opportunity to connect with this natural element, sand, whose basic component of silica is also an element of our bodies, illustrating the transpersonal interconnection between all life on Earth. So taking some time to connect with yourself, noticing wherever the chair might be holding you up, your feet on the ground or in your shoes. Noticing our body is breathing for us without any effort. Maybe taking an intentional, deeper breath in through your nose, sighing it out. Do 1 or 2 more of those on your own. And begin to check in with anything you can see. It's coming into our senses. Maybe you have your eyes closed. Maybe you're scanning the room. What shapes or colors are in your line of sight? What can we hear? Close, far away. What do we notice tactily? What do we feel? Maybe it's clothes on our back or warmth of the light above. Is there any smells or tastes we're aware of? Now that we've taken a moment to connect with ourselves and the environment, let's come into further connection with our little jar of sand. What do you notice about this little jar? What are you drawn to do with it? Maybe shake it, open it, pour it out. If you haven't already, I welcome you to open it, pour it out, have a little fun. What's the texture like in your hand? What is coming up for you? You explore this little bitty jar. Yeah, so holding this sand in our hand, we're really holding nature in our hands, experiencing a direct connection that we can explore in an expressive and playful way. And I invite you all to keep experiencing your little sand. You can keep that jar. You can also return it to wherever that basket may have ended up. Yes, Charlie has it. So
Shout out to Kelly for the basket. She made that herself.
yes, that she actually made that basket. Thank you so much, Sid. On our rock section, she wove that from willow branches, right? Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you all for your presence and your participation, and we're open for questions or comments.
Love you. Thanks.
Anyone?
What creatures were you when you channeled her?
Oh, thanks, Bryn. I was a deer.
I was a deer.
Cool.
I asked her in the experiential what creature you two were feeling because I didn't see movement from you two.
It's a deer. A deer.
I didn't have one, but I'm deciding right now that maybe a sloth. I was trying to channel that, yeah.
Sweet. Sloth off the stage.
If anybody else has any other questions, feel free to come poke us like Charlie said.
Going back to Facebook days. Thanks, y'all. I can definitely feel that sense of play within my body, wanting to just kind of shake it out. And the sand, it took me back to my childhood, feet on the beaches, and it was really pleasant. So thanks, you all. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Justin and Amanda will be presenting at 11:15. So we've got about 20 minutes, 15 on the safe side. So take care of your needs, and we'll come back and I'll introduce them. Thank you.
Please make your way back to your seats. And just noticing what happens for you as we move from presentation to presentation with different topics, noticing what happens in your body in the space between presentations. Are you finding yourself wanting to connect with others, to fade away into the background? Maybe all of the above in small doses. So let's welcome Amanda Smith and Justin Landon with their presentation, Relational Wounding and Connection to Self and Others.
Thank you. Right. Okay. So, thank you all so much for being here. We're really excited to share with you some of our experience as clinicians and the topics we research that has been inspired by our clinical and personal journeys.
We're so excited that hopefully we don't just start talking about it ourselves. We want to remember you're here. So my internship site was at Mental Health Partners, an outpatient clinic in Broomfield, and I worked with kids, adults, families. I was most interested, though, and most excited about some group work that I did. And one of those groups was called Seeking Safety, and that's for adults who have comorbid diagnoses of PTSD and substance use disorder. So my other role in life is I'm a substance use counselor, and I've been doing that for a couple of years. And so my excitement about this kind of comes out of that work and also my internship site. So I've noticed over time that a lot of my clients, almost all of my clients, have one thing in common. So those that are addicted to abusing substances have some early relational trauma or disruption in their attachment. So I really wanted to dig into that, and I wondered how I could use the outdoors, nature-based therapies to help these clients.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. So yeah, I began my research for Capstone following a curiosity that I developed from working with my clients at Alpine Lakes Counseling Center. As I got to know each of my clients, a theme of loneliness began to emerge. However, for some of my clients, loneliness didn't quite capture the totality of their experience. Like Amanda's experience with her clients, another theme of relational wounding appeared. And so I became committed to researching loneliness and relational trauma. And what I found is presented here alongside Amanda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when we had these ideas for our presentations, we actually started out as two separate topics, and we started talking to each other and realized we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about how early relational wounding leads to maladaptive strategies. So throughout our presentation, we'll use the word strategy because these are adaptations. These are ways that an individual from really early on copes with a not ideal situation relationally. So we've both personally turned to the outdoors, hence the program we're in, but for some healing. And for me, this topic of, originally I had considered early attachment as it leads to addictive strategies, and then how can I use the outdoors as a co-facilitator, co-therapist. This idea for me came about during the height of COVID, where I was experiencing a lot of isolation, and I walked through this grove of trees that felt almost maternal, and it felt like this surrogate mother that was holding me, and I felt this sort of soothing experience, and I said, this is what I want to talk about for my capstone.
Yeah, so my experience with this is it was night 3 of a wilderness solo, and I hadn't eaten, and my sleeping pad popped the first night. Yeah, leaving me cold and a little tired at night. a little cranky too during the day. And yeah, I tossed and turned on the wet sand and I couldn't sleep. So I decided to get out of my tent and start a fire because that was a better alternative than staying in my tent and cold. So one of the better decisions I made in life, and I gathered some wood and began feeding the fire. Impatiently, I waited for the sun to come up. I sat there in frozen silence of the early morning, staring into the fire. I began to notice my face and body warming, then chills radiating through my body. And in that moment, I thought, whoa, this is love right here. And tears began to roll down my cheek, but not because I was cold, tired, or hungry. It's because the fire reminded me I'm worthy of love, and that it was time to break down the castle walls I had built so high. Yeah, in front of me was no longer this thing to keep me warm. In relationship with this fire, consistently felt safe, held, seen, and heard. Okay, so why concentric circle? Why concentric circles? Yeah, that's what you see up there on the screen, and our title is Relational Wounding in Connection to Self and Others. This is the center of our presentation. And we use the circle to illustrate how protective layers begin to form around a core relational wound that tends to lead us astray from ourselves and others. These protective layers, as you can see, involve attachment styles, 3 types of isolation, and addiction. So the question we began with is, how do the protective layers that form when someone experiences relational wounding reduce one's connection to self and others?
So we follow this thread throughout our presentation, and you'll hear us even repeat the languaging kind of over again. But we postulate that if relational wounds occur early in life, then developing an insecure attachment style is more likely, along with bringing about feelings of isolation and substance use to self-medicate the emotional pain caused by the relational wound. Thus, relational wounding over the span of human development creates the conditions for someone to disconnect from the self and from others.
So we're going to begin with relational wounding. Oh, thank you. Cool. So trauma happens when someone is confronted with an experience of inescapable stress. This is the traumatic event. Then the trauma is what happens after the event, inside the body. According to Peter Levine, trauma is about a loss of connection to ourselves, our families, and the world around us. This loss is hard to recognize because it happens slowly over time. We adapt to subtle changes, sometimes without even noticing. Mate in The Myth of Normal adds, as the lost connection is internalized, it forges our view of reality, and we come to believe in the world we see through its cracked lens. So, with this general overview of trauma, we're going to talk about 2 specific types. First one is big T. So big T trauma is when something happens that should not have happened. And this might look like emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, violence in the family, or a lost parent. As well, natural disasters may pose a threat to one's relationship with the land and the community. So then, the other type of trauma is little t trauma. The boiled down definition of little t trauma is when something does not happen when it should have happened. This might look like emotional or physical neglect, which Mate posits is the most prominent trauma in our society. Little t's can cause us to internalize messages like, I am too much, too emotional, too sensitive, as is true for one of my clients who has experienced severe relational wounding. So as children and infants, we are vulnerable and we depend on caregivers to meet our basic physical and emotional needs. When these needs are neglected by our caregiver, key brain regions associated with attachment, like the opioid apparatus, dopamine system, and self-regulation system, can become impaired, affecting our ability to co-regulate, learn new behaviors, and self-soothe. So, Amanda's going to talk about attachment, but we're just going to go ahead and revisit. I'm going to click through. Yeah. One more. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and revisit this hypothesis we're beginning with. So if relational wounds occur early in life, then developing an insecure attachment style is more likely. Oh yeah, and I'm going to do this attachment. My bad. Okay, so a plain definition of attachment is an infant or child proximity seeking toward a caregiver for survival and safety. In this quote, Mate articulates the significance of attachment. He says, attachment is the foundation of our emotional lives, shapes who we are and how we relate, what we value and what we seek. And so let's now take a look at the optimal conditions to develop a secure attachment. So secure attachment is fostered by a caregiver's consistent availability and attunement. Other characteristics stem from caregivers fostering trust, providing validation, and cultivating a sense of belonging in their child. This does not suggest that caregivers need to be perfect for a child to develop a secure attachment. In fact, let's even imagine that being a perfect parent was possible. Sorry, Mom. So, having a perfect caregiver would not create the conditions of processing a conflict towards resolution, a process known as rupture and repair. With these conditions in place, the child begins to develop a healthy and congruent sense of self and accurately understand, intuit, and perceive others. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see earned secure attachment. So this is a process that happens when someone who experiences early insecure attachment eventually becomes secure through healthy relationships in their life. This is what we aim to do as clinicians. So Amanda will now discuss how insecure attachment serves as a survival adaptation employed by the infant or child in response to an unavailable caregiver.
Yes. So again, we come back to this word strategies, insecure attachment strategies. These are adaptations. So there are 3 types of insecure attachment strategies, and these were created in the 1980s. And so we're going to use this, I'll talk about how they're developed in children, and then we're going to, so it's assumed and it's proven that an attachment strategy lasts from infancy throughout the lifetime unless there's some interruption or intervention. So 3 types: anxious, avoidant, and disorganized. We're going to mostly focus on anxious and avoidant attachment during our presentation, but I'll go through each. So anxious attachment develops when an infant, a child, is inconsistently responded to. So the caregiver is misattuned to the child. And this develops out of, so it may be a caregiver who's focused on their own needs. So maybe they're struggling with their own physical or mental health diagnosis. Maybe they're struggling with poverty or they're a single parent. And so we're not parent blaming here. I think there's a lot of sort of stigma around attachment because this develops because we can only give our children what we have. And so if you assume parents only have so much, sometimes they can't consistently respond to the needs of the child. And so a child with anxious attachment develops a sense of a low self-esteem, a fear of rejection or abandonment, and clinginess in relationships. Again, these are strategies. This is a way that a child, an infant, is going to ensure connection. We're very wise beings, even in infancy. So the anxious attachment can be seen as a wave. It's sort of like too close and then too far away, pushing away. Avoidant can be seen more like an island. So an avoidantly attached person developed this way out of having an inconsistent or consistently unavailable caregiver. Their needs weren't met. And so this is an infant that learns very early on that they have to meet their own needs. So self-soothing and understanding that the parent may not come to their need when they cry or when they need something. So this is a person, a child, or an adult that isn't necessarily alone, but won't quite let you in. They like to be on their island, and they don't really feel comfortable when somebody else is on their island with them. So they may tend to avoid strong displays of closeness and intimacy. It feels threatening. Disorganized attachment is a combination of both avoidance strategies and anxious strategies. And so this is why we don't really focus on this. We draw from the other two styles, strategies. But this develops when the caregiver is quite unpredictable. And the child develops a fear of their own caregiver. So someone with disorganized attachment has a really difficult time trusting others and is inconsistent with their own behavior. So back to our thread, if relational wounds, there's a thing here, isn't there?
Should be.
No.
Oh, maybe not.
That's okay. So we say, again, if relational wounds occur early in life, then developing an insecure attachment strategy is more likely giving rise to feelings of isolation, which Justin will talk about.
Thanks. Yeah, so isolation. Mate says, trauma occurs when we are not seen and not known. This depicts how isolation can be a key aspect in relational wounding. Irvin Yalom developed 3 types of isolation in his book, Existential Psychotherapy. So let's take a look now. All right. So the first type is interpersonal isolation. This occurs when someone dissociates from their physical and emotional bodies as a result of little t trauma. This dissociating makes it challenging for that person to be fully present in relationship with themselves and others. The second type is interpersonal isolation. This is a way of being in relationships that lacks meaningful connectivity and exists only at a superficial level. Then the third type is existential isolation. This happens when someone feels alone in their subjective experience, as though nobody else shares their experience or could come close to understanding it. In 2021, Pino and Card found that marginalized communities and non-dominant groups tend to experience higher levels of existential isolation than members of socially normative groups. So take, for example, my client with a bipolar 2 diagnosis. The client disclosed that due to the stigmatizing label of bipolar, they tend to feel misunderstood by their family and ostracized by the medical community. They feel that physicians and psychiatrists don't want to take the time to fully know what it's like for their experience with bipolar. The most powerful aspect of our therapy together is that I'm able to provide a space for them to feel seen and to be known. So, yeah, thanks. In any case of isolation, people are trying to reduce or limit exposure to similar experiences of the relational wounding they experienced as a form of protecting themselves from themselves and others. Okay, so isolation and attachment. So yeah, isolation has major implications for a species that relies on its members for the meeting of basic psychological needs. So, thanks. Just tap. Okay, so there's interpersonal and insecure attachment styles. The main symptoms of, both of these, intrapersonal and insecure attachment, is a result of chronic little t trauma. People tend to abandon themselves to maintain their attachment to their caregiver, and by denying their needs, someone over time may become disconnected from their authentic self, which is consistent with insecure attachment strategies at varying levels. And then there's interpersonal isolation and anxious attachment styles. The main symptoms of interpersonal isolation are a decrease in self-esteem and perceived meaning of life, loneliness, depression, and anxiety. In extreme circumstances, a person may lose their authentic self as they attempt to fuse their identity with others to reduce feelings of loneliness, which are akin to the emotional and behavioral patterns of someone who is predominantly anxious. So then there's existential isolation and avoidant. The main symptoms of existential isolation are feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and dissociation, all of which can lead the individual toward a tendency to self-conceal and or withdraw as a result of not feeling seen or not known. This is also akin to avoidantly attached individuals. But the main focus here is that both insecure attachment and isolation types are a result of unmet needs and relational trauma. The wisdom in all forms of isolation is that people are isolating as a protective means against experiencing more relational wounding. So now Amanda will discuss the wisdom behind substance abuse. Yeah, so back to our thread. If relational wounds occur early in life, then developing an insecure attachment style is more likely, along with bringing about feelings of isolation and substance use to self-medicate the emotional pain caused by the relational wound.
And this becomes a positive feedback loop. So you see here, we've put these arrows in to say that isolation then causes more damage to the attachment strategies, and then more relational wounding. So, addiction is my sort of specialty right now, and my excitement about this specific topic started a long time ago when I started reading this book, Addiction as an Attachment Disorder. It was written in 2004 by Dr. Philip Flores. It's about this thick, and I read a portion of it more than 10 years ago, and I kept saying I need to get back to it. So I've drawn a lot of quotes from this book, maybe too many. Sorry, Heather. But I think that the quotes really, so this is, even though 2004 doesn't seem like that long ago to me, but I think these quotes draw together the more recent data. The research supports the ideas in the book. So I'm just not even going to keep saying Dr. Philip Flores because it's a lot to say. I'm just going to show you some of his quotes. So starting with, addiction is the result of unmet developmental needs. Vulnerable individuals are unable to regulate affect and in many cases are even unable to identify what it is they feel. Unable to draw from their own internal resources, because there aren't any, they remain in constant need. So a person who is in constant need will go to desperate lengths to feel okay. And so, again, unmet developmental needs leads to insecure attachment strategies and then isolation and addiction. So I looked at the data or the research on insecure attachment and addiction, and there was so much. So a meta-analysis in 2018, so that's taking all of the longitudinal studies, we're looking at insecure attachment over time for individuals, and then their propensity to develop a substance use disorder. So I'm talking specifically about addiction to substances, but in this study, it just really simply said that there is a connection across the board. A 2020 study looked at attachment styles in Lebanese adolescents, and in that study, I wanted to look like, well, what about globally? So across Lebanon, they looked at adolescents' attachment and then their addiction to cigarettes, hookah, which is culturally significant, alcohol, and internet use, and there was a very strong connection. And then we can look at, so this 2019 study showed that continued substance use impairs the ability to form close relationships. That makes sense. I'm disconnected from myself and others. And various addictions can substitute for healthy attachment relationships. Again, so addictions, whether it's to substance, to food, to relationships, to work, those things are all serving to soothe. They're reliable, they're consistent, they're familiar. I know what my drug of choice makes me feel. And what they aren't is sustainable because of all of the health effects and all of the effects on relationship and that continued wounding. Another quote. So, individuals whose nascent or developing selves have been inconsistently responded to will use any available stimuli to create a pseudo-excitement in order to ward off the painful feeling of deadness that overtakes them. This one is pretty heavy. And this is what Gabor Mate was talking about when he said, we should seek to understand not why the addiction, but why the pain. People are coping. There's such a stigma around addiction, not just to substances, but all sorts of, maybe not work, but all addictions have some stigma. And if we can seek to understand that people are in pain and they are self-medicating, I think we can have so much more compassion for the world. Whew, it's a little emotional for me. So, self-medication, theory of addiction. is just that. People use substances, people use food, people use relationships to medicate what Flores called an intolerable affect state. And so I put together a little chart of different intolerable affect states. And in this book, Addiction as an Attachment Disorder, he pulls together research. I didn't cite all the research, but intolerable affect state is treated with a drug of choice. I choose Tylenol to fix my headache. I choose something else if I'm feeling anxious. I go to a doctor to do that, but an addict will find the drug that works for their specific intolerable affect state. So, for example, if a person is feeling a lot of aggression, anger, rage, they'll turn to opiates. Depression, bipolar, ADHD, to cocaine. So the deadness inside, turning to stimulants. This is all research-based, and I thought, all of these, this self-soothing is meeting these needs. So on the right here, there are either self-soothing, they are trying to connect with themselves, that's intrapersonal connection, or they're trying to connect with other people, interpersonal connection. This is connection and soothing. Those are developmental tasks, if you remember back to why people develop insecure attachment strategies. Oh, goodness. All right, vulnerable moment there. Just want to name that. All right, and this will be up on our website. So all of the PowerPoints will be on the website, and you can go back to this if you didn't get a cell phone picture of it yourself. Thank you. Okay, so there was some research I found that how insecure attachment strategies in children created what Flores would have called, or does call, intolerable affect states. Even in little babies, they're feeling this pain that is intolerable, that they may need to later in life self-medicate. So securely attached children mostly had positive affect states. Like they had positive working models of themselves. They saw themselves as good. They saw others as helpful. They viewed themselves as worthy of respect. Anxiously attached children had a negative self-image, and they exaggerated their emotional responses as a way to gain attention. They're already coping with not having enough connection. Avoidantly attached children thought of themselves as unworthy and unacceptable and felt rejected by their primary caregiver. This reminded me of some of the kids that I worked with in my internship. So, for example, so the kids that I worked with were already showing signs of addiction. Now, I'm really tuned into this addictive behavior just because of the work that I've been doing recently. But I worked with a developmentally 6-year-old that was quite addicted to screen time, to video games, and would have a sort of withdrawal behavior if they didn't have that connection. I worked with a 13-year-old who was skin picking and would tell me, this is addictive. And we even talked about a propensity for addiction to substances later in life. And that person was really grieving, dealing with grief in that way. A 16-year-old that I worked with was addicted to, quite simply, engaging in sexual acts over the internet, and was coping with so much pain from early violence in the home. These are really, I just feel this heaviness in the room. But kids are already turning to addictive strategies to cope. So actually there's a lot of wisdom. We can see the wisdom that these kiddos are bringing into their lives. So, thank you. They are sweet little babies. So Johann Hari is a writer. That's all the humanness. Johann Hari is a writer whose famous TED Talk in that he says, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection. So he didn't do any of the studies, but he's famous for them because his TED Talk in 2015 talks about Rat Park. Rat Park is a set of studies from the 1970s by Dr. Bruce Alexander, and they showed that even rats will turn to substances when they're isolated and unfulfilled, bored, basically. So they use morphine to self-soothe. So rats, and this has also been, in more recent studies I was finding, this has been shown over and over with heroin and morphine and alcohol, cocaine. So the rats and mice are social creatures just like humans. They need to be connected in order to thrive. Okay, I wanted to look at I wanted to connect addiction. Of course, we want to like do this together, you know. So I wanted to connect addiction and social isolation. And so I started looking at studies, and I thought, well, I'll just see what's out there. These are 4 of about 1,000 of studies, so correlating social isolation and substance use, addiction. So I found one on opioid addiction, risk for alcohol addiction, smartphone addiction, relationship and love addiction, and the list goes on. I found a study for workaholism, for food addiction, I could put up a lot more than this. You kind of get the idea, I think. So, quote from the book, unable to admit their vulnerabilities, addicts remain isolated, alone, and cut off from themselves and others, from others and themselves. This is isolation that Justin talked about. So the next I wanted to look at, how does loneliness and addiction correlate? And I found this really cool recent study that used fMRI brain imaging that showed blunted or reduced activity in the reward system in the brain. The reward system is going to make a person feel fulfilled in life. And if you have a blunted response in the reward system, a person may do a lot of things to get that dopamine, to get that reward. Dopamine is underlying addictions. So a person who is lonely is at risk for addiction. There's a whole book, The Loneliness Epidemic, that talks about loneliness, and there's a big portion of the book, I did not read this book, that has connected it to various addictions. There's a study in 2020 about loneliness and addictive behaviors in youth. And finally, this kind of cool study I found in 2014, Hassenbohr and colleagues studied emotional and social loneliness in individuals with and without substance use disorder. And they basically concluded that feelings of loneliness are stronger in drug abusers, they called them. And that feeling that different from their community increased their probability that they would use drugs. So this is existential isolation, which Justin talked about. And I thought about this as having a really big implication for individuals with non-dominant identities. If I feel different from my community, I feel isolated and lonely. And so I'm more likely to engage in an addiction. Okay, so bringing it back to our thread, and I think there's a really cool thing here. Yes, there is. So our hypothesis again, if relational wounds occur early in life, then developing an insecure attachment style is more likely, with bringing about feelings of isolation and substance use to self-medicate the emotional pain caused by their relational wound. Thus, relational wounding over the span of human development creates the conditions for someone to disconnect from the self and others. This is the basis of what we created as our intervention. Okay. All right, so our intervention is based on Dewey Freeman's stages of development. And Dewey says, we seek to create contact with clients. Contact over time creates connection. Connection over time creates relationship. Relationship over time creates intimacy. I saw Dewey in the hall yesterday, serendipitously, and I told him that I asked him if we could use his stages, and he said as long as we quote him. So we already he doesn't know what we're about to talk about, but here's his website, and he is fantastic, and he's working on publishing this, he said. So we use his model to create phases of an intervention, which we would work with a person through time in this intervention. We start with an introduction phase, which is where, of course, we're building rapport and we're gathering information about attachment. And also, we're helping the person to establish a sit spot. Sit spot was mentioned earlier. It's a place in nature where a person can come back to over and over. And we thought that the sit spot really mimics that infant-caregiver relationship, which may have been interrupted for whatever reason. So it gives information about the self and the other. The other may be the interventionist, if the interventionist is in the sit spot with the client. It also may be information about the natural environment. And so it offers nourishment, feeling held, safety, protection. We thought that there may be more intervention from the human interventionist in the beginning if a person has an anxious attachment. Maybe an avoidant attacher may need less closeness and intimacy with the interventionist and more aloneness or freedom to be in their sit spot with the natural world. So, getting into her intervention phases, there's a lot here, and what we really want to do is publish a manual someday. So bear with us while we give you everything we've been talking about for hours and hours.
Many, many, many hours.
A lot of information.
Okay, so here's our chart. As Amanda mentioned, we began with Dewey Freeman's developmental questions and paired each one with cumulative tasks and goals to help our clients set the foundation for earned secure attachment. Hopefully to reduce feelings of isolation and reduce the need for substances as a means of regulation. These phases are meant to build off one another and be supportive of the client's readiness for the next task. And so, Amanda's gonna kick us off here. Dive right in.
Yeah, okay, phase one. So Dewey's first stage is, do I exist? And this really, we thought, exemplifies the task of interoception. We've heard about this in a couple other presentations. So interoception is the ability to check in with the internal, to sense the inside. So people may have disconnected from their internal needs or even sensations early in life if, say, they weren't met, or a person may disconnect from their needs if it means that they can maintain connection with another, with the caregiver. We don't have time to play the video, but Dewey talks about how this starts to develop in utero. I wanted to talk about, almost across the board, my clients who are abusing substances, and especially those who've been using substances for a long time, very much lack this ability of checking in with themselves. What is my heart rate doing? How is my breathing? What is my digestion doing? And so if you can imagine that a person needs this information to understand what they're feeling. I need to know that my heart is pumping and my arms are, my limbs are really flowing with blood, and I'm anxious. I'm nervous, but I have to be able to sense the inside in order to know that. So we thought that a good practice, one practice that we could bring in for this skill is Vipassana meditation or insight meditation. Within the sit spot, we're going to ask people to tune in to the inside. What's going on while you're in this space? How do you feel within? And I forgot what I was going to say. And also we have pages of interventions that we'll put at the end of our presentation. And so we're not going to go through all of those, but we'll have those as a resource on the website. So once the client has the abilities to sense the inside, the next phase will be focusing on sensing the outside.
All right. And so this phase is the world okay? So this is exteroception. And most of us are familiar with traditional five senses: sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. But the two lesser known senses refer to movement and balance. Exteroception is the process of utilizing any one of these senses to interact and connect with the surrounding environment. So all day, every day, we are bombarded with sensory information coming from all directions. One of my clients, who is 13 years old, has difficulty modulating the sensory input from his external environment. In our sessions, we have worked on becoming curious about which sensory inputs go unnoticed, or conversely, which inputs are being overly attuned to. The client discovered he tends to become hyperfixated on other people's emotional pain. And this causes him a lot of distress, leading him to self-abandon and, really feeling that like intrapersonal isolation, disconnection from self. So we have been collaborating on identifying these external triggers and exploring tools he can use to self-soothe and co-regulate when he notices he is becoming dysregulated. So one practice that helps cultivate an awareness of these external cues is called forest bathing. Forest bathing is all about noticing or observing your experience without judgment. It's sometimes literally about like bathing your senses in the natural world. And it's more about being here rather than getting there. So about knowing your immediate environment instead of, I'm gonna go hike that mountain and I'm gonna get to the top as fast as I can. A little bit different there. So when you're with a client at a sit spot, you might ask them to notice what you're noticing. As Seth, Sid, T, and Charlie, all named in their presentations, we're inviting a client to bring a soft fascination to the beings, elements, or sensations they are noticing externally and internally. Other questions might be like, which senses do you feel the most connected to? Which do you feel the least connected to? How might your body be responding to different temperatures or weather patterns? And so finally, we're gonna ask our client to take a mental snapshot of their sit spot through any of the 5 senses that are available to them, or ask them to take an actual photograph, and then notice if there are any changes in the landscape in themselves as they return over and over again.
All right.
Oh yeah, this is me again.
It's still you.
Yeah, it's still me. Okay, so the next phase is, am I okay? Am I okay is, Seth was talking about earlier with the limbic system. This is neuroception of safety. So the body scans the environment, or it's the unconscious process of the body scanning the environment for cues of safety or threat. The process can become conscious when a physiological response arises in response to an external cue. So the first 2 phases were about sensing the inside and sensing the outside. And so neuroception is about sensing between those 2 states. It's the between space between one person and another. And it's where a sense of safety is either felt or not felt, which is highly indicative of one's trust established early on with a caregiver. When trust is established, this affords the child an opportunity to learn about themselves by finding their own mind represented in the mind of a trusted other. The trust is triggered when a person meets someone who gives them an experience of being known and being seen in the specifics of the here and now. So recall isolation. Trauma is about not being known, not being seen. Okay, the man's going to talk about a practice.
All right, so we imagined that we would walk a client through these 3 skills of interoception, exteroception, neuroception, the connection of both within their sit spot. And so we thought that we could invite you to do a little bit of that in an imaginary way. I know that not everybody has the ability to imagine in their mind, so we have this photo in case you need it. But I want you to, with eyes open or closed, think about a place outside that is really familiar to you. It might be an actual place or imagined. It may be in your yard or your local park, or even looking out a window that's familiar. And as you imagine yourself in that spot, what's going on within? So what's your experience of, so what's your heart rate doing? How about your breathing? What's the posture of your body? Are you sitting, standing, lying down? Maybe you're walking. This is your internal perception. And then shifting to the outside, your 5 senses. What do you hear? Maybe it's gravel under your feet, bird song, or trees rustling. What do you smell? What do you feel? Maybe the wind or changes in temperature or the sun on your face. That's exteroception. And then bringing these together, checking in with, do you feel safe here? What is it like to be in this space, real or imaginary? We need that external awareness in order to check in and say, I feel safe, or I don't. I don't want to be here, or I don't like this meditation, let me out of here. So when you're ready, you can come back. Having just practiced these three states of perception. And this is a way that a client can come back to their sit spot even when they're not there. So we may develop with them the ability to do this visualization. This is for visual learners. These are the types of perception that we just talked about. Interoception, proprioception is where is my body in space. It was that, what posture is my body in my sit spot? Exteroception, what's outside, and then bringing them together to sense safety, neuroception.
Yeah. So this next phase, how much can I do? Once interoception and exteroception and neuroception have all been established with our clients, this is really time for play. Go explore. So the client begins to explore these thoughts, feelings, and emotions in an undirected and spontaneous way. This opens up the possibility for creativity and deeper sense of intimacy with self and other. Amanda has a particular salient example of this she's willing to share with us.
I do. Yes. So on my rock section, so that's our rock climbing experiential, I just sort of spontaneously engaged with one of my cohort members that was, it was fun, it was playful. It was a way that I could get out of my head. I'm an overthinker. And it allowed me to drop into this different sense of knowing myself, but then this like deeper connection with my friend. We went out and we had fun, and it could be creative and playful, and it was really healing. And I continue to do that kind of play therapy. I even have one of my fellow players in the audience when we go out and we climb on rocks or we just go play, and it's so healing. And so play therapy is our practice here. Play continues to be important for adults, just like it is for children, because it engages the same creativity and expansion and state of well-being, some silliness and fun, spontaneity. It challenges our preconceived patterns, which might be impacting our way of being in the world. Think strategies. We start to explore, so we might ask our client something like, what does your animal body want to do on this land? And so they go out, and we don't even have to use language. It's speaking the unspeakable, but there may be a connection that's deeper with the person within themselves, with the environment, and with the interventionist. Okay, that is leaving the nest. Right? So we were in the nest, in the sit spot, we're going to go out and leave the nest. So once a person has established a sense of safety and connection, the client can move into a deeper understanding of themselves, which Justin will talk about.
Yes. So how well can I do it? Oh, it's the second time I've dropped it. So these are internalized messages adapted from sociocultural and familial influences. The following quote by Mate in The Realm of Hungry Ghosts really highlights the process of how introjections influence our whole life trajectory. So I'm going to read this and we can follow along. The greatest damage done by neglect, trauma, or emotional loss is not in the immediate pain they inflict, but the long-term distortions they induce in the way of a developing child will continue to interpret the world and their situation in it. All too often, these ill-conditioned implicit beliefs become self-fulfilling prophecies in our lives. We create meanings from our unconscious interpretation of early events, and then we forge our present experiences from the meaning we've created. Unwittingly, we write the story of our future from narratives based on the past. And so I just felt like that does a really good job of encapsulating all of what we want to talk about with introjections there. And so the goal is self-compassion. Tara Brach says, forgiving as a disarming of hostility against ourselves. And that's how we bring compassion. And so Kristen Neff researches heavily into self-compassion. And she says by bringing self-compassion to introjections, it's about seeing the inner critic that acts more like a drill sergeant, and we want to help the client move the inner critic more towards shifting into something like a trusted, encouraging coach. Working with self-compassion, Tara Brach says, requires a felt sense processing, a reopening of a deep place of woundedness with a new and different way of holding the pain with kindness. And so Amanda's going to let us know a practice that does just that.
It's literally called loving kindness. So I think a lot of you are familiar with this. Metta, or loving kindness, is a way that we can send positive messages to ourselves, to others, to all beings. We thought we could bring this practice into the sit spot so that a person can connect with themselves and start to sort of do that rewiring of their sense of who they are, those introjects. And so this loving kindness might sound something like, may the trees be safe and protected on this land. May the squirrels and birds be joyful and playful. May I experience peace and kindness in this spot, in this natural place. So then once a client has established a more positive sense of themselves, they can combine that awareness with a deeper connection to the other. So we went inward, and now we're going outward, connecting to the natural environment. For our last phase of who am I? And this idea, so mentalizing is such a big concept that we really wanted to talk about. It just encompasses all of these things we talked about already. So it's the ability to understand the self and understand our own thoughts, emotions, and intentions. It's also the ability to understand another and their thoughts, emotions, intentions, and then to move fluidly between these two states. It's very complex, and it starts developing very early on. But we want to help a person to develop a really strong core self and then social self. So to start to see how they are seen in the world by the world. And so basically develop intrapersonal connection and intrapersonal and an interpersonal connection.
Yeah. So Amanda and I felt, since this is the last phase, creating a collaborative ceremony for this practice would offer the client an opportunity and to have like this moment of powerful reflection about who they were and who they are now and who they're becoming. A question we were all asked on an intensive one time. So the client and the interventionist will work together to make meaning and honor the client's experience throughout the intervention. The ceremony will be created by using natural elements within the sit spot, and this will mark the culmination of the client's new skills and earning secure attachment. The client is then invited to just return to their sit spot into the future whenever they feel it's needed or wanted. Yeah.
So that's the last of the intervention phases, and we have in mind an integration phase. Essentially, it'll be a nature-based group where graduates of the intervention phases will be invited in, and it will be an opportunity to maintain that secure attachment, that earned secure attachment that they developed with the interventionist in the sit spot. So they'll have the opportunity to practice trust and safety, attunement, to be validated from another and foster the 3 types of connection. So intrapersonal connection, interpersonal connection, existential connection. And then work on self-soothing and co-regulation. And this is what Irvin Yalom would call a corrective emotional experience. That's the end of our intervention.
Okay. So returning to the question that we began with, how do the protective layers that form when someone experiences relational wounding reduce one's connection to self and others? We've talked about insecure attachment, isolation, and addiction, and we're actually not going to provide an answer, but we all want y'all to continue being curious, and yeah. Okay, so we're going to end with this quote. This is by Gabor Mate. The one contains the many, and the many contains the one. Without the one, there cannot be the many. Without the many, there cannot be the one. Okay.
Any questions, comments? Name for our intervention?
Yeah.
It was just working title until last night.
Yeah.
But questions?
No? Great.
All right. So we have all these slides that are different interventions that would work on these tasks, and we will leave those on the website.
Well, that's something to chew on over lunch break. Thank you, Amanda and Justin. So we're going to take an hour break. Everett will be our first presenter at 1:15. So if you're back in your seats or back on Zoom by 1:10, that would be fantastic. So then we can be settled and ready to go. For those of you joining us, first year, second years, and third year wilderness therapy students, the potluck will begin at 12:30. So you have some time to mingle, take care of your needs, get outside, away from the darkness. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, everyone, welcome back. We have a little bit before we get going at 1:15, but just noticing all the great conversations that are happening, all the chairs, the new configurations. Make yourself at home. I mean, I'd like to see faces, but other than that, we're halfway through the day. Congratulations. I'm loving the presentations. I was lucky enough to be able to witness them as these students were, well, really all semester as they're putting this presentation together. But over this past week, we've been going through dry runs and just continuing to watch the evolution of not only the presentation, but the presenters and their confidence and their ability to speak clearly their experiences in the field so far. So as you settle back in, I again invite you to notice what's happening in your body, what are the quality of your thoughts, and we'll get started here in about 5 minutes with Everett. I wish you all could stand where I stand and see your faces and feel the energy coming this way. You're leaning towards the stage, which tells me a lot about what you've experienced and what you hope to experience with the rest of today. I'm going to bring up Everett Dietzler, and he's going to talk about reflections of diversity, how gender identity and neurodivergence mirror the natural world.
All right, thank you, Heather. Thank you all so much for joining us today at the Wilderness Therapy Conference. Hope you all got to have some nourishment, some delicious sandwiches. And I'm excited to be presenting to you today on topics that are near and dear to my heart. There are some difficult references throughout my presentation, so please take care of yourself if something comes up for you. With that said, let's dive right in. My undergraduate degree is in cultural studies with a minor in women and gender studies from Columbia College, Chicago. I spent many years as an activist fighting for queer and trans liberation. Oh no, what happened? I don't know, this might be a tech support situation for me. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, because it's up. So how's everybody doing today? Good? Having a good time? Also, a shout out to all my Zoom people. Hi, thank you for coming on the internet. Give us just a second, we'll sort this out. Hey, okay. Cool. So I'm just gonna start over. So I don't want that to mess up my flow here. So, here we are. So my undergraduate degree is in cultural studies with a minor in women and gender studies from Columbia College, Chicago. I spent many years as an activist fighting for queer and trans liberation. Having an opportunity to intern at IM Clinic have been supportive, incredibly supportive in helping me foster my growing therapist identity. I am honored to get to work with my communities and support them on their healing journeys. During one of the monthly trainings at the clinic, a colleague presented a statistic that struck me in a profound way. Up to 25% of transgender clients may also be autistic. I had some concept for how rare this number must be and wanted to learn more about what it means to work with neurodivergent clients. The path led me to examine more deeply my own neurodivergence and to find more supportive ways of working with the co-occurrences in my transgender clients. Of my current caseload, 17 out of 20 clients are transgender or non-binary, and nearly a third are diagnosed with, present with traits of, or question whether or not they might be autistic. Neurodiverse is a relatively new term coined by sociologist Judy Singer in 1999. She was searching for a word that would define the experiences of 3 generations of women in her family, including herself, who were not neurotypical. As you can see, neurodiverse encompasses a wide range of disabilities. Conversations about gender, sex, and sexuality can often be conflated, which is why I personally like the gender tree. It helps to break down the different facets that make up our gender. One of the most important pieces to note on the tree is societal influence. Most of what we associate with gender is actually just a social construction. At a certain point, it became the cultural norm that boys played with trucks and girls played with Barbies. Many of the norms that have been associated with particular genders are not based in or observable in objective reality. This means that qualities we associate with being a particular gender are learned and are not inherent. When I heard this statistic about potentially how many of my clients might also be autistic, the number seemed astounding. Given that both populations represent relatively low percentages of the population, how could this number be so high? Some theorize that it could be due to autistic folks being less concerned with social norms and in turn having less internalized transphobia. Another theory is the gatekeeping associated with gender-affirming care. Many trans folks need to see a therapist in order to gain access to hormone replacement therapy or gender-affirming surgery, so they might be evaluated more often than undiagnosed cisgender folks are. Minority stress can also be a contributing factor, making autistic traits more prevalent and diagnosis easier. Homosexuality was added to the DSM in 1952, seen by psychologists as something disordered, something to be cured. Activists worked to pressure the APA to remove homosexuality, citing that its inclusion in the DSM resulted in social stigma. Once homosexuality was considered a natural variant in the human population, questions shifted from what causes homosexuality to how to cure it, to focusing on the actual healthcare needs of the population. In 2013, advocates saw the shift from gender identity disorder, which pathologized transgender folks, to gender dysphoria, which denotes the stress experienced as a result of the incongruence between sex assigned at birth and gender identity. While this is certainly a step in the right direction to reducing stigma for transgender communities, it still fails to accurately describe the experience of dysphoria. While dysphoria can show up as different aspects of the body not aligning with one's gender identity, I also see it quite frequently in clients who are not perceived in the way they would like to be by others. This points to social components contributing to gender dysphoria as well. Similarly, autism has undergone several revisions in the DSM. Asperger's syndrome was removed because of its similarity to the presenting traits of autism. It's also important to note the role that Hans Asperger played in differentiating high and low functioning autistics in Nazi Vienna to distinguish who should or shouldn't be exterminated. Today, we refer to the support needs rather than functionality. Many advocate for the removal of autism spectrum disorder from the DSM, as those in the autistic community are attempting to shift the narrative to the neurodiversity paradigm. There is nothing wrong or disordered about autism. It is a natural variant in the human population, just like homosexuality and gender identity. Joan Roughgarden paints a picture of a natural world that is ripe with diversity in her book, Evolution's Rainbow. She highlights that the purpose of sex is not necessarily reproduction, since asexual species are able to reproduce. Sex can be viewed as a method of maintaining diversity, which allows species to thrive. Biological categories of sex should not be made to coincide with social categories. Male and female are biological categories, man and woman are social categories. We also see 6 commonly recognized sexes represented in the human species. Jake is going to talk a little bit more about this in their presentation this afternoon. I encourage you to stick around for that. Babies that are born intersex may be subjected to non-consensual surgeries to force them to align with one of these social categories. Social inclusionary traits allow certain animals to interact with other members of their species. Take hyenas, for example. Female hyenas often fight one another for dominance, and the first one to back down does so by displaying an erect penis. In some species, homosexuality can encourage sharing, can facilitate reconciliation in disputes, welcome new members to the group, or build lasting bonds. In some cases, without these connections, an individual might not otherwise survive. Biologists have historically underreported diversity in animal and plant species for fear of it hurting their careers. The responsibility falls to scientists to highlight this diversity instead and refute claims that homosexuality is unnatural. Roughgarden states, suppressing the full story of gender and sexuality denies diverse people their right to feel at one with nature and relegates conservation to a niche movement, the politics of a privileged identity. Queer ecology asks us to challenge heterosexist and cis-normative concepts of the natural world. We have been socialized to believe that humans should be separate from nature, that nature must be protected from us, that nature and culture must be split. These ideals have been built into our nature institutions as well. The national parks themselves represent the removal of indigenous people from the land. Environmental justice movements fight against the inequities faced by communities of color and highlight that the impacts on our natural world have direct impacts on our bodies. This lens also asks us to observe, embrace, and celebrate the diversity we see reflected in the natural world. Evolutionary theory is steeped in a heteronormative worldview that views the primary purpose of sex to be reproductive. However, we see that homosexuality can serve a number of functions in the natural world. Applying a queer lens, we will now look at more affirming and radical ways of conceptualizing gender, sexuality, and neurodiversity. We heard a bit this morning about the importance of secure attachment and some of the different styles of insecure attachments. But much of the research we come across in Western psychology does not account for gender and sexual minorities. One study from Seattle Pacific University found that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and queer participants experienced higher rates of insecure attachment than their heterosexual counterparts. Studies also show that autistic children have higher rates of insecure attachment than allistic children do. It is not uncommon for LGBTQ plus folks to be rejected by family or friends. In fact, one poll from 2013 reported that 39% of participants were rejected by at least one person in their life. LGBTQ plus youth are particularly vulnerable in this rejection, with up to 40% of homeless youth identifying as a part of the community. As Gabor Mate illustrates in The Myth of Normal, Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture, humans cannot survive without attachments to others. It is mandatory. From the moment we are born, we are reliant on our caregivers to feed us, clothe us, and protect us. Our necessity for attachment means giving up a piece of our authenticity so that we don't push away our caregivers. For example, a young child might pick up on their caregiver's distress when the child cries, resulting in the child suppressing this behavior to meet the caregiver's needs. Children can begin to internalize certain beliefs about their own value and cut themselves off from the most vulnerable parts of themselves, resulting in what Justin and Amanda named earlier as small or little t trauma. And so Mate names authenticity as our other core need. The dilemma then is what happens when our need for attachment is put at risk by our need for authenticity. Mate states, authenticity's only dictate is that we, not externally imposed expectations, be the true author of and authority on our own life. So how do LGBTQ+ and neurodiverse folks choose between attachment and authenticity? In many cases, some folks will choose to be authentic with certain people in their lives and not others. Some might disclose to friends, but not to family. Some might hide their authenticity for fear of hurting their career. In neurodivergent communities, these terms are referred to as masking and unmasking. In transgender communities, they are often referred to as coming out or disclosing, and then on the other side, stealth. Oftentimes, these decisions are survival strategies, but hiding authenticity comes at a price. Autistic folks who mask are at higher risk for autistic burnout, identity confusion, anxiety, and depression. For transgender folks, there can be increased dysphoria and shame, along with anxiety and depression. On the contrary, some studies have shown that avoiding the stigma that is associated with coming out can lead to decreased depression in some demographics. Throughout The Myth of Normal, Mate highlights study after study that illustrate how suppression, repression, and minority stress are the underlying factors for many physical ailments, including chronic illness. In the next section, we will explore ways that mental health practitioners can work toward reducing stigma by depathologizing neurodivergence and gender identity through inclusive language and modalities. The DSM's track record, as illustrated earlier, has proven that Western psychology often takes some time to catch up to progressive and diverse cultural values. This has resulted in social stigma, negative medical attitudes, detrimental public policy decisions, and maleficence towards clients. Treatments of homosexuality used to include electroshock therapy, chemical castration, and conversion therapy. Conversion therapy still exists in the United States today, despite evidence that it can cause long-lasting harm to survivors. Some report anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, low self-esteem, delayed acceptance of their identities, and substance use. Much research still needs to be done on helping survivors recover, but one qualitative study points towards the necessity for affirming care. Conversion therapy is illegal in 20 states, along with Washington, D.C., and only 6 others partially support bans for minors. That leaves 24 states where conversion therapy can be practiced without repercussions on minors. These laws also do not apply to religious providers. The APA's official position is that they recommend that ethical practitioners refrain from attempts to change individuals' sexual orientation and respect the identities for those with diverse gender expressions. They also encourage legislation that bans these practices. As we can see, the historical pathologizing of homosexuality and gender identity has resulted in outdated, archaic, and harmful practices that aim to change people at the core of who they are. Ole Avar Levas has close ties to the foundation of conversion therapy and is also credited for his research on applied behavioral analysis with autistic children. ABA was designed to make autistic children present more neurotypically by learning to make eye contact or suppressing stimming behaviors. The successes of ABA have mostly been attributed to improving cognitive performance and language skills in some children. Some advocates against ABA argue that some of the modality's techniques are abusive, including punishing negative behaviors with electroshock therapy or sensory punishment. ABA essentially forces autistic children to learn how to mask their behaviors. Autistic advocates for ABA would like to see the practice focus more on learning new skills than suppressing autistic traits. Access to care is another important factor to consider when discussing inclusivity versus pathology. I am sure you all have seen at least one story in the news recently, as state after state is attempting to ban access to gender-affirming care for transgender youth. These bans threaten to sue practitioners, imprison caregivers, and put children into foster care should families seek treatment for their kiddos. These bans are moving forward despite outcries from advocates and medical associations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the APA. There is overwhelming evidence that access to gender-affirming care saves lives by reducing depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. I see some of this anxiety reflected in my clients who fear that who they are may someday be made illegal. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health currently sets the standards of care for medical and mental health professionals working with transgender clients. While this is crucial in maintaining up-to-date care, some criticize the amount of intervention on a mental health professional's part as gatekeeping. Often, those seeking gender-affirming care must see a therapist before gaining access to HRT or gender-affirming surgeries. This creates an additional financial barrier that may be challenging for some folks to overcome. In most cases, a diagnosis of gender dysphoria is required to receive care or get insurance providers to cover health care services. The informed consent model offers an alternative to this system by allowing clients to legally consent to treatment by signing documentation stating they understand the risks associated with said treatment. This can make gender-affirming care more accessible for those who cannot afford the additional costs of monthly therapy. There is also the added task of finding a provider that is proficient in gender-affirming care or running the risk of finding one that is not. Discrimination towards transgender folks in healthcare is alarmingly common. According to a survey conducted by the Center for American Progress, nearly half of recipients reported having negative or discriminatory experiences with healthcare providers. For those seeking a diagnosis for autism, again, the costs can be quite high. Testing may or may not be covered by insurance and can cost up to $5,000. Official diagnosis may be difficult to come by for those assigned female at birth and for BIPOC folks. Historically, autism research has focused primarily on the traits presented by white males. More research needs to be done to determine how different traits show up in marginalized demographics. Black children are often misdiagnosed with ADHD or adjustment disorder, and folks assigned female at birth are more likely to mask their autism. And yet, some folks need the diagnosis in order to receive accommodations at school, work, home, or in other areas of their life. For some transgender autistic folks, a diagnosis can mean being denied access to gender-affirming care. One study found that 35% of respondents reported being denied transition-related care because of their autism diagnosis. It is essential that as practitioners, we listen to the needs of our clients. We must use the language they use, honor their autonomy, and support them in embracing their strengths and diversity. For too long, Western psychology has excluded marginalized communities from primary research. Together, we can make the field more inclusive through community-based participatory research, patient-led and trauma-informed care models, and advocacy. We have already seen how the human need to classify has resulted in the pathologizing of diversity. Now let's take a look at some of the ways culture, particularly colonial Western culture, attempts to overwrite nature. Although the term Two-Spirit is only 33 years old, Indigenous tribes have honored community members in those roles for tens of thousands of years. Those who lived with the land rather than off of the land readily embraced this diversity into their tribes. In many tribes, Two-Spirit people held spiritual roles as healers, shamans, and ceremonial leaders. Colonization forced these practices underground as Two-Spirit people were targeted, often with violence. Tribal cultures across the globe have long understood that there are more than two genders. It wasn't until the Age of Enlightenment in Europe that the gender binary was constructed. Feminists and queer theorists have challenged this thinking for decades, none more notably than Judith Butler, who espouses that gender is performative. We act as if that being of a man or that being of a woman is actually internal reality, or something that is simply true about us, a fact about us, but actually it's a phenomenon that is being produced all of the time and reproduced all of the time. So to say that gender is performative is to say that nobody really is a gender from the start. Diversity is inherent in nature. Binary constructions of gender are not. Some archaeologists theorize that autistic people were likely revered in their communities 100,000 years ago. Analysis of cave art shows signs of autistic traits that could have been used by hunter-gatherer societies to procure food. For years, the scientific community has theorized about how autism develops. Some theories claim autism can develop in response to stress in the womb, while others claim that development can be environmental. A recent study that spanned 5 countries and over 2 million participants found that autism is inheritable around 80% of the time. If autism is genetic, that must mean that there are evolutionary advantages to having this variation in the human gene pool. Humans have long sought to categorize and classify, especially in the West. This naming of difference, and in many cases the invention of it, can have detrimental effects. The social expectations of performing gender, neurotypicalness, and heterosexuality not only harm those on the margins, but limit the possibilities of being for all humans. Biology in the natural world loves complexity, and so then we can reason biology loves complexity in the human species too. Just as queer ecology asks us to consider how we are inseparable from nature, the ecological self asks us to understand nature as quintessential to our being. To say that we are all made of stardust, as romantic as it might sound, is an existential truth. The ecological self asks us to consider interdependence with one another and the planet to be in right relationship. To know the ecological self is to know true authenticity. As we close today, I would like to invite you all to join me in a visualization. You are welcome to close your eyes if that feels safe, and think of a time when you saw yourself reflected in the natural world. If nothing comes to mind, maybe one of these images resonates with you. The tree that sits on Chapel Rock in Pictured Rock's National Lakeshore stretches its roots across a chasm to find nutrients on the other side. Or maybe you see yourself in a vibrant flower that grows in an otherwise barren tundra. Perhaps you are the fern whose roots are buried so deeply into the soil that not even a forest fire can stifle your existence. Or maybe you connect with the tardigrade who is resilient enough to survive the vacuum of space. Maybe you were grieving and saw your experience mirrored in a dense, misty fog. Perhaps you connected with a fresh spring bloom after releasing some trauma from your body. How does it feel to see yourself reflected in this natural environment? Notice where it might spark something in you and be curious about that sensation. Are there ways in which you feel connected to a deeper sense of yourself? Are there parts of you that feel safer to express themselves here? The natural world offers you a non-judgmental space to come as you are. The trees do not perceive your gender. The sun is not aware if you perform neurotypically. The birds sing to celebrate your authenticity. Feel free to open your eyes and come back to the presentation as you are ready. Also, Elena's going to give a fire presentation later about how nature can be unsafe, particularly for communities of color, so I highly recommend checking that out. I believe the natural world has the power to offer marginalized folks a glimpse at their ecological selves, to know a part of themselves unscarred by social norms and bigotry. One does not need to look very far to see that diversity is everywhere. Diversity is thriving. Earlier, we discussed some of the ways that we can push the edges of inclusivity and treatment with transgender and neurodiverse clients. Including these communities in every step of the research process is critical to dismantling how Western psychology continues to pathologize natural diversity. You can also become an advocate, condemn bills that deny gender-affirming care, and work to replace politicians who support those efforts. Support autistic-led organizations and immerse yourself in the stories of folks whose lives are different from your own. Through embracing diversity, we open up limitless possibilities of being and connecting with one another and the natural world. By connecting with the natural world, we see reflected infinite possibilities of who we can be, our authenticity. Getting back to our authenticity illuminates new pathways for healing and expression that allow us to harness our true power. How will you harness your true power to make a difference in the world? Thank you very much. So we do have about 5 minutes for questions. Also, here are some cute gay animals for you to look at in the meantime. Yeah, Mickey. Oh, I think you're getting a microphone. It's fancy.
Which gay animal do you resonate the most with?
Ooh. I don't know. I feel like I'm like really feeling the lions these days. Like some of them are like the female lions are growing manes, and no one can really figure out why. And I think that's pretty cool.
Hi, Everett.
Hi.
I'm wondering, with the organization, the agency that you're currently working with, do you have any plans to integrate any wilderness therapy retreats that are focused on this gender affirming care and how it relates to nature?
Oh yeah, all that's in the works. Yeah, we're planning some cool stuff. Yeah, I have a lot of good ideas. I have some ideas around like rites of passage work, especially with like queer adults that have particularly been in roles of being like parentified children and not really having those experiences throughout their lives. Yeah. Hi. Oh, yes, of course, anytime you want.
you like to go camping, gay camping.
Yeah, we're gonna go camping. Yes. Couple more minutes, but if there's nothing else, we can just wrap it up too. So. Cool. Well, thank you all so much. Really appreciate your presence today. Thank you.
I feel empowered. I don't know about you, but I feel empowered. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back with Kelly Bishop's presentation.
I think it's not financially fun. Emotionally, it's great.
Help! Help! You know what to do. Okay, so we're doing like a interview style, kind of like talk show.
Okay.
So we'll want one mic in case she chooses to stay on
This will stay up here, so somebody can just come up here.
So we could do a handheld or whatever works for you.
We could put these both down here.
That's great. Yeah.
No.
Should we move this actually? Or is
No.
that too much? That's
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, because then we have to move back. What they showed right here?
That's perfect. Yes, thank you.
Unless she goes up there.
Sorry, we're gonna
That's
do more
okay.
work, man. Thank you.
No, I sort of had a feeling something was like.
Sometimes I
That's okay. Because as somebody who went through my entire school career and absolutely refused to go out and do any kind of presentation whatsoever.
You're good. You understand. The jitters take over.
I'm gonna grab some napkins.
That's what, just follow whatever, yeah. You drop the one in your left hand.
We will be with you shortly. Look forward to a conversation between Kelly Bishop and Amanda Smith. All right. Kelly Bishop will be presenting on recovering our nature, connecting with the natural environment as a catalyst for healing addiction. Please welcome Kelly.
I emailed it to Christina.
Okay.
The Capstone one.
Want to get into your emails, Tina? Yeah. Sweet.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. You're great. Syria. Did you email? I did. I sent it from your Gmail. Oh, to my Gmail? No, this from my Gmail. This one. When was that sent? No, that was definitely. Oh, you can also plug your computer in. I can. Maybe I should just try sending it again. You can just take some deep breaths and enjoy the present moment. We're just doing some tech troubleshooting. Yeah. Oh, it's bright.
All right, everyone. Welcome to a conversation with Kelly Bishop.
All right, I thought it. So I didn't really totally rehearse for this, but I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah. So we figured we could have a conversation about our topic, which we saw so much passion in you when you told us about this topic in the past. Your internship site, your personal research, and I thought that maybe we can, thank you. Yeah, we can just have a conversation about it since the technology is not working. So tell us about your internship site. Tell us about what you really love doing there.
What I love doing there is hiking and other things too. But I think I really love the hiking outings and just really getting a chance to get away from screens and more so just get into nature and
So you do that with your clients. That's awesome. What was your clientele? Who are you working with at your internship site?
Adults recovering from substance use disorders. So
okay.
Yeah.
What kind of setting is it?
Oh, it's a residential addiction treatment center.
Okay. And can I assume it's kind of out in nature somewhere? It's
in a nature-y place.
Nature-y place. So you got to go out hiking and do all of these nature-based activities with your clients.
Yes.
Cool. And how did this idea, so this is a really unique idea that you did your own research. You did this survey, right? And what was your idea for that? How did this come about?
So I was really interested in the idea of how connecting with nature or the natural environment can help us reconnect with our nature within and can help us recover lost parts of ourselves. So, and how by developing a new relationship with the parts of ourselves that we've pushed away, that can, that's like integrative work or relational healing, and as you covered earlier, but that's also healing a different level of that lovely concentric circle diagram. So in developing, like through the reflection of nature, we see reflections of ourselves, and in that we retrieve parts of ourselves. All right. And none of these ideas are original. They're just like synthesized from various theories. And I think really just I'm compelled by them just due to like truth I feel in them from my own experiences. And but yeah, I don't take credit for any of this. So but I guess I can't cite verbally.
Well, I'm just wondering who are some of the influencers for this work for you?
Yeah, Cellist Glendening for sure, Gabor Mate for sure. Honestly, those are the two biggest ones. Bill Plotkin too. And let's see, theoretically, I think that's really all the theoretical ones, but it's a lot of Plotkin, Mate, and Glendening work to draw from.
Very cool. So the bulk of what you showed so much passion about is this survey that you created and the results. And I'm wondering, first of all, like what was the survey? Like what are the kind of things that you wanted to know from your clients from their experiences? And then what did you find?
So the initial aim was to do a phenomenological study, but that was a little bit too big of an aim, a little bit too ambitious, a little bit too
limited of a timeline. And so it turned into a survey instead, but my aim in doing the survey was still to kind of approach it without cut and dried aims of this is what I'm looking for and this has to be significant and I want as few factors as possible and I want to prove the statistical power of that. And it was actually a really different approach. Instead, I wanted to make it as qualitative as possible. I wanted to really see like what are those experiences like? What's the variety with them? What is here that I don't know about yet? What haven't I considered? And instead of taking my ideas to it, I wanted it to be just to try to approach it with curiosity. So there's like 6 main items. The first one I look at just like how are clients at this site experiencing the natural environment. So it's kind of a select all that apply thing, and there's different categories. I think there's like 8 or 9 different categories. And all of them were endorsed by at least one participant in the study. There were 13 participants in the study. And it was over a 3-week period in March. And I thought it was pretty good that every single one of those treatment components, from the labyrinth to outdoor counseling sessions, were utilized in the middle of March. That made me pretty happy. And that was just a sample size of 13. Granted, it was probably 13 of the clients who were most enthusiastic about those things, but I was still pretty happy about that.
I see it. I just see you light up when you talk about this and about the data, but I'm actually hearing you're excited about that this is working for people. So what did you gather out of this like survey and the results of the survey that, how were these experiences really affecting your clients?
Yeah, so that's such a big question. I have like I have like so many items aimed at that. But yeah, a lot of positive impacts. Well, actually, that's even a stretch of interpretation. Actually, some of them are kind of framed as impacts. Other ones are framed as like what feelings or states characterize your experiences of the natural environment. So rather than saying like this came from this, it's like, okay, what was a state or feeling that you experienced when you were connecting with the natural environment? But it's not like just fill in the blank. It's like I came up with a bunch of things based off of research and theory and reflection and clinical approaches and models. And I came up with like 35 factors for that. And of those 35, I think 28 or 27 were endorsed. And I think 77%, something like that, of clients endorsed experiencing a sense of acceptance or serenity in nature. I think it was 92 and 77% experienced an increase in their overall amount of acceptance, like something that they took with them after the experience had ended.
Wow. Lasting impacts.
Lasting impacts, yep.
Wow.
So that's kind of what I was aiming to. I thought that both are important, like this actual characteristics or the states, the feelings are important. And actually, the fact that like 27 different feelings were characterized through these experiences, to me, like that just describes so much variety and breadth, and like also kind of made me think about state and like increasing fluidity of states with relational healing. So and then thinking of like addiction as a way of checking out from our emotions and not feeling them and keeping it really constricted or narrow, and then seeing like, whoa, there's all of these different things that people endorse, and the average amount was like 11 or 12, which is quite a lot, considering like a lot of the clients had only been there, like, I think I requested a week minimum of having been there to take the survey, but that is still a lot of different states or feelings to experience through connecting with nature.
So it's a pretty quick impact. Within a week, they're feeling this connection of being in nature in a therapeutic setting. I'm really curious about what some of these other 35 factors are. Just some of them. Obviously, I don't expect you to remember all of them. You probably do. You have a pretty good memory. She does. She remembers all of them. She remembers all the data too.
Yeah, don't quiz me on that. But let's see. Okay, so 35 of them. Let's see, there were there were actually like, I forget the numbers. There's different ways I broke down the categories. So most of them were positive. There was curiosity. Wow.
Well, what were some
acceptance?
of them? Okay, go.
I can do this.
Yeah, I can do this.
I'm actually, they're not coming to mind quickly.
Well, I'm wondering about, you told us about like the ones that were most endorsed by your clients. Do you remember what those were, the top experiences that people felt?
No, because that's not what I actually pinpointed.
Okay,
but,
no, that's.
I know the ones that were experienced the most. I know peace and serenity and acceptance, and yeah, those were at the top.
Okay.
And then it blends
okay.
together a little.
Okay. Our technology, we rely on a lot on our technology. That is what we are proving here, aren't we? So I'm really curious about what implications this has for like your work as a therapist. Like, how are you bringing this into your identity as a therapist, or like your future work with even these clients? You're probably still working with these clients in internship.
Yeah, not like the same clients,
Okay.
but oh, so many implications. And I think really, let me think about that for 1 second.
Okay.
Just actually having trouble synthesizing an overarching sense of implications.
Okay. Where do you want to go next with this knowing, this information that you have? So you've got all this information, and you can say that, look, this kind of intervention is helping clients, and it's helping pretty quickly, and it has long-lasting effects, or lasting effects.
I think demonstrating the importance of transferable skills to like sustained recovery, and really emphasizing that, and creating a sense of that within, helping clients build a sense of that doesn't just disappear after they don't have anyone to go hiking with them the next week, or it's rainy and it's not that exciting to go outside, or like something that's like can actually stay with them, and that they can find in small ways, and that is like there and foundational. And I think emphasizing the importance of that, and then really holding this in mind and finding ways not just to address this briefly when they're about to leave, but like from the very beginning, in the way that we like facilitate connection with the natural environment, having that in the back of our minds, and really seeking to foster that, and not just, oh, look, isn't this fun? Like, but like, no, look, this is a part of who we are, and like.
Well said. Well, we are wrapping up on our time. I'm wondering if we missed anything that's really important from you. We missed a lot, I know.
One more piece of data, like all 13 clients indicated or reported that it was like circle yes, circle no, overall positive impact on treatment, on their treatment or treatment experience from these components, which I thought was like meaningful. And also there was an item that broke it down into like 5 different dimensions of health, and the average amount of those dimensions that clients endorsed was right around 4. And that was emotional, spiritual, social, mental, or cognitive. Did I say physical? Also physical, I think. So I just thought it was really amazing that like out of 13 clients, the average was 4 dimensions. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. All right, such cool work. And I can't wait to see the direction that you move in after this. So that's sort of time for us. And I'm wondering if there's any questions for Kelly.
Kelly, would you like to do research work in the future? Like, is that the direction you're headed in?
Maybe. We will have to see.
Would you like to do research work? Sorry, I had to say it again.
I can't decide what I'm going to eat for dinner, Mary.
All right, we're going to take a moment to reconfigure the stage again. So sit back, relax, and enjoy your breath. Okay. At this point, I would like to invite Callie Marin up to speak about therapy as a field guide to the inner landscape. Let's welcome Callie.
Hello. Okay, let's try to find this here. Hi, I'm Callie, and hello to my buddies online. Wait, let me start my timer here. So, I did my internship at Mental Health Partners in Boulder. We serve a lot of like just low income adults from the area. A lot of the unhoused population is a client of Mental Health Partners. So it was definitely a lot less naturey than some of my classmates' sites, but we still found some really cool ways to integrate nature into the sessions. And the biggest thing that I'm really coming away with is just this concept of like our internal nature and humans as part of nature and how we can really get connected to that. And it turns out it's actually really simple for us to get connected with that. So I'm gonna talk about that today. So this is a quote from a Mary Oliver poem that I love so much, and it really inspired a lot of the self-work that I've done and the work that I've done as a therapist. So I'll just read it for you all. Let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. And it's part of a larger poem. I definitely encourage everyone to read it. It's called Wild Geese. But every time I've read this poem, I'm like, yes, like I get so like moved by this line, and I'm like, I want that. Like if I could just do that, I feel like everything would be fine in life. Like I would have a great life. But like, what does that mean to like let the soft animal of my body love what it loves, and how do I get in touch with that, and how do I find out what it loves? So that's sort of where this process will lead us. So yeah, this is just about finding a ground, finding a foothold and a framework for understanding what the soft animal of our body is. And so I really like to understand how things work. My background is in geology. And so for me, finding a sense of awareness and comfort and belonging has had a lot to do with learning about rocks and how the earth formed and how different rock formations come about, and how to identify them. And I really have found that wherever I go in the whole world, even if I don't know like what specific formations I'm around, I can pick up a rock and know something about it and feel this sense of connection and familiarity. And I just like have a sense of being a part of this earth and having like an awareness of what is around me. So when we're deciding to go to a place that we don't know, to a new place, there's different things that we can consider, like maybe doing some research about the landscape, maybe the geology, the culture, the weather, what kind of gear we might need, and just kind of getting like a scenario of all these considerations that we'll have to prepare for to go to a new space. So we all know like what kinds of things we might need to consider when we're going to enter a new location. But when we start to talk about the landscape within ourselves, it's kind of like we don't have a lot of language to describe what our internal lives are like, and we don't learn that much in school or as we're growing up about how we function as humans, how our emotions work, how our nervous systems work. And so it's a little bit like we're all kind of like walking around with these like unknown landscapes like inside of us all the time. I'm gonna take off this sweater. So how can we start to create a map of our internal world? Sorry, that's like really jarring, but so there's a lot of ways that we gain an understanding about our internal worlds. Astrology is one of them. I'm a Capricorn, so that's only slightly relevant. This is Jung's, like a depiction someone made of Jung's map of the psyche. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways that we can that people over time have tried to understand ourselves. And I think there's so much great information that we've heard today that help us move towards a place of finding a sense of grounding and orientation within our own minds. I thought it might be helpful to come up with some real solid pieces that we could put into a field guide of our inner landscape. These are some of my other favorite field guides that I take with me whenever I'm hiking. And so when I was preparing for this presentation, I was out hiking and I was looking at all, my familiar plant friends around me. And I was like, oh, this is kind of what therapy is like. We're learning to identify the different species of bushes that we might encounter in our own minds. And so here are just a few of those species that I have found to be super helpful with my clients and myself. So first we need to develop a sense of how to even approach this landscape. So a lot of people today have talked about interoception, so I'm not going to go into that really, but I think this is really how we start to wake up to ourselves, and kind of feeling the wind, what is this broad strokes here, and just turning that awareness inward so that we can even understand what's going on inside of us, so that we can start to feel it. So this is sort of akin to our inner weather, kind of looking at our inner weather report. And so here's a picture of a millipede that I saw several months ago on the trails. It was the first sign of spring that I saw. This is kind of one of the flavors of things that we can start to look for within us. What are those little tiny signs that take a lot of just calm awareness to notice? We probably all today have felt pretty big signs that we have something going on inside our bodies up here. So you don't need to look for a little millipede, but sometimes it can be helpful to be like, I'm a little bit jealous after hearing that. Where I notice that feeling within me, and why is that there? Let me figure out what that means. So a case example from one of my clients, around this piece about interoception. So we did a lot of practice turning our awareness inward, naming the like shape, size, texture, color, movement of my client's emotions that he was feeling in his body. And through this process, he's been able to identify that he has two flavors of anxiety, go and dread. And he's getting really adept at like feeling and noticing when each one is coming up, and starting to correlate them with like when go comes up, like he knows that that means he wants to just like get away from whatever he's around at the moment. And then when dread comes, he notices he wants to just like lay in bed and hide from the world. So basically through just being able to like feel these emotions in his body, and you can see this is from a study where they asked like thousands of people to identify where they feel their emotions in their body, and it's actually like not pretty predictable across the board. A lot of us will feel these sensations in a similar part of our bodies. And we can tell a lot about what the emotion is by where we feel it in our bodies. So this is just one way that like my client has started to feel less scared and uncertain about what's going on in his body. He can feel these specific emotions arising, name them, and just kind of say like hi to them, and they're not quite as intimidating anymore. So psychoeducation is basically just offering little tidbits about how our brains work to our clients in a therapeutic setting. And this is what I've found to be one of the most helpful things in my experience with therapy. So this is like the species of our field guide, and I'm not gonna go super into all of these, but I just kind of wanted to do like to show you the breadth of what we have here. So a super powerful one that I tell all of my clients is about nervous system regulation. So we as animal beings, our nervous systems can tell us a lot about what we need to do in a situation, and they've evolved to keep us alive, basically. So when things are starting to get intense, and maybe like, you know, obviously when we were being chased by animals in the wild, this is how this process evolved of like starting to get really heightened and being and having like a cortisol flood and having the ability to like run really fast and escape from danger. But in this kind of society, that doesn't really help us all the time, and our nervous system don't always necessarily know what we should be doing at any given time. So if we can start to notice what our nervous system is doing and how it's feeling in different situations, and know which kinds of situations start to send us into that hyper or hypo arousal, and know that it's just a natural process, that can be really comforting to people. Another thing that I tell everyone about is the negativity bias, which again is from our evolution. If we are aware of things that can kill us, that will keep us alive. But if we're aware of things that like are pretty, it doesn't necessarily impact like our survivability. So we're much more prone to remembering the things that are scary and hard and like uncomfortable, and that's just how our brains work. So when you know that, maybe that can take away a little bit of the shame, or just a sense of like, why am I so negative? Like, well, that's actually just your brain, so it's fine. Some other pieces of psychoeducation are learning what your attachment styles are to different people in your life, what your attachment relationships were like when you were little, and how you kind of got to this point. One of my clients was talking about his relationship with his romantic partner, and I was noticing some really avoidant tendencies there. And so I said to him, like, you like probably grew up in a household where you had to like self-soothe a lot, and you had to your parents weren't around all the time, and you had to kind of like take care of yourself and just like be okay just being by yourself. And he was like, oh my God, how did you know that? And basically it's like that's just how our brains work, like no matter like how like what differences we have as humans, and like how like all of us have had different life experiences, but these are all things that like do unite us as humans. And that's really comforting for people to be like, oh, my brain actually isn't that weird. Like, if you can tell things about me that are just common to all humans, like, it's really comforting. Emotional granularity is a great concept where we can start to be able to name our emotions. So this is really connected with the interoception piece. If we can feel in our bodies sensations that we might be experiencing, and then be able to tie a word to those. And you can look up a feelings wheel. I know they're like super small emotions, the words there, but that just is showing really like how many emotions there are that we don't know how to describe on a daily basis. But that can be really helpful to tell us what's going on inside. So this piece on the left, I realized it's not really psychoeducation, it's more like Dharma education. It's based on Pema Chodron, an amazing Buddhist nun. So she has 3 methods of dealing with chaos. The first is go to the places that scare you. The second, use poison as medicine. And third, regard what arises as awakened energy. These are other concepts that a lot of people have talked about today. And just something that I really like to bring up to my clients too, like it's okay to feel scared and to like have like challenging emotions. I think a lot of times in our culture, we think we should be happy all the time, and most people don't talk a lot about their more challenging emotions. I know the first time I really started talking to people about like my like jealousy and fear and anger and stuff was during a meditation retreat where you really are with your thoughts and your feelings all the time. But it's just really nice to have the vulnerability to actually be able to talk about the things that scare us with each other. And that's usually where like the greatest gifts are. So here's a picture of my lizard, Dottie, shedding. And this is a really hard process for her. It takes a lot of energy. It takes her like a whole entire night of like rubbing herself like up against her sticks and like just getting like that skin to start like pulling back until she can bite it. And then she starts ripping it off with her mouth, and then she eats it. And so she is just like pooped afterwards. She is so tired, but she's so pretty and bright yellow and shiny, and she just like looks so proud of herself. And it's like a really important source of nutrients for her. So basically, this is an example of how doing hard things that feels bad and uncomfortable and we're worn out and we're tired, similar to climbing that mountain, which we did on our intensive, is really where we get so many of our greatest gifts. And I just think this is a good thing to remind everyone about. It's not about being happy and having everything be easy all the time, but doing the hard things and being able to talk about that and have someone there with you, which is a huge piece of therapy. And then regarding what arises as awakened energy is just a really important part of all of this too, that like if you see these really intense processes as having some sense of sacredness, this is our journey of life, and we're all on our own paths trying to figure out what the heck is going on, who we are, why we're here, and that's a very sacred journey, and I love reminding people about that as well. So neuroplasticity is a huge thing I like to tell people about, that you can't just like open your field guide and read about a mushroom and then you know everything about it and you can like just eat every mushroom. Like you have to like go back and keep learning and reminding yourself and like diving deeper, returning, looking at different specimens. And so the more we return to this information and the more we feel these emotions in our bodies and remind ourselves that we're just human and we're not like that weird. We're all probably a little weird, but it's okay. That will start to sink in. And so just rethinking the thoughts that we enjoy, that makes us feel good about our lives. Here are two therapeutic frameworks that I think fit really well with this idea of like discovering our inner landscapes and finding comfort there, that I've used this year. Internal family systems, which Seth described really well. So actually getting to know all these different little characters inside of us. And that can involve a lot of what I talked about previously too, like how can we notice that one of our parts is here? Maybe our nervous system is getting activated. Maybe we're feeling an emotion somewhere in our bodies. Acceptance and commitment therapy is a super powerful tool for helping us figure out which things in our lives we're not living in alignment to our values, and to noticing when we're distracting ourselves from something that we probably should actually focus on. So I'm not really going to go into those, but those are both really powerful tools. So the main impact of sharing all of this like pretty simple knowledge with people is for people to realize like I'm not this like crazy person, you know, like my brain works the same way as every other human's brain, and it works that way because we evolved together in this like tribe on this earth, interacting with parts of the earth. And yeah, so there's a really unifying aspect to this. One of my clients actually felt so like other and different and weird and outside of the rest of humanity that he calls other people NPCs, which is a video game term meaning non-player characters. So they're just like the people that are walking around the video game that like they're just like programmed in there, and they don't really, like if you talk to them, they just say the same thing over and over again, and they really just don't have a lot going on inside. And so he really felt like no connection whatsoever with people around him until he started to learn that, oh, like, you understand me when I like say what I'm feeling. And I'm like, yeah, because everyone else feels the same way. Like, we just need to start talking about this. And now he's like talking to like other parents at his kids' like sports games, and he's like, they're not as bad as I thought they were gonna be. And so it's ridiculous, like just how simple like this connection and like this epiphany that we are all connected, we're all humans, we're all nature. Like, it's really so simple to communicate. A lot of it has to do with shame reduction. Here's a great quote from Irvin Yalom. We are not unique in our wretchedness, is what people realize when they start talking to each other about their emotions. And resilience. So, through starting to learn about these different species and the different landscapes within us, and the different weather, and just starting to get like a level of competency and familiarity with 5 minutes with ourselves, we develop a lot of resilience. I think about permaculture. This is actually a permaculture education farm that I worked in for a long time. And in permaculture, through observing nature, watching how different natural processes work. So like how water runs, and how like flowers bloom. We can learn so many like really wise, resilient tools that nature has already developed over millions of years. And so by understanding and being able to identify these different processes within us, we can start to use them in a way to just become like more ready to weather what's gonna arise for us. So a permaculture like analogy that comes to mind is building swales on a hillside. So this is a really common way to slow down the flow of water. So you kind of build up these little like berms with dirt, and you, instead of the water when it rains flowing straight down, you can control kind of where it goes, and you can use that water and direct it where you want it to go. You can prevent floods. And just like slow that water down to let it have a greater impact on the land. So that's what we're doing by getting to know ourselves, whether that's through astrology or storytelling or psychoeducation. I mean, I think this is important for everyone, even if you already have your astrology framework. And this is, so I'll just read these points first. Ability to comprehend short-term versus long-term consequences. Our natural reaction to discomfort is distraction, and our perceived level of power, locus of control. So these are all outcomes of therapy, but that's not where I got these points. They're actually from a paper about factors that inspire us to take action toward the environment. So through getting to know ourselves and developing these different levels of resilience and knowledge, we start to feel more connected to each other, to the earth, and we are developing these tools that will actually help us to take part in our communities, whether that's our human, animal, or natural communities. So just wanted to return to this quote one more time. Let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. And just, I invite you all to consider what this looks like for you. I just want this for everyone. And I think if we could all be living from this place, we would treat each other and ourselves and the earth so much better. So that's all. Thank you.
Any questions for Kelly? I've got one as I'm passing around the mic. Callie, I loved your graphics. Did you create those? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I found them online and then I put them so they looked like they were on pages. Yeah.
Love the visuals.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, we will have just a few minutes and we will bring Bryn Morales up. Everyone, let's welcome Bryn Morales. Inner Seasons, Deepening in Emotional Awareness Around the Menstrual Cycle.
All right, thanks Heather. Hi, my name's Bryn Morales. I will be talking today about the inner seasons and deepening an emotional awareness around the menstrual cycle. My internship experience at the Colorado Women's Center, as well as my own personal experience as a menstruator, has prompted me to improve my understanding of the emotional impacts of the hormonal fluctuations across the menstrual cycle. I want to pause here and do a brief check-in, and I ask if you would please raise your hand if you personally menstruate or have somebody in your life that you care about that menstruates. Okay, perfect. I think this is going to be relevant then. It's also really cool to follow Callie, and I see a lot of parallels, and I'm just kind of zooming in on the micropopulation of menstruators. So I'm going to discuss the importance of this topic to help menstruators reconnect to their bodies, their emotional inner world, and the natural world around them. I think this art piece from Studio Maryland really captures what I'm trying to convey with this thesis of multidimensional interconnection. While there are complex biopsychosocial impacts of this topic, as a mental health counselor, my focus today will be on the psychological impacts. Maisie Hill, the author of the book Period Power, states, "Body literacy improves self-esteem and mental health so much so that I'm convinced that psycho-awareness is the greatest untapped resource for improving the mental health of menstruating people." Psycho-awareness is the knowledge of which phase one is at in their menstrual cycle. I'm personally currently in my follicular phase, and I want to turn to the audience again and ask if any other menstruators here today are willing to share what phase they're currently in. Yeah. Summer, winter, we got it all represented. Awesome. And before we get any further, it's important to bring into this conversation that not all women menstruate and not all who menstruate are women. So I'll be using language and pronouns to deconstruct menstruation as a cisnormative experience. If nothing else, I hope everyone takes away from this presentation this concept of degendering menstruation and beginning to bring the menstrual cycle into conversation with mental health in pursuit of destigmatizing the topic and welcoming it as a natural and even transpersonal process. But I'm going to try and talk for 23 more minutes, so I hope you learn a few more things along the way. The menstrual cycle is often solely correlated with the experience of periods and PMS, but in actuality, it encompasses a full cyclical process similar to the life cycle of the aspen, beautifully photographed here. The 4 natural seasons of the year provide a nature-based metaphor for a more approachable understanding of the 4 emotional seasons of the menstrual cycle. I'll move through the inner seasons of winter, spring, summer, and fall, which coincide with the menstrual, follicular, ovulatory, and luteal phases, respectively. By rooting the cycle in this metaphor, I hope to reclaim the naturalness of this process. Like the life cycle of the aspen that is so celebrated that cars will sit in several hours of traffic on I-70 during leaf peeping season, how can we cultivate the same awe for the internal phenomenon of those with uteri? I've begun to question how this cyclical rhythm of the menstrual cycle ever became distanced from the fullness and beauty of the changing seasons, the phases of the moon, and the life cycle of an aspen. How do we as clinicians help clients shed the taboo, shame, dysphoria, and disconnection that has arisen with this natural process? How can we reincorporate the cycle into the therapeutic process and as wilderness therapists use the cycle to welcome menstruating clients home, not only to their bodies, but to the earth? All humans are cyclical beings, whether or not they're menstruating, so this framework can be expanded to include all. But for the focus of this presentation, I have chosen to concentrate on the often hidden world of the ovarian hormone cycle. The ovarian cycle follows an approximately 28-day cycle, shown here in blue and red. We can compare this to the 24-hour cycle of testosterone, more like the sun than the moon, which is shown in black along the top of this chart. Testosterone naturally peaks each morning, falls throughout the day, and rises again through the night, about 28 times for each single ovarian cycle. It's clear from this next chart that puberty, perimenopause, and menopause all deserve their own conversation on hormonal changes. But for succinctness of my presentation today, I'll be discussing the window between puberty and perimenopause, typically from ages 13 to 50. On average, during this time, a menstruator will experience 600 cycles, and our cultural environment has taught us to keep this cycle hidden, secret, and to ourselves. There are internalized beliefs that menstrual blood is gross, dirty, and shameful. I have potent memories from adolescence of trying to hide tampons on the way to the high school bathroom. These are core beliefs and separate folks from their bodies and their innate wholeness. Because I have a master's in physiology, I'd like to nerd out for a few minutes and frame this discussion in the biological impacts of hormones, so please bear with me. Hormones are the chemical regulators of our hidden and all too often minimized internal tides. Borrowed again from Maisie Hill, the incredible phenomenon of the menstrual cycle is orchestrated by the delicate dance of several hormones. You can see from this chart that the main players in the ovarian cycle are the hormonal shifts of estrogen in red and progesterone in blue. I should mention this is a British infographic, and apparently they spell estrogen with a silent O. Estrogen, along with many other functions, has been shown to increase the amount of our feel-good neurotransmitter serotonin in the body, as well as the number of serotonin receptors available in the brain. Progesterone is known for its calming effects on the circuits of the brain and has been shown to reduce anxiety, improve mood, and promote sleep. On the left side of this chart, you can see that during menstruation, estrogen and progesterone levels are relatively low. As the cycle advances through the follicular phase, estrogen levels spike, which facilitates the maturing of eggs within the ovaries. After the most mature egg is released, gradually increasing amounts of progesterone are produced along with moderate amounts of estrogen. If the egg is not fertilized, progesterone and estrogen levels fall, the uterine lining breaks down, and the cycle begins anew. These fluctuations in estrogen and progesterone that occur in each phase can affect energy, mood, appetite, sleep, sexual desire, creativity, productivity, ability to focus, interest in socializing, and the need for movement or rest. I began to have a lot of curiosity about how these changes are often pathologized from a therapeutic lens. These are all symptoms I have been trained to track at the Colorado Women's Center. So how can understanding the natural ebbs and flows in hormones lay the groundwork for improved mental health? A Harvard review of psychiatric symptoms across the menstrual cycle performed a systematic review and meta-analysis of over 100 research studies on the menstrual cycle. The study found exacerbations of psychiatric symptoms across the menstrual cycle, and the research concluded that the cyclic experience may influence mental health through a variety of mechanisms, not just hormonally. For example, many experience physical discomfort around menstruation. This physical discomfort can be associated with increases in psychological distress and irritability and decreased self-esteem. After learning this, I start to wonder, how can we bring in somatic awareness for helping clients through the inner winter of menstruation? Can we sit with the physical discomfort and welcome it home each month like an old friend visiting, instead of ignoring the pain potentially 600 times? Many additionally report increased interpersonal conflicts and reduced social engagement premenstrually and during menstruation, which may contribute to depression and isolation. Negative affect is linked with increased impulsivity, substance use, and non-suicidal self-injury. This Harvard review also found a disproportionate number of suicides occurred during premenstrual and menstrual phases, compared to both other phases of the cycle and compared to other causes of death, furthering the importance of increased awareness and conversation of the menstrual cycle in the clinical setting. Cycle awareness is a knowledge of which phase one is at in their menstrual cycle. This is created by tracking one's experience over multiple months, if not years, to have a better understanding of the hormonal effect on their lived experience. Knowing where one is in their cycle goes beyond avoiding or achieving pregnancy because it improves body literacy or the ability to read oneself, giving a way to take the physical and emotional experiences of the cycle and consider them within the context of what is happening hormonally. Cycle awareness provides a template for understanding one's personal experience while discovering the ins and outs of their cycle. Practicing awareness begins with charting the physical, energetic, and emotional changes throughout the inner seasons of one's cycle on a chart such as this, with what can be as simple as a one-word check-in. This is another approachable way of tracking emotional patterns along with mobile phone apps such as Clue. I see cycle awareness as a branch of self-compassion because it helps one to feel and respond to their changing mood and energy, which creates an inner stability that allows more kindness towards self. Further, cycle tracking can become ritualized as a mindfulness practice, which keeps one grounded in themselves. This simple daily act of checking in can help clients identify symptoms, triggers, patterns, needs, and desires. Understanding the effect of one's fluctuations in hormones can be a foundation for finding acceptance with the natural variations in their mental health. It can improve self-worth, cultivate self-respect, and help create a more intimate relationship with oneself. Further, clients can then better advocate and name their needs for food, sleep, company or space, quiet or conversation, activity or rest, intimacy or alone time, and when to ask for help. It can transform all aspects of emotional and mental health, energy levels, relationships, creativity, and even how one moves through the world. I'll now move into the 4 inner seasons and show the connection between the changes in hormones and the changing common needs and emotions. Again here, remembering that each client will have their individualized experience of each season, I hope to just provide the framework in which clients can begin to build their own internal map of their unique ecosystem. So the cycle begins with winter, with menstruation, the physical shedding of the endometrial lining, which typically lasts 1 to 7 days. Progesterone and estrogen hormones are at their lowest, often correlating to valleys of low physical and mental energy. Common emotions include feeling lethargic, vulnerable, lonely, and melancholy. Can clinicians help to reframe these emotions with negative connotations to more accepting terms such as slow, inward, intuitive, wise? Common needs here include rest, slowing down, meditating, journaling, saying no to overcommitting, and welcoming time for inward reflection. From the collection of myths, Women Who Run with the Wolves, menstruation is a time for solitude, to heal fatigue and prevent weariness, a sacred time of connecting and listening to the inner self. It invites a conversation between oneself and the wild soul that comes near to our shore. The purpose of this union is for us to ask questions and for the soul to advise. This is so different than the ways in which we are traditionally taught to treat our period, like an inconvenience that must be concealed at all costs in order to make others more comfortable. I've worked with a non-binary 13-year-old for the past 8 months, and we've done a lot of work with gender dysphoria, about their body not feeling like theirs, feeling too small, like their breasts weren't theirs, and their period was a painful monthly reminder that their body didn't feel like home. Finding gender-inclusive period products and rooting their period in the phases of the moon has helped mitigate some of the depression that comes with their period, or new moon as we call it now. They now see it as a time when they want to stay home, listen to loud music I've never heard of, watch anime, and most vitally, eat a lot of KFC. I know there will be continued challenges for this client, but we have learned together the potential to fall in love with each inner season. The next season is inner spring, which correlates to the follicular phase. This is the most variable phase from person to person, kind of like spring in Colorado. Hormone levels of progesterone and estrogen are rising, paralleling a gradual reemergence from the period cocoon and a readiness to re-engage with the external environment, much like this beautiful art from a Sacred Cycles oracle deck I found during my research. Common emotions of inner spring include playfulness, curiosity, feeling revitalized, focused, social, energetic, and creative. I mentioned at the beginning that I'm currently in my follicular phase, and now you can see why I'm grateful this conference wasn't last week during my inner winter. Common needs are for play, spontaneity, setting intentions for the upcoming summer, socializing, creating to-do lists, and increasing physical movement. Public speaking will never be on my list of needs, so this is about as good as you're gonna get from me. All right, moving into summer. Inner summer is marked by ovulation, during which the egg is released from an ovary about midway through the cycle. Estrogen levels are at their highest, with corresponding peak heights of energy and confidence. Anxiety is decreasing, mood is improving, and sleep is naturally improving with the rising progesterone levels. Common emotions of inner summer include joy, gratitude, feeling affectionate, friendly, loving, radiant, active, motivated, productive, confident, and expansive, like this art shows here. Common needs that correlate with this are connection, communication, collaboration, community, giving, service, and physical movement. I've worked with a client over the past year through a lot of self-criticism. She was constantly comparing herself to her husband, who would wake up each morning and go to CrossFit before work. She struggled to find the same consistency as him, and this created a lot of negative self-talk. I decided to bring in hormonal psychoeducation into one of our sessions and discuss the different ways that testosterone and estrogen fluctuate. She had this aha moment and immediate self-acceptance for her transitory motivation to wake up early and do intense cardio. We collaborated on a more holistic movement routine that suited her experience with her menstrual cycle. The next season is fall, which is often a challenging season for menstruators. To let go of those sunny summer days. Fall corresponds with the luteal phase, or premenstruation, which commonly occurs days 14 through 28. Estrogen and progesterone levels are falling quite dramatically, creating the variability in emotion commonly associated with PMS. However, I don't love the term PMS because it pathologizes inner fall as a syndrome rather than another season. More specifically, the season of those golden aspen leaves falling that everyone feels the need to Instagram. With the fall in estrogen, there is less serotonin available, often contributing to depressed affect. If you remember, progesterone reduces anxiety, improves mood, and promotes sleep. So when it drops dramatically during this phase, there is often an increase in anxiety, decreased mood, and more sleep disturbances. With inner fall, there is a transition to slowness, inward energy, a decline in stamina, mental ability, and physical energy, like a bear preparing for winter hibernation. Common emotions of inner fall include increased sensitivity, fatigue, mood swings, depression, anxiety, irritability, quickness to anger, and having self-limiting thoughts of being incapable, unlovable, and unworthy. The inner critic really takes the center stage during this season. Common needs of this season then are to find alone time, time for gentle movements, connecting to emotions, turning inward, winding down, reflecting, discerning, and recognizing patterns within oneself, and probably a really good time to get in for therapy. I think I would be remiss not to bring in PMDD here. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder is a mood disorder characterized by emotional, cognitive, and physical symptoms that cause significant distress or impairment in menstruators during the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle, and is now an official diagnosis in the DSM-5. Symptoms include extreme sadness, hopelessness, irritability, anger, anxiety, panic attacks, extreme sleepiness or insomnia, irritability, and crying. It has a profound impact on a person's quality of life and dramatically increases the risk of suicidal ideation and suicide attempts. PMDD causes extreme mood shifts that can disrupt work and damage relationships. Increased cycle awareness and having consistent therapeutic support through each cycle's inner fall can be particularly reparative for clients with PMDD. Further treatments include speaking with a healthcare professional about hormone balancing and regulation, and potentially pharmaceutical SSRIs, anti-anxiety medications, and potentially oral contraceptives. So, how else can we begin to bring the menstrual cycle into the therapeutic setting? How can it become as commonplace as the psychoeducation of nervous system regulation? I believe it begins with incorporating new questions into the intake process to have a more full understanding of our clients' lived experience. For menstruating clients, it starts with their first period, asking questions like, when was your first menstrual cycle? How was that transition marked or not? What emotions arise with that memory? What changes can you recognize in yourself before and after this initiation? Can we offer compassion to this younger self in order to feel more whole? Further questions can include, what is your current relationship with your menstrual cycle or with your hormones if perimenopausal or menopausal? Or is there a lack of relationship? Is there associated shame, dysphoria, or physical discomfort? Do any stigmatized emotions of dirtiness, disconnection, or impurity arise? And how can we reimagine these emotions in order to heal? If clients are already curious about themselves in this way, asking how they track their cycle, what patterns have they already noticed within themselves? How can you deepen awareness of your body's wisdom and find self-acceptance for the natural rhythms of emotion? And can we support clients in releasing something that no longer serves them with each cycle? And then, like with my teenage client, beginning to degender the menstrual cycle as a natural process that resonates for clients who experience gender dysphoria with their period. while I feel like I answered so many questions that I had at the beginning of this project, I'm also left with so many more questions. I started a list with all of the future considerations for this topic, and it becomes clear how this could actually be its own mini conference. More importantly, it highlights how each menstrual cycle experience will be unique to the client and must be approached with the same holistic mindset we have been taught to bring to each person we meet. In conclusion, the history of disconnection from the miraculous phenomenon of the menstrual cycle perpetuates disconnection from the natural world around us. Increased alignment with one's own cycle can forge connection to other menstruators' cycles, the moon phases, and to the seasons of nature. Guiding clients to accept and even love each of their own seasons can restore their connection to their inner selves, their bodies, and the world around them. I hope by saying menstrual approximately 58 times, I have begun to welcome this cycle into conversation around mental health in order to invite menstruators home into their bodies and root them in their beautiful transpersonal place in the world. Thank you. I'm open to any feedback or questions, and if you need a tampon, I gotcha.
Hi, Bryn.
Hi.
That was so beautiful. Thank you so much for covering this topic. I never even, aside from doing my own work in this area, I've never considered wrapping it into the therapeutic process or relationship. And with that said, I'm curious in your own practice, how you kind of lead into that, or is it client-led? Do clients start to speak a little bit more honestly or authentically around these sorts of things, and then you kind of launch in to integrating these pieces? Or is it something that like you yourself have suggested?
Thank you. I think I definitely use like a client-centered led approach, and if they start to bring in patterns that they're recognizing within themselves or feeling hormonal around their period, I definitely take that as a window into offering some of that psychoeducation. I haven't yet like framed it as bringing it in before the client brings it in. I let them bring it in first. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryn. A necessary topic to discuss. We're going to take, let's see, well, I'll just tell you the time that Christina will be presenting is 3:35. I forgot my glasses. It's now hard to see. So at 3:35, we'll come back and Christina will present. So you've got about 15 minutes. Yeah, stretch your legs and we'll see you soon. All right, everyone, if you could please take your seat. Some folks know what this is. If you're someone who knows and you're with someone who doesn't, please share. Thank you. I love the quiet coyote. Each cohort has its own symbol to bring silence and attention to the moment. Let's welcome up Christina Benson. Her presentation is titled Nature-Based Neuroplasticity, Strengthening Adaptive Memory Networks Through Creative Human-Nature Relationships.
All right. Hello. Thank you all so much for being here. It's great to see you all. I'm really excited to share my offering with you all. It's a bit unconventional and non-linear. It is a creative video compilation, so I invite you to take a deep breath and let go of any expectations you might have. And I'm hoping I'll surprise you in some intriguing ways. This is going to be a time travel experiment together with some animals and plants and natural landscapes around the world, all the way from Colorado to South Carolina to Nepal. So here we go. Welcome to my capstone presentation called Nature-Based Neuroplasticity, Strengthening Adaptive Memory Networks Through Creative Human-Nature Relationships. My name is Christina, and I'm a nature-based therapist. This presentation is a culmination of my growth as a wilderness therapy master's student at Naropa University, as well as my experiences applying this knowledge to other areas of my life. My therapeutic work is inspired by an ever-present fascination with human beings, the natural world, and the relationship between the two. I draw upon eco-psychology principles, attachment theory, somatic therapy techniques, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy, also known as EMDR, neuroscience, mindfulness, and a plethora of other creative approaches. Over the past year, I've been a clinical intern at the Somatic Wilderness Therapy Institute here in Boulder, Colorado. Through a holistic approach that addresses body, mind, and soul wellness, we work with people to normalize the challenges that come with being human, support a sense of deep inner listening and trust, and regain an appreciation for our profound interconnection with the natural world. As an intern, I supported and participated in several experiential nature-based and somatic trauma trainings and worked with a caseload of one-on-one psychotherapy clients. I also facilitated a 10-month-long nature-based mindfulness group and conducted initial intakes for new clients. I am now a contract therapist at the Institute. While working with my therapy clients and simultaneously pondering the neuropathways of my neurodivergent mind, I've become increasingly curious about the mystery of memory. I marvel at the fact that I can remember minute details about people and their life stories and quirks. However, when it comes to numbers and logistical details, my mind is far more fuzzy. I suppose this is well suited for the profession I've chosen. I can often recall the outfits I was wearing during significant moments in my life, both challenging and meaningful moments, such as being attacked by a large dog when I was 4 years old. In case you were wondering,
I was wearing a beloved Pocahontas t-shirt. Many of my more positive early life memories involve time spent in nature where I felt the most myself and the most alive or at peace. A specific example is a flashback to my favorite childhood activity, creating perfume from the pine trees in our yard with my older sister. I can remember the vibrant scents, as well as the feeling of putting the pine-scented perfume on my wrists to carry its goodness with me for the rest of the day. While conducting my research, I surveyed 47 members of my community to learn more about their lived experiences with this topic. 63.8% of participants reported that their earliest memory is from when they were 3 to 5 years old. I have worked as a caregiver for elders for the past 2.5 years, building meaningful relationships with people who have dementia and learning to support them in daily life. Through this process, I've discovered that for some people, it can feel freeing to relinquish attachment to the past, gradually easing into a simpler existence, fully rooted in the present moment. For others, it can be intensely horrifying and unsettling to lose grip of their memories. Memory and emotions are intricately intertwined. Lisa Genova, neuroscientist and novelist, says that of all the complex and wondrous miracles your brain executes, memory is king. You need memory to learn anything. You use your memory from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to sleep, and even then your memory processes are busy at work. So memory constructs our identities and weaves together the past, present, and future in an attempt to build a coherent narrative. Much of what we remember is incomplete and inaccurate. But accuracy aside, can you remember your first kiss? What about the answer to 2 times 5? Your address? Your brain is more likely to forget the things like your 22nd kiss, or what you ate for lunch 7 Thursdays ago, or the name of the person you met 1 minute ago. Biologically speaking, our brains have evolved to hold on to what is most meaningful to us. So, I encourage you to consider what has most value to you. What do you want to actively choose to give your attention to every day? Working memory is your memory for the here and now. There are 3 basic types of long-term memories: semantic memory, which is for the knowledge you've learned; episodic memory, which is for what happened; and muscle memory, which is for how to do things. Another type of memory that is less talked about is called post-memory, which is the intergenerational retention of memories that parents or grandparents experienced, often through trauma, but it could also apply to the wisdom we may gain from elders through storytelling and relationship building over time. Creating a memory includes 4 steps: encoding, consolidation, storage, and retrieval. The information contained within an experience that is collected by your brain, the sensory perceptions, the language, the who, what, where, when, and why, is linked by a part of your brain called the hippocampus. The hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure nestled in the middle of your brain, is essential for memory consolidation. It is your memory weaver. What happened? Where and when did it happen? What does it mean? How do I feel about it? Alzheimer's begins its destruction in the hippocampus, negatively impacting people's abilities to form new memories. Memory is profoundly impacted by meaning, emotion, sleep, stress, and context, and attention is essential for creating a memory for anything. So what's with all this talk about attention? As someone diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, I feel very familiar with this concept, both its edginess and its poignancy. The way I experience ADD is not actually rooted in a lack of attention, but rather in too much attention in many intriguing directions all at once. This is why I am a huge proponent of practicing mindfulness. It helps me slow down my thoughts and be able to touch into a deeper sense of internal ease and external connection. Jon Kabat-Zinn defines mindfulness as the awareness that arises through paying attention, on purpose, in the present moment, non-judgmentally, in the service of self-understanding and wisdom. As a therapist, I feel passionate about sharing the gift of mindfulness with my clients through simple and tangible practices. These practices often involve paying attention with curiosity to their own breath, bodily sensations, connection to the natural world, and their five senses. When asked whether or not they practice mindfulness, this is what participants shared. So how exactly does nature relate to memory and support our capacity for healing and wellness? There are many examples of memory we can find within the natural world. Have you ever looked at the rings inside a tree stump after a tree has been cut down? These rings indicate a tree's age and what the weather conditions were like during a tree's life. The lighter rings represent wood that grew in the spring and early summer, while the darker rings represent wood that grew in the late summer and fall. Additionally, the animal with arguably the sharpest memory on Earth is a bird. Birds have brilliant memories that can adapt to ecological conditions to ensure survival and nourishment. For example, Clark's nutcracker collects up to 33,000 pine seeds in November that it carefully buries in more than 2,500 locations across a distance of 300 square kilometers. Over the span of 8 months, it successfully retrieves over 90% of the seeds, despite potential snow coverage. Similar to humans, birds store their spatial memories in the hippocampus.
My name is Emma. I am a graduate student at the University of Vermont, and part of my role as a graduate student at UVM is working as an educator in introductory environmental geology courses. So I kind of put memory associated with nature in two different categories. One of those categories is how nature has affected my memory and my identity and my sense of self throughout my life, and that is that a lot of my positive memories in my childhood and my adult life have kind of driven my passion for working in environmental conservation. So specifically, I have like a very positive association between like the smell of detritus, like when you're hiking, or the sound of rivers, or wildlife. Like I think you can probably hear the birds right now behind me in this video. And so for me, I think my identity has kind of been shaped by these positive memories that I have in nature. And then that second category kind of relates to school and education, and how, especially in higher ed, we are trained to remember certain things. We're trained to understand things in a different way. And so, especially with geology, the time history, Earth's history, is so much more broad than human history. And so it's very difficult sometimes for people to conceptualize Earth's history. And I think a lot of teachers try to incorporate the technique of storytelling in education. And when that storytelling is paired with field work, where students are able to actually have sensory experiences through sight and touch, most specifically, I would say, with landforms and rock formations, that students not only remember this material, you know, that they're trained to know, but also have a much more emotional, positive experience and emotional connection and motivation to kind of like harbor this sense of place to where they are, which I think for me is really important because those positive sensory experiences end up driving our passions to do better and to help.
These are some of the reflections participants made when they described their relationship with nature. Unique, pleasant, embarrassingly limited, complex, love, mutual connection, rejuvenating, intimate, healing, nostalgic, respectful, positive, playful, expansive. I love the outdoors and would like to be able to protect it to the level that I can. I'd love to see more action taken on single-use plastics and other non-biodegradable products. I find peace and comfort when I am in nature, especially swimming, and also I have some conflicting feelings about nature because of my spring allergies. It feels sacred. It's the main part of my spiritual life, and without it, I think we'd be lost. I find myself more inspired and clear thinking when I am in the natural world. I look to the natural world as holding a quiet language of peace and affirmation.
Walking in the snow, far beneath the sky of blue and gold. A lonely moon shines on, and even though it's cold, my heart keeps me warm, lets me know I'm alive to see another day turn into stars that rise. Another wrinkle made upon my mind. Surely as a stone, this river runs and sows pieces of my soul, like a ghostly hymnal song, and even in my bones. Don't you know I feel just right at home? Don't you know I find the thinner air, it seems to suit me fine. A roof of heavens, what a great design.
Studies prove that nature has profound impacts on cognitive functioning. Much of this is due to the fact that we can rest and relax and have soft attention while in the natural world, while in urban environments, we're required to have more directive attention that depletes our brain's capacity to function and feel good. "80.9% of participants felt most strongly connected to their sense of sight in connection with their memories." In The Body Keeps the Score, Bessel van der Kolk says that when our senses become muffled, we no longer feel fully alive. Trauma that has not been sequenced through our bodies can lead to disassociation, which may block us from accessing the feeling of aliveness. Developing sensory awareness can allow for present moment appreciation, embodiment, trauma healing, and nervous system regulation. Let's explore how we can connect with our 5 senses in nature. Imagine seeing the colors and textures of a desert landscape, the curvature of a ridgeline, sunlight filtering through the leaves of trees, a starry moonlit sky. Imagine hearing the sounds of birds singing, coyotes howling, leaves crunching under your feet, your own heartbeat, a thunderstorm. Imagine touching soft moss, gritty granite, water washing over your body, petting an animal friend, feeling the cold temperature of ice. Imagine smelling petrichor, the earth after rain, lavender essential oil, the ocean. Imagine tasting salt water, fresh basil, honeysuckles. Sensory experiments inherently lead the way for creative integration. These are some nature-based art pieces that I made with images from recycled nature photography books. Agave. I wandered to you at all times of day, but best at night. The ancient inland sea, having crawled up the side of your succulent leaf arms, a tidal wash, the song before your sordid tips, and their reminder of arrows. I found your wise strength in your hidden center, your voice below, while sea green ripples on smooth, firm flesh kiss my mouth in the dark. You are a comfort, a constant. One cannot be lonely within the chorus of your voice.
My name is Charlie Stevenson. I think that nature and my life experiences have been intertwined through creativity in such a healing and rewarding way. Using art to process my experiences in the world has played a critical role in helping me re-examine my life from a different perspective while being able to share my journey with others. Like some form of archetypal myth, being in nature helped me to examine the qualities of myself that I never wanted to recognize, both good and bad. I ventured into the wild, the darkness, and the unknown to find the light that had been hidden away and return it to the surface. Nature helped me to realize that my best isn't just good enough, it's more than enough. Being with nature helps me to love the person I am, strengths and weaknesses included. Whenever I start feeling down about myself, I can always return to these moments and the sensory-rich memories given to me from nature as a way to feel uplifted and loved. In the moments when I'm out in nature, I feel a palpable connection between myself and the past and present, which fills me with a deep sense of belonging. It makes me feel like nature and I are old friends that go way back, before I was even here, like nature was somehow expecting to see me.
Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy is a comprehensive approach that addresses the physiological storage of memory and how it informs experience. EMDR was created by Francine Shapiro when she was walking in a park and noticed that moving her eyes from side to side brought her some relief from disturbing memories and painful emotions. EMDR is a three-pronged approach rooted in the past, present, and future. Therapists guide clients to reprocess challenging memories, tapping into supportive resources along the way in order to rewire these neural pathways for healing and wellness, building a sense of empowerment, agency, and holistic preparation for the future. One of my favorite components of EMDR that allows room for creativity and human-nature connection is the calm place intervention. The calm place is a resourcing technique to orient clients to feeling relaxed, shifting states, and accessing nervous system regulation. Most of my clients utilize nature-based calm places. While doing EMDR, one of my clients created multiple calm places that were geographically relevant to her challenging memories, actively rewiring neural pathways and cultivating adaptive memory networks in partnership with nature and creativity. Here are some examples of my clients' calm places: a black sand beach, a tropical island, a pine forest, an alpine lake, a pink blizzard, a golden aspen forest, a sledding hill, and a garden in the springtime. It is important to note that a place of peace or calm place can be a place that you've been to before or an imaginal place that you create in your mind. I will now guide you through an adapted version of the steps for creating a calm place. Take a deep breath and notice how you're feeling in the space. Please bring up an image or sense that gives you a feeling of safety or calm. As you notice it now, what do you see, hear, and feel? What emotions are you noticing? Are there any sensations present in your body? Focus on this and notice any sights, sounds, smells, and sensations. Is there a word or phrase that represents this image for you? As you say this word to yourself, notice the positive feelings and sensations that you're having. Concentrate on this experience and let yourself enjoy it. And as we begin to close this exercise, know that you can access this calm place as a resource whenever you're feeling overstimulated or overwhelmed in your life.
This is Katie Asmus speaking here, and I've been an outdoor educator for 33 years. I have been incorporating nature-based work into the mental health field in my work for 28 years and have taught graduate students incorporating nature into their work for 20 years. I would say that probably 8.5 out of 10, 8.5 to 9 out of 10 people, when I do ask them about their calm place, come up with an experience in nature. Every now and then there's something else, but whether that's, most of them are outdoors, the beach is common, by a creek, in the mountains, people's gardens, with their pets. And so I think that there's something in connection with nature that invites us into our animal bodies, invites us into a sense of breath and exhale, often the fresh air, just all the sensory experiences, very different from being in such a controlled indoor space. And a practice that comes to mind when I think about the interrelationship between human nature relationship, creativity, and sensory awareness. This is a big one, but I think about the sit spot, finding a place to develop relationship with over time. And there's a group I lead, and I give them very particular invitations in the space that are all sorts of different sensory awareness exercises, looking for metaphor there, lying on the earth, focusing on one sense at a time, exploring the place without sight, doing a little scavenger hunt there, looking for very particular colors or movements or categories as a way to get to know this place. And the thing that I think is the most significant is really developing relationship with the place over time, being in our bodies, opening our senses, getting to connect with what's familiar as well as that which is different or new, or getting to know a place more and more, just like we would with humans as we revisit it over and over.
As my capstone presentation comes to a close, I'd like to leave you with a few questions to ponder. How can you build or deepen your relationship with nature? How do you connect with your own sensory awareness? Which creative outlets would you like to pursue further in your own life? And what will you choose to pay attention to in order to develop creative, adaptive memory networks? I'd like to thank the people in my life that collaborated to make this project possible. You are each an integral part of my ecosystem. Thank you so much for watching my documentary. Do you all have any questions? Yes, Justin Landon.
Hello? Oh, there we are. Hey,
Hi.
were you a safe distance from that rattlesnake?
Yes, that was a good example of positive use of technology in the wilderness. That was on a nature-based course, and that day we were learning about attachment, as we've covered a lot today. So we pointed out that those two rattlesnakes mating were a very positive example of secure attachment.
Great.
Yes, and they looked so peaceful and relaxed. I didn't think they were going to harm me.
I was mostly asking for my mom back there.
Oh, okay, yeah. Probably for my mom too. Hey, Mom. On Zoom, hi. Yes, Micah.
Speaking of positive use of technology, I loved the videos and just how slow they were, and how I noticed that the pictures that were from the magazine that were so like gobsmacking actually kind of sped things up for me and were a little overwhelming. And then when there were just more kind of day-to-day scenes, and then when you kind of scale in and scale out, it just was so delightful and very relaxing to watch, and the pacing was just really nice. And so it was a good reminder to me of how it doesn't have to be this gobsmacking site, although many were, but just to like hang in there and kind of, I'm thinking of the turtles and then the swan and then the leaves and just like the various layers of noticing.
Thank you. I really appreciate that reflection. And I noticed the same in my own system, that the slower, more like quiet scenes, or even the zoomed in images or visuals of plants were more relaxing to me than the images from those nature photography books. And I did sort of want to have a little bit of a mental play to see what that was like for people. So thank you so much for sharing that experience. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. We are going to bring up Jacob Cudevez, who is going to be sharing their presentation today on Queering the Outdoors, Nature-Based Therapy for a Diverse Population.
I'm back for round 2. I'm just kidding. Another documentary. Just kidding. Okay. It's downloaded also.
There we go.
Present.
Thanks. Yeah, that'd be great. Should be that button right there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Cool. Hello, everybody. As Heather said, my name is Jake Cudevez, and I am thankful to all of you for taking the time to be here. In this presentation, I will be covering an important topic that we as nature-based clinicians have an opportunity of addressing: the necessity to retool our existing wilderness-based interventions for queer and LGBTQ+ clients. Thank you. Within this discussion, I will be advocating for change through both informative and emotional connections to highlight the significance our roles can play in this field. This includes reviewing our current practices in the wilderness therapy and medical fields, addressing the current lack of benefits for LGBTQ+ recipients compared to their cisgender and heterosexual counterparts, and possibilities for a more inclusive practice as we develop our field together. Before we dive in, let's cover some important terms that I will be using throughout this discussion. It is important to remember that the terms I use are not all-encompassing, but are meant to describe experiences of diverse people not usually included in our research and practice. As well, I am using terms that describe nature-based interventions in a broad context. That is because we can intervene within these various fields and organizations that we will work with. So if we take a look at some of our defining terms, we see some that other folks have covered earlier, including queer, LGBTQ+, or gender nonconforming. But it's also important to recognize what nature-based therapies and residential treatment centers will look like as we move forward as well, because I will be talking about them. Within my current development as a nature-based counselor, I've had the opportunity to engage my skills with clients who are queer or gender diverse in both traditional talk therapy and in various nature environments. I've had the opportunity to support people with challenges unique to LGBTQ plus folks through nature-based interventions, both in the office and outside. I also plan to use my experiences to develop interventions and relate to the unique challenges our clients may face. This includes my experience participating in wilderness therapy as a child and as a proudly gender nonconforming clinician who has seen both the current limitations within our field and its unique potential to provide healing and growth. We need to address the challenges our field faces to helping LGBTQ plus clients and the lasting effects, both positive and negative, that our practice has on these individuals. We must be knowledgeable and take care for folks with different bodily and emotional needs that will be covered later. Developing inclusive interventions could also allow for reverberations beyond our clients, helping to change their environment, community, and our shared world. It is important to note that the troubled teen industry will be covered in greater detail later, but many LGBTQ plus youth enter into therapy in all sorts of organizations and environments. Being an ally for this population will influence your practice, no matter where you work, because of this. And many personal accounts from survivors of this industry describe different experiences and challenges for queer youth that are worth detailing. As well, many of the presenting problems these kids are coming into our care with include suicidality and depressive disorders, but many are forced to participate due to child-parent misattunement, problematic parenting, or what details neglect or abuse. As well, approximately 50% of respondents detail problematic experiences within wilderness therapy programs. Some of these clients describe abuse and neglect from staff, including bullying and a lack of support for neurodiverse, queer, and non-white clients. As well, a particular lack of knowledge for trans and gender nonconforming clients' medical needs was noted within our field. Clients described continual misgendering or dead naming, a lack of discussion about their gender or sexuality to provide an intention of safety, and the punishing for queer behavior, including the development of affirming and close relationships with others. Being in the wilderness for these clients was actively harmful because they were unable to express their identity and experience safety, which could be very similar to their home life as well. Covered a little later will be some information about ancestral trauma within this population too. A lack of aftercare for LGBTQ plus folks also led to harsher negative impacts. This includes nightmares, relapse into prior problems, and a constant need to do chores out of fear of punishment, similar to the residential treatment center that they may have come from. This can also further deteriorate an already strained family-client relationship, as many teens do not get autonomy in attending residential treatment centers. Some survivors have been able to recover and experience post-traumatic growth into becoming their authentic selves, but this is aided through affirming social supports and positive mental health treatments. This growth, however, does not deserve these wounds. Thank you. For too long, too many people have been hurt through a lack of standards, oversight, and inclusivity within our field. In my own experience at Wilderness Therapy, I remember another client, a child, who was presenting with substance abuse issues. As my friend entered our base camp about 45 minutes out of town, we could tell he wasn't feeling well. A few hours later, he started to experience withdrawal symptoms from alcohol and benzodiazepines, which can both be deadly without proper care. The RTC I was in did not properly screen for this, and he was soon forced to experience the pain of detoxification outside of a medical treatment center for approximately 4 days. Yeah. Although he experienced a positive outcome and was not further harmed, it was a clear lack of safety and lack of regulatory practices for potentially deadly conditions. To reiterate, there are both systemic and individual issues in our field that leads to the continual harm towards recipients, especially LGBTQ+ clients. They face higher rates of discrimination and receive less supports in all aspects of our living. We must change our perceptions and practices within our treatment from the elimination of problematic behaviors and punishment to the promotion and growth of identity development. In our field, we have a special opportunity to support LGBTQ+ clients in residential treatment centers and lower levels of care as well. This is particularly important when we are living in a movement politically that is participating in transgender genocide. Although not covered in detail during this discussion, it is still important to note the effects that debates in our political systems have on what will be our clients. This data was captured in 2022 and presents the effects that current conversations and legislation against queer folks has on LGBTQ+ youth. If we concentrate on the fourth bar down, we can see that trans and non-binary youth in particular reports negative impacts the most, with 55% of respondents reporting being very negatively impacted through this legislation and discussion. It's important to note that so far this year, there have already been 469 anti-LGBTQ+ bills introduced across the country as of writing this, with laws just passed in Florida that expand their Don't Say Gay bill to grades K through 12, as well as making it a felony to provide gender-affirming care to trans youth. This would allow the state to take trans kids from their home and charging their parents for trying to provide what is life-saving care. Moving back, however, to how we can help. It is important to understand where we are now in our current best practices. There is a fair amount of research for LGBTQ+ affirming practices in both individual and group therapy, but there's substantially less information for providing help for these folks in nature-based settings. This could be due to systemic barriers that affect LGBTQ+ clients, including lower financial availability, fear of punishment or negative outcomes, or a prior experience with incompetent mental health practitioners. Without knowledge of the best practices for gender-affirming care, we are likely to re-traumatize or otherwise negatively impact our clients' success. That is why we must develop and move beyond tolerance within ourselves and our organizations to active allyship. I agree. This can be through information gathering of the various risk and protective factors for this population, knowing the current language to refer to and affirm your client, and finding additional resources within their own community to integrate aftercare. As I have already said, and will continue to reiterate, understanding how a body changes through practices like hormone replacement therapy and necessary surgeries to best affirm and care for our clients will be vital in our field. This will help provide life-saving care that is essential to changing the path that some of our clients will find themselves on. So, within groups, let's talk about how we can see some certain benefits for LGBTQ+ clients in particular. Some of the heightened benefits they receive when a group is queer-centric includes feeling affirmed from other group members in their identity naturally, but they can also address familial rejection, self-esteem issues, and other problems more common within the queer community. People within the group can also meet participants that overlap in other important identities too, including shared experiences or traumas, like being a survivor of the troubled teen industry. For some, this may be the very first safe community they exist in, which can instill hope for greater possibilities in their life. Finally, clients can express socially oppressed experiences, thoughts, and emotions within a validating group. And these are just some of the ways in which LGBTQ clients can uniquely benefit from a positive encounter in therapeutic groups. So, to talk about my own practice a little bit, I have participated in various positions throughout my schooling, and they have led me to some very unique experiences. Whether it was traditional, quote unquote, talk therapy with queer asterisk, facilitating queer-centric groups with elevated supports, or introducing gender and sexuality affirmation for a nature-based therapeutic group with Gather and Grow, there were some key elements I noticed within my internships that overlapped these experiences. When we can create a group with a certain shared identity, there can be powerful healing that occurs between client members and not necessarily from the counselor. This can also occur at a quicker pace than more heterogeneous groups. Feel free to snap now. Within groups as well, though, LGBTQ plus clients can model the healthy family relationships that were lost and can better find their community that will affirm and encourage further identity development outside of your therapeutic group. With groups that contain overlapping identities, I have seen problematic behaviors engaged in a more meaningful way through personal relevancy or similar lived experience. I think of a group I host where adults with developmental disabilities that are also LGBTQ plus meet, and one client who's transitioning trans-masc has been receiving support from another client on the effects of hormone replacement therapy without a whole lot of information gathering on my own. And it's really beautiful to see co-regulation and healing through these ways. Excuse me, make me a little emotional. There are also certain steps we can take to increase the likelihood for positive outcomes for our queer clients, which I have synthesized from my literature review and my personal experiences. First, it is important to make our group feel like a break from the outside world, and that we lead through positive reward and not negative punishment, to utilize classical Pavlovian theory. We must also trust in our clients' development. Identity development, coming out, I say with quotes, and dismantling internal phobias can all be a nonlinear process. We must be a constant source of affirmation to continue development. Within this, let clients be curious. Some folks really have not been exposed to the possibilities of identity and expression and can try on different identities throughout their work with us. In summary, I have been trying to highlight how, when appropriately cultivated, an LGBTQ plus affirming group can be particularly beneficial. The potential that nature-based work provides can further increase our chances to administer life-saving care, and I will cover how this can be done in just a moment. We have to also recognize the past and present too. This means reconciling with the valid experiences of many survivors of the troubled teen industry. For example, having a program that is not necessarily splitting client groups into boys or girls, or at least providing an alternative LGBTQ plus group, would be a relatively small addition to many programs, but could be hugely affirming for those clients. These and other more traditional practices in the nature-based counseling fields leads to a mindset that is binary and not in line in the natural world, as I will also cover soon. So, what if we did things fundamentally differently? The wilderness and camp-based residential treatment centers documented through the troubled teen industry survivors could instead be safe harbors from a harmful environment, that our groups, our organizations, could impart a feeling of community that they will be incited to recreate for themselves. We could use our various interventions: rock climbing, equine therapy, hiking, gardening, the list could keep going. We could use those interventions, though, to help folks feel somatically engaged and aligned in their physical bodies, possibly for the first time in their life. Many reports from LGBTQ+ camps see clients who have felt ostracized from playing in sports outside of camps or growing up in their environment come back and find a new favorite sport that they want to keep playing in. Community support from both peers and facilitators of similar identities would contribute further to the nurturing and safe environment needed for therapeutic growth. We could also impart ancestral connections through the teaching of LGBTQ+ history, as Everett so lovingly noted earlier, and we could also allow for community healing and gender euphoria through the celebration of those guardians. Leaning into this idea, it's important to note that LGBTQ+ clients and gender nonconforming folks in general have existed throughout humanity and are all constructs of our societies. This also extends into the natural world as well, as the scientific field shift from a binary model to more spectrum-based models of gender and sex expression. I will show an example of this on the next slide, but folks can already look to seahorses, chickens, and other beings to note this. So, no need to get overwhelmed. This chart may look a little confusing at first, but it also shows some simple ways that different species express sex chromosomes through reproduction. As we can see in the top left, that is left for you, perfect, that flowers contain both sperm and egg cells, and within one singular organism. Certain species of fish, as noted in the top right, can change their reproductive organs and sexual expression, if you will, over time, while certain species of turtles and seeds in the middle are affected by other factors like temperature or crowding in their soil and in their local environment. For the human depiction in the bottom left, this graph sadly does not contain the multiple genetic sequences that humans can have, including XXY, XXX, XYY. As Everett noted earlier, there are 6 more commonly associated sexes within the human species, but the potential is essentially infinite. These sex chromosomes may help influence the biology of certain species, but its expression is equally fluid as our own human expression, because we are not separate from the natural world, even within our constructs. We can also build connections through intergenerational space holding, as mentioned earlier in my presentation. Because we have existed throughout time, we can look to history, anthropology, and literature to find models for our clients. This includes Emperor Elagabalus of Rome, who was definitely a queer icon, but maybe not the best person in history. But also Joan of Arc within only our Western cultures. There's also the Hydra from India, two-spirit practices of multiple indigenous communities, the Bakla of the Philippines, and the Muhe of Oaxaca. We can also use their own language to establish a sacred space within the groups. Some common norms I have seen in literature include, instead of a talking feather that you pass around, for example, I've heard one mic, one diva, and a very important one in our field, challenge by choice. These can both be incredibly supportive and affirming for its members. When we must conduct body scans and physical checks as well, having facilitators of diverse backgrounds and having allies that can understand affirming practices will be vital. This can mean using distancing words to describe the client's body and knowledge of what certain gender-affirming surgeries can look like, or their potential needs or complications in the field to help reduce trauma and feelings of gender or body dysphoria. One example can be using third-person language to refer to a client's genitals when you have to inspect them for medical reasons. It is also important to note that the client transference process may look like in groups, replaying family experiences that are unique to LGBTQ+ folks, such as a heavy reaction towards perceived abandonment that they may have experienced as a child. We can help guide the clients through this process if we are better aware of it. So, after our group, what can we do when our clients are going back to a harmful environment? This may be their family of origin, their schools, or even the state they reside in if they traveled to work with us. Our first and most important step to counter this is to build that internal sense of security and potential for greater possibilities. We do this through multiple positive experiences during our groups and interventions. We can also investigate resources in their environment that will be beneficial. This can be through in-person or online communication, but regardless, maintaining a healthy and affirming relationship will be vital as well, especially for kiddos who cannot yet emancipate themselves from a toxic situation. Also, it is our duty to follow up with the client's caregivers and family, since increased parental support correlates with positive health outcomes for all clients. We can also affirm their identity within their organization, our organization, and with others we communicate with in simple ways, such as not dead naming them or separating their legal name from their chosen name if necessary on documents and medical forms. So, like I keep saying, we have to shift our views from a gatekeeper to an advocate, a facilitator of the client's development. A helpful way to eliminate what we deem problematic behaviors is to give our clients the opportunity to experience greater and healthier outcomes in our group. We can also facilitate this through our own development to affect our groups and organization. We should focus on healing and not excising what we deem problematic. We must continually examine the biases within us and our organizations as our culture seeks to reinforce cisgender and heterosexual normativity. We can also engage in continuing education and involvement of direct action or volunteering to stay connected with the resources our clients need. We can also build relationships with affirming professionals in adjacent fields to increase our holistic support of the client, such as trans-affirming medical doctors or psychiatrists. To continue, we must maintain knowledge of legislation, both locally and nationally, that affects our clients, particularly trans youth within the United States. In our groups, developing a group norm around privacy and safety may be particularly important for LGBTQ+ clients to express repressed parts of their identity, whether that's due to internalized oppression or legislative oppression that seeks to limit that self-expression. Finally, let's take a moment to feel our bodies. Maybe take a breath together. And out. Thank you. We must maintain appropriate self-care for all of our own selves and our physical bodies as well. I am asking all of you to do extra work that what society may tell us is unnecessary, but is still our ethical duty to ensure the greatest chance of healing for our clients. Thank you all. Are there any questions I can answer at this time? All righty. Thanks a bunch, folks.
All right, so we've got a quick 5-minute break before our next presentation. It's that time in the day where I think we're all ready to to make connections with one another, to move our bodies. So I just kind of invite you in this brief space to just kind of shake it off. Yeah, shake it in. So with that said, I'm going to bring up our next presenters, co-presenters, Mickey Myers and Marley Hill Philbin. They're sharing about the resilience model, liberation ecotherapy through reciprocity, restoration, and regeneration. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's still here or came to support. And thank you to everyone on Zoom for showing up.
Hi, Mom and Dad. And Phoebe.
Okay. Got it. So my name is Marley Hill Philbin. Over the last year, I've been working at group practices in Boulder and Denver, both with the mission of serving the underserved and providing mental health care to as many people on Medicaid as possible. Overall, I'm just very honored to listen to my clients' stories and to be part of their healing journey.
My name's Mickey Myers. I use she, her pronouns. And this past year, I've been working at Touchstone Therapy Center out in Salt Lake City. So I've been doing individual and family therapy with families that have been involved in the foster care system. So my clients have been from 3 to 43 years old, mostly in the kid range from like 6 to 18. So I will be drawing from a lot of that experience, sort of working at those margins of oppression and some of the ecological disasters that we're going to bring into the conversation a little bit later. So all of that has really informed our presentation today. Marley and I are going to be presenting on the resilience treatment model. So it's a whole model that we've developed in order to move beyond anthropocentrism in ecotherapy. And we are going to be touching on some pretty heavy topics just briefly. So we definitely request that you take care of yourselves, invite you to step out if you need to, give yourself a little shake. Primarily, I'm going to be mentioning some sexual violence and genocide and colonialism that has happened in the history of these lands and the lands that I was doing my internship on. So please take care of yourself as we talk.
All right, so to begin, I'm going to invite you to join me on this thought experiment. If you want to get comfortable, close your eyes, lead you through this visualization. So imagine that you are living in your favorite natural place. It is safe and familiar. You've grown up there and know every stone, every bird that passes through, and where the rain pools and flows. You collect leaves, bark, and berries, and you set traps or sit in a hidden space to capture those rabbits that nourish your body. In turn, the insects and fungi feed upon your waste, your body. You personally help keep the pests at bay, and the landscape thanks you by providing abundance. Maybe your immediate family is there with you, each individual identifying their strengths and weaknesses and finding their niche in your special place. Now, an outsider enters the scene. They tell you that if you want to stay here, you will have to produce more berries. They own the land now, and strangers need your berries for their jams, medicines, and pastries that you never even knew existed. In addition to being allowed to stay here, you will be provided with all the rabbits you could ever eat. This will eliminate your need for hunting. The ecosystem soon begins to fail. Rabbits are eating all the foliage, besides your well-protected berry farm, and the now diverted water is polluted with rabbit feces and sediment. You were so busy that you didn't even notice when your favorite migratory birds stopped visiting. It won't be long until the soil cannot support the berries, and you will have to move. But where will you go? Where is home? But don't worry. The pain and suffering that you feel in yourself in this precious place is all in your head. You can move to the city, buy your food at the store, and maybe even drink water straight from the faucet. If you feel grief over that special place, you can go to a therapist and talk about it. You can even go on a wilderness therapy retreat to a similar place and briefly remember how you once felt, how you once existed. But deep down, you know, as well as every other person, every rabbit, berry, and stone, that the problem has not really been addressed. And there will always be a pull, some may say a necessity, to return to your niche in that ecosystem. Now you may open your eyes, notice the room around you, feel your feet on the ground. If you're feeling uncomfortable, then my thought experiment worked. Now I'll give the mic to Mickey.
So Marley led us on that really interesting thought experiment to sort of get you into this understanding of ourselves as a part of an ecosystem that is bigger than us. And that's kind of what Matai is speaking to here in this quote that you'll see on the screen. So as wilderness therapists, we all have this innate wisdom that being in nature is healing, and that when nature feels healthy and nature is thriving, we can thrive too. However, what I've noticed in being in the wilderness therapy field, both through Naropa and in my experience in the field before coming to Naropa, is that oftentimes the reciprocity element is lacking. We don't emphasize ecological restoration or conservation as much in wilderness therapy retreats as we do our own healing. And a lot of that rhetoric is predominant in some of the articles that we see about eco-psychology today. So in order to combat this, Marley and I have come up with this treatment model, the resilience treatment model, which we're going to dive all into later with y'all, but really talking about some ways that we can interweave that giving back to nature, really seeing ourselves as reciprocal agents in that process of change. So I want to start by checking out some images of some of the books that are out there right now and the articles that have to do with nature-based therapies. Does anybody see what might be wrong? I'm going to be asking for a little bit of audience participation here and sometimes throughout, so feel free to shout out any ideas you might have about something that might be problematic with the articles that you see pictured here. Objectifying, yeah. Aaron was going to say something too. Totally. Nature is this external cure, and we can sort of implement it into our therapy interventions. It's a tool that we can use. So that approach is really utilitarian. It objectifies the natural world, right? It puts us into this mechanistic relationship with nature, when really the whole point of eco-psychology and sort of the action arm of eco-psychology, which I really see as wilderness therapy, the whole point is to see ourselves as part of an interconnected ecosystem and to reconnect with that ecosystem through these different practices. So I want to specifically emphasize one, let's see, this one. I want to take a look at this little tidbit about forest bathing from the World Economic Forum. If you look at the very last line on the screen, you can see that it says, "We do not want to anger the amygdala." So this article is about, yeah, thanks for laughing. I thought it was silly too. It's about making our cities more green, creating green oases in the cities. And we're using this example of we don't want to anger our amygdalas. So basically we're taking this entire ecosystem and then making the point of that ecosystem be for the benefit of not even our entire body, but one tiny part of our brains. So this is not really the systems view that we're really looking for when we talk about eco-psychology and ecotherapeutic interventions. In fact, it's actually a part of the problem. So a lot of these things, they are trying to advertise wilderness therapy, make it so that, oh, like corporations want to take these like little green trees and put them around so you can be a better worker and you have like better mental well-being while you serve their profit interests, right? So we really want to try avoiding that. And this mechanistic model, I believe, is really the problem. So anthropocentrism centers the human well-being over that of their ecosystem or other beings that we interact with, right? It puts the human first. And you'll see sort of as I go through some of the more like social ecology, deep ecology theories here, that I actually believe that that is the arm by which modern day colonialism, exploitation, and oppression are really wielded into our systems of knowing and belonging in the world. Thanks. All right. I'm only just beginning, so there's lots more. Thanks. So Marley and I, we developed this treatment model, and we sort of put these three components of the treatment model together. We've got deep and social ecology, existential therapy, and liberation psychology, all sort of combining. And I'm going to go through and pull from each of these theories a little bit more so you have an idea of like what we're really talking about with each of them and how it all fits together into something that we're calling liberation eco-psychology. So thank you. So liberation eco-psychology is really emphasizing these specific bullet points that you'll see on the screen, that nature has an existential value. So we'll go into that a little bit more later, that othering and oppression are the creators of eco-psychosocial disease, and that our attachment is sort of mirrored, and our psyche and the harm that happens in our psychological and interpersonal relationships is also the harm that we enact on the environment. And the healing that we enact on the environmental level is the healing that we also receive from that environment. So in order to exemplify this sort of rhetoric that we're really diving into, I want to tell you a little bit of a story. I have been living next to this incredible ecosystem, the Great Salt Lake, for the past 9 months while I've been doing my internship in Salt Lake City. So the lake is the home to about 10 million migratory birds, and the Ute, the Goshute, the Paiute, and the Shoshone people who used to and still now live by its banks. So I would go out to the lake and I would walk over a mile across the receding shoreline of the inland sea to get to the point where I could put my toes in the water and I would smell the sea salt. I would look up at the cloudy sky overhead and I would see a few gulls sailing in the distance. Sometimes you hear them, but mostly you just hear the crashing of the waves. Very serene, very much feeling like it's mirroring the elements of the psyche. You feel like you're entering into this other world. So unfortunately, this incredible ecosystem is drying right now. It's shriveling as a result of the story that I'd like to tell you, the story of Bear River. Bear River is a historical tributary to the Great Salt Lake. It was once a sacred hot springs and water source for the Shoshone people. So the hot springs would keep the water from melting during the winter time so they could use it as a source for water and irrigation year round. The sacred hot springs was called Boa Ogwoi, meaning healing waters in Shoshone. They lived in harmony. They really used the hot springs ceremonially. They were fully in connection with this ecosystem. However, when the colonizers came, they saw this beautiful ecosystem and they said, no, we want that. And they burned down the Shoshone people's homes. They raped their women. They murdered all the citizens, men, children, women, non-binary folks, everyone. 500 people were killed in what is now actually the largest massacre in US history. Boa Ogwoi ran red with blood that day. Yeah, it's really heavy. So take a second, feel your feet on the ground, maybe take a big deep breath. Because the violence enacted by the colonizers doesn't end there. It actually continued on. So the colonizers took the healing springs for themselves and they bent her waters to their will. This is what is now Bear River. It's owned by the Bear River Canal Company and channeled into a series of canals that are now used for irrigating crops that are predominantly used for commodity crops or livestock, so genetically engineered soy or corn predominantly. So it's terrible to see this picture of these canals that we see are being directed into these little neat boxes of 90-degree angles and being mismanaged by the people that are using them and profiting off of them today. So I really wanted to include this example because we see that the interconnection here of the exploitation of the people and the ecosystem, and really that colonization is not a remnant of the past. It's very much still happening today. And we can see that in these canals that we're looking at right now. And we can actually see that in the receding shoreline of the Great Salt Lake. So they've actually completely amputated this tributary to the Great Salt Lake. It now enters into Bear Lake, a totally man-made lake separate from Salt Lake. And we will see here that this is the damage that that has done. So you can see the difference between 1987 and this year, 2023, that is the Salt Lake. That is how much the lake has really shriveled and dried just in the past 40-ish years. So take a second to really let that hit you. Like, this is a point of deep ecological grief for me. And I imagine probably for many of you, definitely for Marley. She grew up next to this lake. Yeah. So the reason that I find this so potent is because these are still issues today that are really affecting the people of Salt Lake City, including the indigenous people that still live there. So as the lake is drying, this exposed shorebed is releasing arsenic, mercury, and selenium into the environment, into the air that everyone in Salt Lake City is breathing. So that's 2.5 million people who eventually, if the lake keeps drying, will actually be forced to leave. That place will be uninhabitable. And there's some time limitations that people have imposed on that I don't want to share because I find them very depressing, and also because I don't find them entirely realistic, because I actually do think that, much like this Bear River, that if we were to allow the tributaries to flow freely back into the Great Salt Lake, that we would see a great renewal. So I don't think that we can fully pronounce the Great Salt Lake as dead yet. So I won't give you a time limit, but the time limits that have been set are urgent. I would say they're pressing. And this is really critical. It requires political action. It requires collective action, right? On the basis of each participant, right? But particularly the corporations who are mismanaging and over extracting the water resources in Salt Lake City. The only way to really reel them in that we have right now established is through our political systems. And in Utah, the legislators just recently voted in February to not impose any water use limitations on corporations in the valley. No Native people were consulted in that decision, as you might imagine. Back to the lake. So the reason I bring in this complex ecological disaster is because it really shows us the intersections here of social justice, of politics, of ecological restoration, public health, and of course, our overall interbeing, that the wellness of the lake and the tributaries flowing into the lake are the wellness of the people. They are not separate. They don't influence it. They literally are it. When we live in Salt Lake City and we are breathing the air of the lake that's drying, we are suffering just as much as that lake is suffering. The landscape mirrors the dynamics of our psyche and our culture, and vice versa, right? So the colonists are enacting violence on the native people of that land and exploiting their sacred waters. The animal agriculture and the genetically engineered crops, which are now fed by the canals, also mechanizes the creatures and the organisms that it sees as commodities. The polygamy cultures that were characteristic of the early settlers of that land, where one man could have multiple female wives, but one woman could not have multiple male partners, also exemplify this exploitative paradigm where the woman, just as much as the livestock, the rivers, the genetically engineered crops, are objects to be collected and used for reproduction rather than as living, breathing beings with their own autonomy. That brings us into deep ecology. So thanks for coming with me on that like really long and depressing journey. I promise it will get more hopeful as we go. We have a lot of really interesting ways that we're going to be addressing this. And I want to start with deep ecology or social ecology. I sort of combine theorists from both. I find the fields incredibly overlapping to the point that you can barely distinguish them. So they're basically the same thing. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go and dive into each of the theorists that you see on the screen. I'll let you read over some of their contributions, but I really thought it was important to pay homage to them. They've really pioneered the field. A lot of the ideas that Marley and I are talking about today, including the interventions, are not ours, right? They don't belong to anyone. They don't belong to any of the theorists that you see on the screen. They are ancient wisdom that we feel in our bones. And oftentimes these areas of wisdom, they'll just pop up and they'll come to me, and I'll be sitting out at the Great Salt Lake and I'll think, oh, there's one, I'll write it down. And then I'll hear it echoed in like a podcast that I'm listening to or a book that I'm reading, right? So it's like all of these ideas are sort of flowing through one and the other. And it was challenging for me at first to sort of acknowledge like even some of the words that I'm using in like the resilience treatment model is like, oh, I hear other people using those exact same words and like pulling those into their ideas. And that's okay. Like this is a collaborative action, and we're really like pulling into the collective consciousness, the collective ecological consciousness, right? Which is the whole point. Awesome.
Thank you, Mickey. I'm back. So what do deep and social ecology have to do with each of us? In fact, they've never been more relevant. I grew up in the Great Salt Lake Basin, and it wasn't until a couple years ago I learned of the receding lake shore. It wasn't until about a week ago that I heard of the Bear River Massacre. This points to privilege and my experience in Salt Lake. So the questions that we come to as children are largely based on this sense of safety in our environment. I was privileged enough to not feel this sense of urgency or fear because of the Great Salt Lake receding. And while my family may be able to leave Salt Lake City, many people will not have that opportunity as the air becomes toxic. So when did you first become conscious of the world around you? How about of the environmental crisis? In our first year or two of life, we develop a sense of trust in ourselves and our relationships, and that's when we decide if the world is safe for us. You know, am I safe in this environment? Am I loved? Am I tended to? This depends primarily on how our caregiver shows up. But if our caregiver doesn't believe that the world is a safe place, then how are we supposed to develop that sense as completely dependent beings? Unfortunately, as we navigate the first years of our lives, many of us will learn that the world is not safe. That may be socially or environmentally. Just as some clients find relief in a diagnosis and understanding what's happening in their mind, it can also be a relief to discover how our separateness from the natural world is causing each and every one of us suffering. Moving toward the next theory in our model and the next stage of development, we ask the existential question of, am I okay? Am I okay being myself? Am I loved? And do I belong in my family? And disconnection from our interconnected ecosystem means that we develop away from nature. This creates challenges for finding our meaning and purpose in life. Plotkin, who Mickey briefly introduced us to, tells us that soul is an ecological concept, and that soul initiation refers to finding our own unique ecological niche in the more than human world. I believe that this is incredibly important to discover in their first couple of years of life. We ask ourselves, where and how do I belong in my community and the greater ecosystem? Am I a gardener, a caregiver, a builder? These are some of the existential questions we ask as we move toward the resilience treatment model of healing.
Uh-oh. That's weird.
Imagine there are words.
Imagine there are
in
words.
those squares.
That's weird. You can sort of vaguely see them here. I can read them to you. It says, the first box is SART. It says examines death, meaning, isolation, and freedom. The next one is Buber, who we've heard all about today already, so you all know him already. He's the founder of the I-thou relationship theory as an antidote to existential isolation. And then the final one is Andreas Weber. So we have a quote from him down below as well. So he has coined the term alivenment, which he sees as the experience of existential interbeing with nature. So in the previous deep ecology slide, I brought up Arne Naess, who he advocates that nature has intrinsic value. And I think that that is a potent antidote to the nature has utilitarian value that I introduced at the beginning. But I actually want to offer existential value as something even more salient that we can incorporate into our understanding of an ethics-based interbeing, right? So how does nature have existential value? I think we're in this room, we know the answer to that question, right? Existential elements of life are really what SAR outlined, which you can't read on the screen right now, but are death, meaning, isolation, and freedom, of course. So we can actually use the elements of nature to fully experience alivenment within those 4 categories of being. So this sensation of belonging itself is meaningful. It is the essence of existence. It puts us into a sensory experience with other beings. Alienation, on the other hand, breeds a numbness to the existential elements of life itself. We no longer understand the cycle of life and death. We go to the grocery store and we buy our meat neatly packaged in a little plastic bag that you take home and you cook up, and you have no idea where it came from. You have no idea the life that was sacrificed to feed you that day. We feel isolated from each other and our home, the earth. We find meaning in the instant gratification of social media or promises of a God that lives outside of ourselves. And in a world shaped by globalized capitalism, freedom feels like a dream that only the ultra wealthy could dare to dream. Ecocentric nature therapy can bring us back into our senses, into this alivenment that Andreas Weber has really delineated in like 4 different books. I highly recommend you go and check them out. Sentience itself then becomes the producer of meaning. And that is what gives nature its existential value.
All right, so I'll ask you now to think back to where we began. That thought experiment from the beginning. If you close your eyes, remember that feeling of living in your favorite place. Long before that strange person came and told you how to live. When you knew every stone, every raindrop, and being intimately. In fact, that was all you knew. Everything you did affected the greater ecosystem, and every raindrop, rabbit, and leaf affected you. If you're capable of tuning into this feeling, this childlike sense of your animal body, hold that for just a moment. Now imagine that you're living in a cramped apartment alone. You work more than 40 hours each week just to afford rent in a place that you will never own. This week, you're lucky enough to have groceries in your pantry, and you have no clue where they came from or how they were made. You certainly do not have time to think about that. You're told that if you just keep going, keep working, keep your head down, you'll get out. One day, you'll be able to buy all of the things that will make this life more comfortable. But now, you are suffering. Your friends and family are suffering, and the rich and famous are also suffering. That favorite place way out there, it's suffering too, as a result of you not being there. Now I ask, while it may seem radical to change our society, isn't it crazier not to?
So this thought experiment really brings us into the realm of liberation psychology. I also have a lot of names on this slide that I'm not going to be diving into each individually. Their theories are very predominant in the practice of the resilience treatment model and have influenced Marley and I a lot in our thinking about this topic. So I also wanted to introduce them here. I want to pull out some of the main components of liberation psychology that have really lend themselves to this idea of liberation eco-psychology and the treatment model that we're going to introduce. Basically, it's the study of the ways that oppression and marginalization impact people's psychological well-being. So we see ourselves as part of an interconnected system of humans and power dynamics that are bigger than ourselves. So I think the parallels here to eco-psychology are pretty obvious, right? It's pretty much the same thing. We are all interconnected members of communities and ecosystems, that the health of the community and the health of the ecosystem impact our psychological well-being. We cannot evaluate our psychological well-being without looking at the ways in which the community is healed or is suffering and the environment is healed or is suffering. So liberation psychology invites us to remember that difference is acceptable and encouraged, just like biodiversity in an ecosystem. So I noticed that sometimes with this concept of interbeing, we can sort of start to do this like spiritual bypassy, like erasure thing, where we're like, oh, we are all one. No, actually, our differences are really what makes us resilient and what makes us strong. And we can see that through any ecological examination of an ecosystem, a person, or a community. So the application of this theory really necessitates that therapists get involved on a level that's bigger than the individual relationship in some way, right? It necessitates political action, advocacy for our clients, all of these that we know are ethical imperatives for being therapists in the field. But I think it also positions the therapist as this really cool role, and we get to change systems of oppression into systems of empowerment. So we get to sort of listen for our clients' calls to action, right? When they say, I'm noticing that I'm being oppressed in a system in this way, I feel like I have this thing to offer. I feel like I can not change the system in all of these other ways and might feel hopeless in the whole list of ways that you might be totally out of your control, but in this one way, I feel like I am in control and I feel like I can give something back, not only to myself, but to my community and my ecosystem. So the job of the therapist then becomes to listen for those cues and act as like a connector, connecting your clients to resources or creating systems at the community level, interventions or actual community structures that sort of engage us in those ways. So I'm going to go into a little bit more about some examples of that's already happening in the world and ways that we can connect our clients in that way. Let's see. And yeah, I just wanted to shout out here to specifically Francis Pollock's Utopian Imagining, which is a liberation psychology element that I'm going to be drawing into later in this presentation as we sort of start to get into the more hopeful applications-based part of the presentation. I promise we will get through the depressing part soon. In fact, almost.
It's not quite.
Not quite
depressing.
Almost.
So when we were first tossing around this idea of liberation and ecotherapy, I struggled to see how my clients on Medicaid that are struggling to keep a shelter over their head and keep food on their plates, how it was going to work for them, how they were going to enter into this. Most of my clients bounce between physiological and psychological needs, and they struggle to maintain progress in areas of community and self-esteem. But I've noticed that even when our basic survival needs are met, our society and culture in the United States prevents us from making progress in these areas, even when we have an abundance of resources. We're missing an important piece of the puzzle when we neglect to consider our ecosystemic needs. Moving up the pyramid and viewed through a lens of liberation ecotherapy, we must first ask, when physiological, does our local ecosystem provide food, water, and shelter? When it comes to safety, do I feel safe in my ecosystem, in nature? Do I feel loved? And do I belong in the natural world? Moving to esteem, do I feel confident in my role in this ecosystem? Have I reached my full potential in this interconnected system? Self-actualization only paints part of the picture. And because we need to introduce ecosystem healing at every level, this concept will be accessible to anyone, no matter where they land on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And that is because connection with nature is natural and essential.
Okay, now we get to the fun part.
Woo!
Okay. So this is the resilience treatment model that we've been talking about this whole time. We're finally going to get to dive into some of the details of the model. It's a treatment model, so you can actually take it and use it on an individual level with your clients. We're going to go through some interventions you can use with clients, both at the individual level, the group level, and on an ecosystems level. So we include ecosystem treatment goals in the treatment process as much as we do individual or community goals. So thanks. So I thought this was a cool idea, and we actually built some treatment goals specifically that are on our handout. So you can go to the website and see those that you can actually take home and write in your treatment plan, like this is the treatment goal, and we're working towards that in these different ways through these different interventions. So we've got a lot going on the website, so definitely check that out. I wanted to go through each sort of element: reciprocity, restoration, and regeneration, where we typically are going to take like one treatment goal from each of those in the full process of this model. So reciprocity is the act of giving and receiving for mutual benefits. It defines symbiotic relationships in nature. Human beings remembering a sense of reciprocity with the world can look a lot of different ways, big and small. It is an activity or a ritual that acknowledges the great gift of life and attempts to give something in return. It is the expression of gratitude to our extensive interconnection. Reciprocity is the call to action. In what ways does the earth call us to engage? I came up with the idea for reciprocity when I was on a river trip, actually through Cataract Canyon with Casey. She's here right now. We took this hike up and we saw all of these crazy shaped hoodoos that looked like the earth had sculpted them just for us. And I was overwhelmed by this sense of gratitude and connection with the earth. Like, wow, the elements of wind and stone have come together to mold these beautiful structures for me. And in return, I made a tiny rock cairn. And I was like, well, that's what I got. It's small, but it's all that I have. And then, of course, I knocked it over because that's what you're supposed to do in order to not leave your mark on the ecosystem. But we'll get into my ideas about that later as well. So in this act of reciprocity, I felt a connection, and I also felt a power. Although it was small, I got to give back in some way. So for restoration, restoration is the act of restoring the self, the community, or the environment. It looks at where damage has already been done and then actively works to heal that trauma at these various levels: the community, group, ecosystem, individual. So on an individual level, it could look like EMDR, like what Christina was talking about earlier, finding that safe place in nature. On an ecosystem level, it literally looks like ecosystems restoration, like going in, get your chainsaw, go take down some invasive species, right? So we're really pulling in all those different elements of restoration there. And then regeneration. So regeneration is the act of moving towards paradigms of ecological liberation and establishing supportive structures outside of the maladaptive traits that we've grown accustomed to in living in this world. So it involves both physical regenerative work through body and earth, such as some elements of permaculture, which Callie has touched on, and also psychological regeneration, such as practices that allow us to reimagine our world and our identities in new light and positive ways. So Marley's going to take us through a little bit more about each of these interventions.
Thank you. So that was a lot of words, a lot of words that start with R. And the title of our treatment model is a resilience treatment model. So why resilience? Resilience is the powerful balance of adaptability and diversity that allows ecosystems to thrive in the face of adversity and recover beyond all odds. One of my clients recently said to me, "I think people can only take so much before they break." This individual struggles to see her own resilience and strength. Because she has experienced betrayal, she doesn't trust others. She is afraid to spend time alone, and her family reinforces this belief by telling her that she's not safe without her boyfriend or parents present. She's 22. When she heard that a public figure had committed suicide, she understood that she could not escape the pain of the world, and that is what led her to treatment. I found it helpful to provide this client with examples of resiliency in nature to illustrate the fact that while we may break, we can also heal from nearly anything. One of my favorite flowers depicted in this painting is the fireweed. It exemplifies resilience in an ecosystem and is really the keystone species in a restoring ecosystem. This flower thrives in places where many species cannot grow, such as mine tailings or after a wildfire. By establishing themselves in these disturbed areas, they make way for new growth, starting with moss, lichen, and bacteria, then grass, fungi, and other flowers. Soon shrubs and trees will begin to grow on what was once a barren landscape. Insects, animals, and humans will come to visit. So I ask you, when all seems lost, what was your fireweed, your reason to hope? A loving friend, dreams for the future? We all have that within us. When we avoid pain and suffering, we cut ourselves off from the rest of the world. But if we could spend time with other beings in connection with ecosystems, we might start to realize just how resilient we are as individuals and even more so in community. Seeking joy and new experiences may come at a risk, but what is the meaning of life without growth? And if nature and human history can show us anything, it's that we're incredibly resilient. We rise and fall time and time again. So starting with reciprocity, which Mickey so eloquently introduced to us, it's really this benevolence toward nature. It's living in a symbiotic relationship with nature that improves our mental health. So when we engage in nature and work to heal it, we also heal. Gratitude practices can really facilitate our connection with nature and our healing. Direct experiences of interconnection give us meaning and purpose in this absurd life. Individual treatment interventions for reciprocity could look like asking a client about a time in nature that they felt especially fulfilled, connected, or grateful. And what role did the environment play in that feeling? How could you let that place or nature being know that you're grateful? Other interventions could be like creating an altar to a landscape or a species that holds significance to you, taking a client to a community garden, and any action or ceremony that honors feelings of connection to community or nature. Write a poem, a love letter, light a candle or incense, or sing and dance with gratitude toward nature. Some group treatment activities could be like creating gratitude ceremonies and really co-creating them with other group members, We want to go away from hierarchical structures and really toward collaboration. You can volunteer at community farms or gardens, and that can foster community connection and growth, and feelings of accomplishment and giving back just make us feel good. Ecosystem level interventions could look like planting native wildflower seeds to feed pollinators in your local ecosystem, creating bird boxes or bird baths to invite and feed and nourish the birds in your area. Also, planting a native herb or medicine garden can encourage biodiversity as well as benefit your own health. That is the essence of reciprocal interventions. The next one, restoration, can happen really at every level, from self to community, and really looks at what damage or trauma has occurred in our own lives, which Elena will cover a lot in detail next, or to the environment. What can be done to facilitate healing at all of these levels? On an individual level, we can explore how we relate to the natural world and ask how our life experiences affected that relationship. We can create a genogram about our family's relationships with the natural world and looking back at those relationships on our family tree. Some group level interventions could be facilitating a grief circle to give space for feelings of ecological despair and then work toward restoration. Creating art with recycled or found materials as a group while working to restore or strengthen relationships in our community. Treatment at an ecosystem level can look like working with local restoration firms or volunteering with a land management agency to remove invasive species and plant native species to promote biodiversity and stability of the ecosystem, or even initiating a litter removal event in your own neighborhood.
All right, so I want to circle back to that story that I told you about Bear River and the Great Salt Lake. So this is Darren Perry. He's the chairman of the Northwestern Band of the Shoshone Nation, and he is leading the construction of the Boa Ogwoi Cultural and Interpretive Center. So this site is at the site of the Bear River Massacre. The memorial aims to restore the Shoshone people's experience of collective trauma at that massacre site, while simultaneously incorporating native-led ecological restoration to bring life back into their sacred waterway. I wanted to include this because that whole story actually embodies all the way till its end what liberation ecopsychology is all about. And I want us to start thinking bigger as ecotherapists going out into the field. What else can we do that's beyond sitting in the office with our individual clients? How can we think bigger? How can we create these systems interventions to really address collectively what's been going on with our communities and our ecologies, our collective ecological consciousness, right? So the co-healing and community of ecology is really the ultimate purpose here. It is possible, and it's happening at Boa Ogwoi Cultural and Interpretive Center. So they're also taking donations on their website. It's just that word, boaogwoi.org. And if you go there and if you have the means to share, I definitely recommend contributing to this awesome project and maybe going to visit in Idaho and when it's established approximately 3 to 5 years from now.
Awesome. All right, so the last of the words, regeneration, asks ourselves what in our system needs to be changed and challenge those systems. How is it we can heal our souls, our community, our ecosystem, and the earth? And following that healing, how do we build better, more sustainable systems? Regeneration really builds on our last points of reciprocity and restoration. As individuals, we must ask ourselves, what is it that I'm doing each day to live more in harmony with nature? Things we can do is engaging in rest as an act of resistance to systems that want us to avoid resting at all costs. Thank you. Movement as an act of self-love instead of punishment. Eating intuitively that to nourish and fuel our bodies. We can create vision boards and engage in values work to help us determine how our individual strengths play into regeneration at systems levels. Facilitating group meetings that ask us how we can come together in new collaborative ways is a group level intervention. We must set aside our egos and work toward communal healing. How does society want us to treat one another versus how can we live more sustainable and interconnected lives? Group-based nature retreats can teach participants sustainable skills that they can bring back to their local communities. And on an ecosystem level, cultivating a permaculture farm or garden can exemplify regeneration of an entire ecosystem on a smaller level. We can live in community with other ecologically minded individuals and provide space for community members to explore ways that they wish to enrich their communities. Lastly, ecotherapy retreats can function as an introduction to the centers of hope and resilience within the world that can give us the courage to authentically reconnect with ourselves, our communities, and our ecosystem. If we had time, we would do another visualization of utopian something, imagining, but we are out of time, and we just wanted to really introduce that, as you can see, Mickey and I are very passionate about liberation ecotherapy, and we really want to do it. So we are in August, August 4th through 7th. We're going to go to Ruby Horse Thief Canyon and invite anyone here to join us on that trip where we will practice this model as a kind of a pilot project.
Marley's going to pass around the sign-up sheet. You're not signing up to actually go on the trip. You're just signing up to be on the listserv in case you're interested in going on the trip. So it's our first one. We're going to just be sort of feeling out this whole idea. There might be some, snafus, some organizational problems, whatever. We're going to offer it at cost for our friends and family and classmates and everything in that way. So definitely encourage you to just get on the listserv. And then if you can't make it to this one, we'll for sure email you. We want to be doing this for a while. Definitely absolutely love the river. The Ruby Horse Thief Canyon is sort of on the border of Colorado and Utah. So it's probably about, 6-7 hours drive from here?
Yes.
Around 6. So definitely encourage you to get your name on there. I hope you can make it. Really, really excited to do it. So thanks. And we are open to questions. Perhaps you'll have to ask us questions after because we did talk so much. So definitely open to questions afterwards. And I just wanted to also thank my family there on Zoom right now that they've really introduced me to conservation since I was a kid. I've been going around on very similar trips with them since I was a tiny baby doing conservation work. So they've been a huge inspiration for this model too. And obviously my cohort and my professors and my partner Grant. Thank you, all my friends and family. Yeah.
Thanks so much, and stay tuned for Elena's amazing presentation.
All right, we have come to that point in our day where we are going to hear from our last presenter, believe it or not. So certainly, last but not least, I'd like to bring up Elena Woofter, Redefining the Future of Wilderness Therapy, Addressing Inaccessibility and Nature-Based Traumas.
All right. Yeah, y'all, we made it. Last presentation. Quick story. I told one of my 6th grade students why I was going to be out for a few days from internship, and she was curious, so I explained. Capstone, big presentation, worked all semester on it, so did my classmates, and I'm going last. Can you believe it? And she looks at me and she goes, wow, people are probably going to be really bored by the time you go. So as much as I value my client's honesty, I do hope she's wrong. Hi, everybody. My name is Elena Woofter. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm so excited to bring you my capstone presentation called Redefining the Future of Wilderness Therapy, Addressing Inaccessibility and Nature-Based Traumas. The subject matter of my presentation will be addressing elements of our field that I believe could benefit from further thought and questioning about what we offer and who we are serving. The examples I will be sharing by no means represent every wilderness therapy program or every wilderness therapist. If some of what I say is activating in any way, please take care of yourself first and foremost. I also invite you to explore that discomfort and why it might be arising. Before we dive in, I'd like to begin with a brief experiential exercise. I invite you to get comfortable, close your eyes if that feels all right with you right now. If not, find a place to look at a few feet in front of you. Settle into your seat and begin to notice your breathing. Once you feel comfortable, I invite you to bring to mind a place in nature that holds a special meaning to you. Maybe it's a spot you visited often in your childhood, or somewhere you have gone to seek solace or to heal a heavy heart. Wherever the space, I encourage you to call to mind any smells, sounds, or sensations that stand out to you. Do you feel comforted? Maybe nostalgic? Safe? Now I'd like to have you imagine that you no longer have access to this place. Perhaps the land was sold and is now private property. Maybe you were followed by a wild animal and now feel anxiety when you think about going back. Perhaps a wildfire, flood, or avalanche took it away. Whatever the reason, your special place no longer feels the same. What's arising for you? What emotions can you identify? As we return back to this room or to your computer screen, I ask that you hold these feelings with you as we continue on in the presentation. As I share examples and stories, perhaps you can recall how it felt for you to imagine losing a special place or connection with the outdoors. Thank you for participating. So here's a roadmap for our time together today. I've broken up my presentation into 3 main categories: inaccessibility in our field, wilderness as weapon, and nature as poison and cure, or when nature is not safe. I believe each of these sections impacts and overlaps the others in some way, and each of them must be addressed in order to create a more inclusive field. In each section, as well as at the end of the presentation, I will offer ways that we as clinicians can combat these factors of nature-based work. The first section we'll be looking at is inaccessibility in our field. In many ways, getting access to the outdoors is challenging, not to mention to wilderness therapy programs or services. My internship is at a public middle and high school in Denver, and I have met several students who've lived their entire lives in Colorado and who have never traveled deeper into the mountains to hike or ski or to visit in any way. We are so lucky to live in a state so abundant with outdoor wonders, and yet this is not everybody's experience. So let's start with the elephant in the room of outdoor participation. It's very expensive. A study conducted by the organization All Kinds of Therapy found that the average cost per day of a wilderness therapy program is $558 plus enrollment fees. Aside from structured wilderness therapy programs, the entry fees for outdoor recreation can be astronomical. I used to work at REI, shocker, and a man once came in with one of those printed off lists you can find on the REI website that details every possible thing you could ever need for an outdoor adventure. He told us he wanted everything on the list. So after an hour or so, he came to my register and he spent over $4,000 on all of his gear. He also said no to the $20 lifetime membership, but that's beside the point. That's a lot of money back, I know. But aside from that, the ask is really high to start an outdoor adventure, and this is challenging for many people. Not to mention what a luxury it is to be able to take off days, weeks, or months to participate in an activity. Below is a quote from the Outdoor Behavioral Healthcare Council, an organization working to elevate and further develop the field of wilderness therapy. Essentially, there is work to be done before wilderness therapy is covered by most insurances. These programs have been called dangerous, experimental, and unproven in the past, and the OBHC, and as they mentioned, this can be a slow-moving process to get that moving along. Beyond just accessing or affording gear, there's also the issue of finding gear that works for your body. A lot of gear is made with a very narrow lens of what kind of bodies will be using them. In a talk on inequitable rock climbing gear, Claire Griffith says, physical barriers or accessibility barriers become emotional barriers. She highlights two pieces of rock climbing gear that are often barriers for the folks she works with in her high ropes courses. The first being harnesses. Standard climbing harnesses are not designed for a variety of body types, and she shares that she has seen many students, primarily teenage girls, who would rather not participate than to have to go and choose a larger size harness in front of their peers. Next, she talks about helmets, climbing helmets, particularly in reference to the discontinuation of the salamander helmet, pictured here. This was the industry recommendation for textured hairstyles like afros and dreads, and this helmet has since been discontinued for lack of use and has aged out, so it's no longer safe for use. Without having this option, this often results in people choosing between potentially messing up their hair, which often takes a lot of time, money, and has cultural significance, or deciding not to participate. Furthering the discussion of physical barriers, the outdoor industry has cultivated an image of what an outdoorsy person is. And for a long time, that person was an able-bodied, athletic, cisgendered white man. For far too long, people have looked at Outside Magazine or REI ads and not seen themselves reflected back. I wanted to highlight a wonderful organization, Unlikely Hikers, who are actively challenging this preconceived notion of what it means to be outdoorsy. Furthermore, they actively celebrate their differences and recognize that nature is all-encompassing and diverse, just like we are. As therapists, it is our responsibility to check in with our own preconceived notions of what it means to be an outdoorsy person and ask ourselves, are we only offering programming for a certain type of outdoorsy person? These are all questions to consider in order to be a more accessible wilderness therapist. Which leads us to a non-exhaustive list of some more ways to make our practices more accessible. First, I encourage you to reach out to local shops that may offer gear rentals or discounted gear. Have these resources readily available to offer your potential clients when they're considering participating in wilderness therapy. Some options in our area are Feral and Wilderness Exchange, and Gear Up Give Back is an organization where you mail them your used gear, they fix it all up, make it look nice and good again, and they sell it for extremely discounted prices. When providing gear, have a wide variety of sizes available. And if you do not have gear that works for someone, please just acknowledge that. Discuss where the outdoor industry still needs work. Try and avoid it seeming like the person's body is the issue. If accessible to you, offer sliding scale fees, scholarships, or even pro bono work. Continue to educate yourself on ways to improve our field and make it more welcoming. And lastly, partner with local organizations offering similar work and who may be willing and able to share their gear with you. I was lucky enough to practice this last point during my internship. I'm an intern at the Girls Athletic Leadership Schools in Denver, a public charter school that serves girls, non-binary, and transgender students. I've partnered with Women's Wilderness here in Boulder to offer my students the Girls Lead for Life rock climbing program, a free 10-week program that utilizes rock climbing as a means to practice resilience, community building, and self-exploration. The goal is to offer rock climbing to students who would otherwise not have the means to participate. I have been told again and again how grateful these students are that this is a free offering, because otherwise they would not be able to participate. All right, the second area I want to address is the idea of wilderness as weapon. What I mean by this is times where the outdoors have been used to hurt people, mentally and physically, causing lasting damage. Before I go into the ways in which wilderness has been weaponized, I want to touch on the concept of spiritual bypassing. I do believe that there are often elements of spiritual bypassing in the outdoor community. It's so easy to get wrapped up in the mindset that the outdoors are amazing and healing and everybody has access to the outdoors. And don't get me wrong, I do think the outdoors are amazing and healing. But those beliefs should not cloud our view from recognizing the very real traumas that have occurred for many people in outdoor spaces specifically. For many, the wilderness holds the weight of terror, loss of autonomy over their bodies, and sometimes a death sentence. We've already learned a little bit about the troubled teen industry earlier, but those of you who are not familiar, the troubled teen industry is a large network of wilderness therapy programs, residential treatment centers, and therapeutic boarding schools that teens deemed at risk are sent to by their caregivers. Within the last year, there has been a surge of survivors coming forward to share their stories of abuse and mistreatment in these kinds of programs. While this is not the kind of wilderness therapy Naropa has prepared us to offer, I think it's pertinent that we understand what survivors of these programs might think and feel when they hear wilderness therapy. Additionally, these programs are certainly a way that wilderness has been weaponized. Many practices in these wilderness therapy programs are directly taken from cults, particularly the use of the game, which asks all group members brutally critique and pick out every flaw of one member at a time. Basic needs are often taken away as punishment, not to mention the things that are not considered punishment in the first place, such as making direct eye contact with a staff member every time you use the bathroom. In his book, Troubled, Kenneth Rosen shares the stories of 4 different survivors of the troubled teen industry. A survivor himself, he talks about how these specific wilderness programs are not meant to build a connection or safety in the outdoors. This is not co-regulation with the natural world. This is a short-term boot camp meant to scare kids straight and to prepare them to further travel down the troubled teen industry pipeline. Many kids just do what they need to survive, going through the motions, as many wilderness programs require moving up the ladder of a tiered system. It's impossible to ignore the ways in which wilderness has been used as a weapon for certain groups throughout our history, especially those who identify as Black, Indigenous, and/or a person of color. We now know that trauma is held in our bodies and can be passed down from generation to generation. In the article, Bad Things Happen in the Woods, The Anxiety of Hiking While Black, Erin Jones writes, "It's a very real fear for Black people, especially those from urban communities, that bad things happen to Black people in the woods, like lynching. It's something that you see again and again when you look at the history of the civil rights movement and slavery. Black people going into the woods and not coming back." Yeah. So for many Black people, the outdoors are still a reminder of lynching. For many Indigenous people, nature is a reminder of a land and a culture that was brutally taken from them. This is why we cannot assume a positive relationship with the outdoors. And it does not end here. Our American identity of being outdoorsy is rooted in racism and exclusion. The history of slow violence in America's parks can be traced back to 1858 to the creation of the first established park, Central Park in New York City. It's widely believed that the park was created to beautify the city amid rapid population growth and deterioration. However, it's less known that the social elites of the time lobbied for the park in hopes that it would raise their property values and create a recreation space for white, middle, upper class families, all while displacing Black residents and German and Irish immigrants. In fact, a settlement named Seneca Village was destroyed during construction. Seneca Village was a majority Black settlement with thousands of people calling it home. The destruction of Seneca Village took away many Black residents' right to vote, because at the time in New York, Black men were required to own at least $250 in property for at least 3 years to vote. Millions of Indigenous people were forced from their homelands to create the national parks. John Muir, ever heard of him, said that they just seemed to have no right place in the landscape. David Truer writes that no lands are as spiritually significant as the national parks for the Indigenous people, and this sudden rupture with their ancestral land has caused lasting damage. Slow violence was perpetuated by Jim Crow laws well into the 50s and 60s, and still to this day, over 70% of national park visitors each year are white. There's no way to erase our American history, and the trauma within these communities is still present today. Here are some ways we can combat the ways in which wilderness has been weaponized, or at least to begin to acknowledge the history. Again, constantly educate yourself. Breaking Code Silence is the movement taking the forefront of the fight against the troubled teen industry. Learn about organizations already out there doing great work and support in any way you can. That QR code is 60+ BIPOC outdoor organizations if you want to support some. As wilderness therapists, we have a unique opportunity to fully understand a client's history and relationship with the outdoors while learning about their history in other ways. Ask questions, listen fully, and meet them where they are in their journey with the outdoors. If you want to go even further, you can take the oath to make the outdoors a more inclusive space. REI and the Atlantic teamed up to create a detailed action plan that you can follow step by step. All right, nature is poison and cure. So I actually found this quote in an advice column in Outdoor Magazine. Someone was writing in to ask the columnist, how do I support my partner who experienced a traumatizing event while hiking? The columnist wrote, she wants a connection to the part of the world that always made her feel whole, and she wants to share that with you. And that part of the world, because it is also the site of a great trauma, is at once the poison and the cure. It's no wonder that her return to the outdoors is fraught and complicated. At once, a poison in the cure struck me because I believe it is possible to use nature as a means to heal from what I've started calling nature-based traumas. However, there are some considerations as wilderness therapists that we should take for working with clients with these experiences. But let's first define what I mean by a nature-based trauma. A distressing or disturbing experience that occurs in an outdoor space is due to a naturally occurring event, such as a natural disaster or extreme weather, and/or any instance that damages the safety and relationship a person may feel to the environment. And to further articulate my definition of nature-based traumas, here are some examples from my own life and also some background as to why this topic is so near and dear to my heart. These experiences are things that maybe another person might not have considered traumatic. And perhaps as isolated events, I might not have considered them traumatic. For example, that first one, I bounced back pretty quickly from my ankle break after I healed, but I never questioned my safety in the outdoors, even though I had been physically injured. However, somewhere along the way, something shifted in how I viewed being in nature. I no longer felt safe. In fact, there were instances where doing an activity I used to love would fill me with terror and anxiety. I began to feel alienated by our community and our field. And it was incredibly confusing to me. How could I feel so impacted by being in nature when I knew and believed that nature was good for me? It took conscientious effort to rebuild my own connection to nature and the outdoors, and it's a journey I'm still on today. It was then that I started to wonder if there were other people out there like me, and if the work I wanted to do in wilderness therapy could be of benefit. So let's dive a little bit deeper into what exactly is happening when someone experiences a nature-based trauma. It's widely believed in the world of wilderness therapy that nature can become a secure attachment figure, especially for those who have not experienced secure relationships with other people. Therefore, if we all accept that we can have secure attachments with nature, that must mean we also acknowledge that there can be rupture with nature. And rupture happens in relationships. And with proper steps, they can not only be overcome, but they can lead to making the relationship stronger in the long run. This is what we call relational repair or healing in relationship. A common example of this is someone leaves a toxic relationship, they go off, they do their own healing work, hopefully with a therapist, take some time off from relationship. And then eventually, there does need to be some element of healing that happens in relationship. We do this in order to shift any long-held beliefs that that person may have about being in a relationship. It's imperative that these people feel safe to step outside of their comfort zone and challenge those beliefs in order to see a healthier and happier way forward. The same can be said when someone experiences a nature-based trauma. There are some special considerations to ensure that safe healing can happen. In a study published in 2016, a team of Swedish psychologists sought to learn about the benefits of horticulture therapy with a group of veterans. While they don't go into this too deeply, they at least acknowledge that the soldiers have an intimate relationship surviving and fighting in nature, and that may impact the potential outcomes of doing a nature-based therapy. So here's an infographic that I really love, demonstrating rupture and repair. And what I like about it is that I think many of these elements can be directly applied to people who have experienced a nature-based trauma. The work might just look a little bit different. On the left, it says, not knowing how to repair leads to playing it safe into shallow, unsatisfying relationships. This is certainly true with nature-based traumas. Not knowing how to repair a relationship with nature could lead to a life of saying no when invited out on excursions, or just constantly looking over your shoulder when you're outside, wondering if you're safe. On the right, it lays out the steps that may occur in relational repair. However, nature cannot necessarily be an active participant in saying sorry and owning up to what happened, at least not in the traditional sense. That being said, a trauma-informed wilderness therapist can act as a guide for a client to find similar experiences of repair within nature. So, where do we go from here? As I've talked about previously, get curious about a client's history with nature. Put it in your intake or make it a conversation, and of course, never assume a positive relationship. Identify if there has been a rupture and work together with your client to figure out how that might feel moving forward to embrace repair. There can be elements of exposure therapy in this work. This allows us to meet our client where they are and slowly build up to what they fear. Within the exposure therapy framework, we must also acknowledge when there is not a possibility of fully eradicating a fear. We work together to see how they can acknowledge their fears and still live a life that feels meaningful. Additionally, we can recognize the risk of nature-based work. Sometimes nature is scary, and sometimes nature can hurt us. Which is why we can help our clients feel empowered over their safeties when applicable. We can also recognize the more hazardous parts of nature and see what that mirrors in both ourselves and our clients. Next, we can utilize different types of nature-based work without putting one on the pedestal. I was introduced to the concept of yin and yang nature work. Yin activities might be gardening in your backyard or forest bathing. Yang activities might be rock climbing or backpacking. Each person you work with will connect to different types of nature work depending on where they are in their journey. We can incorporate nature work into our offices, in our classrooms. We can normalize wilderness therapy, sometimes being over Zoom or in the front country. Lastly, and perhaps more importantly, we can consistently strive to broaden our own perspectives of what wilderness work is and who it is serving. Thank you. And to return to the three main themes, we can increase accessibility for all bodies, abilities, and socioeconomic statuses. We can recognize the ways in which wilderness has been weaponized and try to move away from it in any way we can. And utilize nature to heal from nature-based work or nature-based traumas in a way that feels accessible and is safe to our individual clients. So, everything I just talked about, from different kinds of work to offering things on Zoom, all of that, does that qualify as wilderness therapy? Can't we call it something else? These are questions that I've been asked when I talk about this kind of work, and they are valid and good questions. A lot of this doesn't look like what we've been taught wilderness work is. In my opinion, it has to be wilderness therapy. For our clients, it is essential that they see themselves as part of our community and see us as clinicians who are willing and able to do this work with them. Who are we to label what is or is not wilderness or nature? By picking and choosing what gets labeled as wilderness therapy, we are deciding who we consider to be worthy of being in our spaces. This needs to be wilderness therapy because otherwise we are saying you can't benefit from this because none of the structures we have in place to facilitate it are going to work for you. Okay. This is a quote from Michael Gass, who is a professor and the director of the Outdoor Behavioral Healthcare Research Center. The context of this conversation is that he's discussing wilderness therapy programs becoming more widely available and the fact that currently very few insurance companies offer coverage, and they won't offer coverage until more research is available on the benefits and the outcomes. He writes, "I wish we could be more certain on what we do, but that will take more time and effort." I am inviting you to entertain the possibility that by thinking critically about the history of our field and by dreaming up where we want it to be and who we want it to serve, that we are taking the time and the effort. We are actively co-creating the wilderness therapy that we believe in. Please join me in continuing this conversation so that we're able to bring our work to more and more people. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to give some shout outs. I want to thank my cohort, my professors for being along on this wild ride with me the last 3 years. My partner, Andrew, who I met just after I started the program and who definitely deserves an honorary maybe therapy degree at this point. Our cats, Rhea and Pancake. My beautiful network of friends and family, especially my little sister, Lily. Hi, Lily, who is my favorite person in the entire world. And my mama, Lynn, who has made everything possible for me in my whole life. Thank you for believing in me. And finally, I would like to honor my father, Richard Todd Woofter, who passed away this past summer. When I told my dad I wanted to be a wilderness therapist, he cracked himself up because he said all he could envision was a bear laying down on a psychiatrist chair. And he laughed for like 10 minutes about that. Yeah, he was a very funny man, and he also struggled mightily with addiction. And in the last year of his life, he began to prioritize his mental health for perhaps the first time. While it ultimately was not enough to keep him around a little bit longer, I am so unbelievably proud of him for taking that step. And I really believe that if my dad can make space for mental health care, that there's hope for anybody. I'm so proud of him, and I know he would be proud of me. Thank you. Woo. Any questions? Thank you.
My awareness, at least. Really, I know that you've done a lot in the wilderness therapy program here at Naropa, just around this. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll keep talking about it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Elena, for rounding out our extensive and beautiful day of presentations. In closing, I would like to invite all of our presenters up in front of the podium. We could give them a round of applause. This is a big achievement. And we'll have them stand here for a bow. But before we bow out today, I want to thank all of our tech crew who have been with us. Gosh, it feels like for a really long time now. So thank you, everyone. You have made this possible and seamless. Thank you. So let us take a moment, centering ourselves, and then ending with a bow. Thank you, everyone.